Oh boy. Well, hello everybody. I made it. I found my way here. I feel sorry for people on TikTok though. I had to disconnect TikTok because it was lagging so bad. So hopefully they'll come over here and find us on YouTube. I gave them the message. But welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. I am happy you all are here. We have a big group already, and I already know it's going to grow because I just, plastered Facebook with the link. So hopefully we'll see others joining us soon. But as you know, we're the one and only Twin Solar System podcast. Like there's nobody else talking about planets, especially planets that are super close that fill the whole sky. And just wait till you see all the pictures we have and all the videos. And I know you all probably already know there's a lot going on to talk about. So speaking of talking, let's go ahead and get Sam on here with Sam Hofman. He's the one and only in person that has this information, and we're fortunate to have him here with us. So let's go ahead and get him on here with us. Speaking of talking, hi Sam, how are you?
It is truly I that is fortunate that is allowed to share this information. Hi everybody. Hello Rebecca.
Nice.
Yeah, another wow. God, it's Saturday again. What is this? 119.
119.
Is this
That's
119th show?
That's
It is a. Go to the. I can't see what's on the screen. I've got it. Well, earlier it was like 67 degrees. It's supposed to be 81 today, but it's kind of cold, which is okay. We had rain the last couple of days. It's been hotter than the days before that, which was weird. And worldwide weather is freaking out and doing all kinds of crazy stuff. We can get into that later. Glad to be here. Glad everybody's listening. Glad. Hopefully we have a whole bunch of new people listening. For those of you from coming in from TikTok, we've got. I'm going to try to learn a little bit more about TikTok and involve myself through my PC, which will be weird because people on phone actually have easier apps. It's a lot easier for you to get your app set up on your phone than it is on a computer. Anyway. So moving along, we have other people.
Right. You just got to go through, you open the drop down and just go through each one and see what each one does. Yeah, and most of you'll never use.
We've used this before, but I mean on my personal profile with the Gmail or the email address that I was using, I only lasted 12 hours. So anyway, we'll move forward as we progress.
Well, we'll get you past that.
Yeah, I'm going to go get something to drink.
We're going to get Sam on TikTok. We're getting Sam on TikTok. He doesn't know it yet, but there's just all kinds of people there that would like to hear you. They want to be hello. Somebody's lagging. It might be me. It might be Sam. But hopefully everything's okay.
Yeah, I was lagging the startup was happening, so it was like, oh, fun. Here we go.
I know. I feel like
we kind of had an emergency in Lolo this week. There was a shortage of Coca-Cola and milk. The stores were out of Coke, and the truck stops were out of Coca-Cola. Well, Coca-Cola has moved out of the United States because of certain tariffs.
Okay.
The rift in supply begins.
What will people do without their Coca-Cola? I don't know. I haven't had pop. Like, I rarely will get a pop or drink a pop. And when I do, it's like so sweet because I quit drinking pop years ago.
Yeah, me too. I only drink during the show because I get, I'm talking and talking and talking. So,
right.
And the fizzy helps the throat and all of that, And, I try to hit the mute button when the burps come. That's a joke.
We appreciate that. No, I'm
well,
thankful.
Today's show is brought to you by Dr. Thunder Shasta, which is, by the way, far cheaper than Coca-Cola. So I was like, I'm happy with my. The kids want they want pop to go with their pizza, and on Saturdays when we do the show, I don't cook, they do, and they make their little frozen pizzas, and they want their Coca-Cola to go with it. And so that's when we have it in the house. Otherwise, we don't generically do that. But
is Dr. Pepper the runner-up? Is that the second?
Yeah, this is Shasta Cola's Dr. Thunder.
Right.
And it's actually better than Dr. Pepper, but I didn't say that. Please don't sue me. The opinions
Right.
of the host do not necessarily represent that of this channel. Please stand by. Anyway, I'm in
Good
one of those
here,
moods.
number one. Well, good.
I'm
This is
in
a
a
good
silly
day
mood.
for
So
it.
hi everybody.
I'm
Let's let.
trying to be. It's raining here today, so you know
Oh,
how it
good. Well,
is.
rain is good as long as it's not at 100 miles an
Good.
hour.
No,
By the
it's
way,
actually.
Jesus is here today, and Gillian is here. Did you get a hold of Christopher?
I know. No, I have. Oh, yes, he is here. I see him now. He snuck in the back door. Yeah.
Yeah. Careful, about hour 5, I'm going to be singing, so I warn everybody now.
Oh, stay tuned. Right.
I'm in. The full moon's coming, so I'm in the silly mood.
Yes. Neat. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and let's bring Jesus in since we don't have the opportunity to bring him on at the beginning of the show like this, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
we're
normal.
We're fortunate he's going to be here longer today. Yeah.
Yay.
Well, let's go ahead. Jesus Marquez, everybody from Utah. Ta-da. Hey, Jesus.
Hey, everybody. God, it feels like forever. It's been 2 weeks. Here I am. I've missed you guys. As always, it's my favorite place to be. This is like my weekly therapy, but, sometimes life gets in the way. But nice to see you all here.
Yep.
Great to have you guys.
Good.
And welcome to the rubber room.
What's that?
I said hi and welcome to the rubber room. We are going to all stand here and speak about it.
I was just going to say that you need a full moon to get goofy, Sam.
Yeah, well, yeah, I am in a goofy mood. I was pondering we're doing this show.
Important. It's super important. I make it a point to keep that child alive inside us. It's super important. So.
Well,
Goofy,
after last week's show, we were kind of
thing.
serious. We're always trying to be as serious as possible, and then I started. Now, okay, we're at 119, and so it's something a thought has crossed my mind that we're kind of moved on from sky watchers to actual YouTubers, and we have a show to run, and so therefore I'm trying to. I have in many shows previous and even in other series felt embarrassed about my conversation level, and yet I was always trying to be okay, let me share this with you, and then the Understanding the Sky series, you thought I was being more vibrant and silly, and so I thought maybe I would just
I think what happened since then, you've dealt with, I don't want to use the word jaded because it's a little much.
Yeah, oh no, yeah,
but something like that,
numb.
because over the years this stuff, even though it's the most interesting and entertaining thing you do, there is a part of it that does kind of wear on you. The fact that people don't listen, the fact that it's so obvious and nobody seems to notice, the fact that we're so easily distracted and easily manipulated, all that weighs on you after a while.
I'll give you a really good direct example of that. Could you imagine the number of times that I have personally typed the words "Atu" and "Atu's moon"?
Oh my God!
In 15 years.
Yeah, I can only imagine.
I mean, I want to scream. And we're getting X, number of views and 67 likes.
As I was saying backstage, Sam, I just got a new phone. Then all of a sudden, I'm getting notifications that I never received from about a year ago. It's crazy. I don't know if it.
Yeah, a few years ago that happened to me. I got 500 friend requests in one day.
Yeah, well, I'm getting comments, and not all of them are good at comments, but they're comments nevertheless, and they're not. They weren't in my feed, and now they're popping up, and I'm like, what the hell's going on? These are 52 weeks, 62 weeks old, and they've just been all of a sudden. It's like a whole bunch of them just came in all at once. 2 days ago, and I'm like, yeah, we're definitely getting messed with. We have to be getting messed with because that's not a phone thing. That's not an accident thing. That the notifications come from Facebook, and they're not delivering them.
If you're hearing our show, you are lucky, because we ran into that today where we were trying to share information around the world. I sent some to Ireland and Scotland and stuff, and from Germany, information that came in, and they couldn't open it. And we know that we're being screwed with, and we've caught over the years. How many times have we seen it?
Absolutely getting screwed with, son. Like it's,
we're the kick dog, and you raise your hand, we're jumping. That's all there's to it.
Yeah.
This is enough. And I don't want to go there and conspiracy. There's the big, cosmic they.
Here's what I've noticed, Sam, especially on TikTok and YouTube. If you're consistent, you'll get an audience because there's an audience out there for everything, especially this topic. I mean, even though there's a lot of people who are confused and have it wrong, there's a big audience for this. There is. There's a lot of people genuinely curious about this kind of stuff. We're not. I mean, look at our views. Our views sometimes are a little higher. They fluctuate anywhere from 4 to 900. The more we share, I've noticed you shared a couple of times our first show. I've noticed the views on that one are a little higher. They're in the thousands. But
I love that.
Our number of viewers fluctuates very slowly, but it's very consistent. And it just makes me a little suspicious. I can't help but be a little suspicious, especially after 2 days ago, where I just started getting bombarded by like 10 notifications that were about a year old from comments that were a year old. Some negative, some positive, some with people that were genuinely interested, and I never got those. So there was people that we could have helped and we could have brought to this side. But I couldn't because we didn't get the notifications, and I could drop the internet thing. It's not my phone thing. It's at headquarters. That's at Facebook. That's where the problem is starting.
I could drop the ET card. Play the cards on the table. We're laying this down for the future. This is going on to YouTube, and therefore there will be a copy of it that'll be in the file. And people 5 years, 10 years from now can watch this show and go, damn, these guys were right. And, we know we do this in the future. There's no other way to explain that. Go ahead.
Katie Joe says she had the same thing. Carol Ann as well. So something happened. It didn't just happen to me. And, when did this happen, Carol? When did this happen to you guys? When did you guys start getting these notifications? Because that's never happened to me. It's never happened to me. Where all of a sudden I just get text messages. Sure, sometimes they don't go through, and all of a sudden I'll get 5 at a time, which is rare. Even that's rare. But this thing, I'm highly suspicious of.
I'm flagged. I'm flagged.
Let's ask Gillian if it's happened to her or not. I see Gillian way over in Scotland. So let's bring her in here and see what's going on. Here she is, everybody.
You left her alone in the green room?
Gillian Watson.
Left me alone with crisps.
You leave me some M&M's there, Gillian?
No, I've just been craving like sweeties and crisps, and that's only because it's peeing rain outside and I wasn't well, so I wasn't going out.
Here's the best snack I recommend is because there's actually protein in it, is peanut butter and jelly. There's a little bit of protein in it, which just makes it's a little nourishing, unlike M&M's and other stuff. So, my recommendation, but I'm addicted to them. So.
Peanut butter, you say?
Yeah, you can't go wrong with peanut butter and jelly.
No. Uncrustable. Don't even get me started.
Oh no! Oh boy! Yeah, all bets are off. No.
Yeah.
Well, how are you, Gillian? How is Scotland? Hot or cold? Wet or dry? You said it's raining.
Raining. It's been raining since yesterday, so it's still raining. Yep.
Yeah.
Raining.
It's raining here too, and it's actually cooler here in Oklahoma than what Sam just said by a few degrees. It's 79 in Tulsa, Oklahoma, but next week we're going to be under the heat dome. It's going to be
did you know for the first time in recorded history, weather specialists have issued an Alaska heat warning.
Yeah, I saw that.
And only 2% of Alaskans, only 2% of Alaskans have any air conditioning. So,
oh no,
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, who uses air conditioner in Alaska? I mean, good God.
Right.
Right.
Well, okay, in Montana last week, we had 93 degrees in early June, which
I
is
had that.
absolutely
I had that a
unheard
week
of.
or so ago, Sam. And here's my thing: is I'm wondering if either I'm getting really bad with summer, but I swear to God, I swear it feels like 85 degrees feels like 120. It feels like I'm in
Well, okay,
Vegas. It feels like I'm back in Vegas.
we
What's
talk about
going on? Like,
we talk
even
about
when I
that
go
big
outside,
damn red star.
my eyes hurt. It's so bright. It's
Okay,
just
do you
I don't
remember?
know.
Right, because the red star is in front, and in 2011. If everybody goes all the way back to 2011 and remembers the year that you could see the circles in your window tinting, and the moment you walked off the porch, your eyes were watering because it was so bright outside you couldn't stand it. That's where we are again. The red star is in front of the yellow star. We've seen enough evidence over the last, 6 months now, guys? Has it been about 6 or 8 months, something like that? Reports coming in from South Africa, from Australia, from, etc. And that the heat output and the red star itself is so much bigger than our dwarf yellow soul that I'm sure it is highly, highly more ambient, painfully, because you put your arm out the window past your window tinting and your arm is on fire in seconds. Now, when I grew up, that took 15 minutes.
No, not anymore, Sam. Not anymore.
Right. So, and I watched the sunrise this morning, people. All my life, I mean, we can go to anybody who's a complete, absolute disbeliever, thinks we're full of, bat dung. All I ask you to do is watch where the sun comes up. I mean, that's the biggest.
It's been all over the place, and it's been like northeast.
Correct.
And it falls back a little bit more east, but it keeps going back and forth.
Well, yeah, as it rises on the weird.
Yesterday, I swear it was in the freaking north. Like it was more north than it was east.
Yep. I watch it every morning. I get up.
Sam, you know what I've been noticing, and I have yet to catch this on photo or anything worth posting. But in the morning is kind of when I notice that something is off with the sun. It's a little misshapen, like something. It is. It seems to me that if we're going to see the second sun, at least here in my area, it's going to be in the morning. I don't know why. So something just
at the first, first rise, and the angle of light will be correct.
Something in the morning.
Now let's look at the picture that you got up here.
That something is wrong with the sun, but it doesn't last very long. I think as the sun goes up into our horizon, they line up a little more, maybe. I don't know, but I've noticed in the morning
angle of view
that something is off.
Yeah, it's got a very weird shape. I can see it here
as
well.
For example,
I see it.
Now remember, okay, guys, listen, we're on the side of the ball. We're on the side of Earth. Okay. Now in South Africa and in South America and in Australia, people have sent us reports where they saw the smaller star on. Was it on the right, Rebecca? The early reports, or was it on the left? Early reports, which scared the shit out of me. It was on the right, which is why it scared the shit out of me.
Okay, good. Well, not good. I can't remember. I thought it was both. Actually, I thought it alternated.
No, I'm kidding. Okay, let's look at this photograph in front of us right here. I'm glad that you posted this. Okay, did everybody see all of these little straight little light beams coming off this photograph?
This really reminded me of what I've been seeing lately in the morning.
I've been taking pictures like
something
that
is not like it's not exactly round. Like there's something.
Well, I can see exactly. Okay, and I was talking to Mark in Ireland about this today, and all I got to do is, everybody stop looking at the sun. Everybody look into the left corner. Start there at the dark. Identify the dark left corner. You know what you're looking at? You guys know the monthly side drawing. Right. That is the side of Atu purple. You have Uri cutting in. You have Matim cutting into the left side of the sun. And on the right-hand side of the sun, slightly up above middle, you have the lead asteroid and its Saturn's yellow moon cutting in. And this is a light pinch. And the fact that it's not geometrically accurate and it's a completely different,
that's
just
exactly
a bunch of flares going off.
That's exactly what I'm saying, son. That's exactly what
This is a light pinch. Matim and Yuri on the left is cutting in, and lead asteroid and the Saturn's yellow moon is cutting in on the right hand. And this is a light pinch. And Mark even had called his sun, to use his words, it's a white sun today, which is in actuality a cutoff refraction haze, where everything, the light becomes hazy and less luminescent, because actually a portion of our light is being removed. And these shafts of light are as the light bursting out from between the two planets or three planets or whatever that are pinching off either side of our out view of the sun. Go ahead.
It's literally happening like right this minute. Now that before I got online with backstage with you guys, it was probably a Saturn or a yellow moon on the right side blocking it, and you just saw just a little speck of the sun.
We have light issues going
These are
back
from the last
so many
2
years.
days.
It's amazing. Go ahead, Rebecca. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I just letting everybody know.
Oh, I love this. I love this shot.
But
this is what I'm trying to catch right here. I know that I'm going to catch this eventually, but
yeah,
this is.
I just get the bulgy number 8 shape like that, like it's.
This is exactly as it should be. I have an older picture from 2012-ish that matches this, and so guys, this is freaking happening, and they're covering it up. They don't want you to know this is happening.
Those three are consistently the
Alaska
same.
is getting heat warnings. They are putting out. NBC, Rebecca was showing that what that statement was is they're warning of a heat wave from hell. People,
Yeah,
this is why.
Because of that red sun.
like they're forecasting it
This is a
for
way
years.
bigger. This is a way bigger star. This is a standard red. We have a dwarf yellow, which is one size smaller than a standard. And this sucker's red. And it's going to fry us. And the last damn thing I wanted is for heads towards us. I want it to keep going to the right. This is, I've danced around that for, a year now.
Can you explain why that's better, Sam, than it being on the right than being on the left? Because I have no idea.
Okay, it arrived. Okay. The expectation in basic science would be we're crossing in the orbit every 3,654, et cetera, years. Okay, we're doing our normal rotation pattern. So as each other, that came up from underneath us, which is why it was first sighted in Antarctica, and earlier, a few years earlier, it was in the Northwest and all of that, and that's where I started seeing it. But it rose up from beneath us and from the left and should continue on the pathway to the right and beyond as we cross paths. So, because nothing's going to change, it's not like it's going to change direction. But the separation of it, my question was all along, where is it going to exit? What path, how close to Earth is it going to pass? How close is Earth going to pass by it rather than it by us? Because we're the small thing. We're moving past it and them. We've gone through them. They've come from below us. They've spiraled in our faces for a few years.
Small is
in a
putting
spiral,
it lightly.
spiral.
We are so much.
And then it went left, right, and now we're seeing a transition in that as well as it goes over the top of us. The transition of Yuri to the north sky.
So that's why it looked like it was right, left, because it was corkscrew.
Right, because as it became closer to us, the corkscrew went away from a circle into just a right perception and a left perception, and then oh my God, it moved over to the right. Oh my God, it moved over to the left, and look what that planet did this, and this one moved over here and it did this. And we've been talking about it straight through for a decade plus now, and we've been on top of the orbit model for over a decade because we watched this every freaking day. And we've all been together, and this is why we're all experts and the only people out there talking about this publicly, because we're the only obsessed skywatching junkies and Nibiru-aholics and all of our.
I think we're a little. I think we're all here a little ADHD. We kind of hyper focus on that one thing that we're super interested in.
By the way, that's a badge of courage. By the way, ADHD is not a bad thing. It's a good thing.
Absolutely.
Well, guys, I was gonna say, speaking of Nibiru junkies, I see Christopher is here now, so let's go ahead and bring him on here. Yeah, so
get him in, make him grab a candle and a spoon and a rig, and we shoot him up with the heroin of Nibiru.
There's Christopher. How hot is it in Vegas?
How's everyone doing?
In Vegas.
What up, Chris?
Well,
it's hot.
Yeah, what were they saying exploded
really
in Nevada today?
Yeah, there's a few things coming out of Vegas that I saw.
There's been a lot of weird stuff happening here.
Christopher, speaking of which, by the way, everybody again, Rebecca, you're going to hate me for this, but I have to. Happy No King's Day.
Oh, man.
Everybody. What? You didn't go to the protest? Come on now.
It's happening right now, actually.
Yeah, it is happening right now. It's nationwide. There are 1,800 registered protests going on around the country. Happy No King's Day.
Yeah.
And I hope it become a national holiday. Yeah. And I bombed Rebecca before the show. And we were having a political debate because she doesn't want to talk politics on the show. Where I feel
it's really low vibe, actually.
Rebecca, I don't blame you.
It's a buzzkill.
However, there is there's a first time in my life where I do feel the need to maybe get involved a little because, I feel that it divides people, and it's always been this way. It's worse now, but it's always been this dividing thing where it just divides everybody. And I'll tell you something. From my experience here, dealing with 20 people daily, right? People from other parts of the world, people from out of state. On a daily basis, I talk to a lot of people. I've met a lot of people from both sides, and they're both just as nice and respectful and kind. I know that sounds a little. I'm just saying, kindness can come, even though you might disagree.
And we have to point out kindness.
It doesn't mean they're not kind. I know there's a lot of bad people, but I don't think politics really designates good or bad. It's just a matter.
Christopher.
No, I don't.
I sent you a video from Bobby Kennedy today, and maybe we'll watch it a little later on in the program when we need a bathroom break or something. It's really one of the best speeches of all time. The younger brother of John F. Kennedy, and it's one of the best speeches I've ever heard in my life. Being that it is the actual 250th anniversary of the American Army, and that is the main thing that Mr. Current regime is having a parade over today, and it's going to cost the taxpayers over $45 million.
Isn't that his birthday?
I wasn't going to mention that.
We're trying to get a handle on that. It's a really emotional time for everybody right now. Everybody's on both sides.
By the way, I've had, and I'm going to mention this because I had over 5 people this week ask me questions about the LA issue. There is not an issue. It is all created by the news media. There was one street where there was minor rioting, and from what I understand, one store was broken into, and that was a marijuana store, and I don't blame them for a second. And three automatically driven non-driver vehicles robot vehicles, taxi cabs were lit on fire, and that's in one garbage can.
Well, this is why I agree with.
TikTok shows a whole different, paints a different version.
It is, Rebecca, and this is the reason
why they're not. If that's what you saw on the media, and that's all they want you to see.
Well, exactly. This is why I agree with you, Rebecca, because I think it was last week that I heard you say, I was watching the show and you said that it's not believable. It seems like it's all just a narrative. I completely agree. None of it seems to me like it's real. It just seems to be distraction. It seems to be narrative. They want us to be.
I feel like we should be above politics.
I agree.
I can't believe we're talking about this side or this side when they're controlled by the same people. Right. It's like,
let me comment. I'll sidebar break it up.
Easy.
Let's talk about the scientific thing called the 100 rat syndrome. You guys, Gillian, you know what I mean. Explain it to them. So I'm not.
If you tell one rat something, then they all know that one.
Well, the actual 100 rat syndrome is if you put 100 rats in a box, which is far too many rats to have in one box.
And you shake the box. That's what's happening right now.
They start fighting each other, and they start eating each other and killing each other. So that's called the 100 rat syndrome.
Instead of fighting the person that's shaking the box, they fight each other, and that's exactly what's happening right now. And exactly why.
The 100 monkey experimental says the 100 monkey. That's a different story. We can talk about that in a minute. You're right. Continue, Jesus.
Well, this politic narrative is only here for us to fight each other instead of them, because
it's distraction.
It's not left against right. It's bottom against top.
The boys are very distracted.
We get our heads out of our ass, and instead of fighting each other, actually come together to make change.
And so let us focus rather than on politics. Let us talk about the activities that are going on above the planet in the sky. There we go. Those guys.
Well, and also I also believe that there's bigger fish to fry. There's bigger things happening on in the world right now than politics.
Yeah.
Well, crazy as that sounds.
That is
why wouldn't they want to create distractions with everything that we have going on? Why wouldn't they? I mean,
well, in the interest of the early American Continental Congress Congressional Army, the Minutemen, and all of that. All of us have a political responsibility as celebrities and experts to recognize the history of the American Army and the people who were smart enough to step in at the right time did. And I'm not advocating any violence whatsoever, for the record. Absolutely no. But we have to be militant in our rights and to keep them instead of losing them. And on the positive nature of this, what's going on above our heads, there is an astronomically unbelievable connection. We talked about this show after show, correct, Gillian? Where we're entering the new cosmic cloud into the upper atmosphere of our universe. As we speak, people, we are traveling through space, through virgin space we have not been in for over 300,000 years. And we are embarking on a new age. So the reason that we're viewing the political turmoil in our faces is because we are seeing a spiritual divisionism where right now, currently, which is part of the opening of the sixth seal, which we all know happened in November. I've talked about it repeatedly, and I'm not a Revelations guy, but I am aware because I have many college credits in world religion. So I'm studied, and I study every day. I was telling my daughter that earlier this morning about 8 o'clock. Anyway, I study every day, people, and what's going on is cosmic, and it's actually is connected to the Bible. And Rebecca, would you like to play that ridiculous video of the young lady that it was on the Facebook feed?
Oh, that's what I was finishing.
About Nibiru.
Yeah, give me a couple of minutes. I was just finishing.
Yeah, well, I can pre-log this with a descriptive targeting. There is so much disinformation out there about Nibiru. it would take you, and
Oh,
you
it,
can tell everybody as
yeah.
well, it takes you months to years to siphon through the crap just to find out the realities of what's already in. Nibiru's behind the sun, and it's passing one time. No, people, we've been staring at it for 15 years now. There's my button. I got to hit that button where that little guy says 15 years. I'll get one day, I promise. What's going on? And we have to go back all the way back to the beginning, because we've been watching this since day one, since they were a tiny blip in the sky that kept showing up in photographs. On the left-hand side, there it is again. There it is again. What is that thing? It's a bright light there. What is that bright light? What is that? Oh God, it's getting bigger. Oh God, it's getting bigger. Oh my God, what is this? And what's these objects in this cluster, in this group? And then we went off on the object cluster group, which is what we now call the OCG, because I'm going to type that 350 million times by now. And we kept telling everybody. We watched this shit come in, since they were tiny little colored dots, from the big stuff to the little stuff coming in and going over our heads and causing all the freak weather like you wouldn't freaking believe. And we've documented this for 15 years faithfully.
I have it ready now. See,
Rebecca.
Here it is. Mm-hmm. There you go. Hang on.
It's hilarious.
I say it's ready,
and
then
go up there, and I'll try to moderate in between
There's a lot
giggling.
of speculation that it's Nibiru. I agree with this,
Notice
and
the
I'm going to show
spelling.
you some wild stuff, and then I'll show you how
Nabiru.
it's actually biblical.
Nibiru.
Was what the late Abigail Gluck whispered. Like I'll say,
And this is handing you disinformation in childhood.
It gets creepier. I googled it and found a
Programming.
Only this. Nibiru is a planet listed in the writings of Zechariah Sitchin, particularly his book The 12th Planet. According to Sitchin's interpretation of Babylonian religious texts, a giant planet called Nibiru passes by Earth every 3,600 years and allows its sentient inhabitants to interact with humanity. These beings, which Sitchin identified with the Anunnaki of Sumerian myth, would become humanity's first gods. My favorite internet encyclopedia says there's supposed to be a collision. The Nibiru collision is a disastrous encounter between the Earth and a large planetary object.
Hit pause.
Believers in this doomsday event usually refer to
The planets do not collide. We've watched that for a decade. Go ahead.
Sam, that's the reason why I feel that a lot of people choose or don't want to hear about this, because everybody believes that scenario. And who wants to think about that?
We're programmed since childhood that the destroyer is going to come in and end all life. And
I heard somebody somebody said the other day, and I was like, wow, that's so true. If you're convinced that something doesn't exist, you're never going to look for it, let alone believe it. Okay?
Right.
And they've done a hell of a job between between NASA and between X or whatever, SpaceX. They have this narrative where they make us believe. I don't know. I feel like all of that's just show, honestly. But I do feel that they've done a really good job to make us believe that will never. That's impossible. That's not good science. That's not. So, if you're convinced that something doesn't exist, you're not going to see it, let alone believe it. It's like Christopher
Joseph
Columbus.
Goebbels,
We talked about this before.
1939.
When Christopher Columbus came to America, they had a fleet of ships out on the shore. None of the natives acknowledged it because they had no point of reference, no context. They didn't know what your mind, our minds work in a very weird way. It only collects things that are significant to us, that are important, that'll keep us safe, especially back then. That's a perfect example. And I think that's what's happening now, is that the disbelief that I see in people, that's the biggest problem, is bridging that gap. If we can just get them past the disbelief part, that's where people
I still see people asking about what kind of glasses do I get? What kind of gray sunglasses? Gray black. The trick is, and I was teaching this to Mark today. Let's look at this photograph in front of us right now, for example. Please keep it here. Mm-hmm. What is the first thing that your eye goes to? Do you read Our Sky or Nibiru first? Which one did you read first?
Me?
The idea is
It used to be that I would look at the sun. Not anymore.
Right.
I've trained myself away
Because you trained your eye to start with the dark area in the picture first and then work your way out to the light. And that is the first thing I kept having to remind myself in year 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. I retrained my eye because I watched these planets rise up from Antarctica on live Antarctica webcams, and there used to be like 8 of them back then. Now I think there's maybe 3, and they've completely changed the camera angles. Anyway, and we've lost so much technology since then, because hiding the skies worldwide. That's proven. They came up, and all of a sudden, boom! I realized what I was looking at, and I thought to myself, "Oh God, how come I didn't see them better on pre-arrival?" And then I went back, and it was because I was looking at the sun first and the dark second. And when I realized that they were so big.
When I was sifting through all the bullshit, when I was trying to find truth, I noticed. Well, now I realize it. In hindsight, when I look back on it, there's a lot of videos that actually almost train you to look at the light source. Like, that's literally what they do. Like, they tell you, look at the light source, look at the light source, look at the light source. I can't tell you how many times and how many of the money boys would actually tell you to look at the point of light when it's the exact opposite. You're supposed to be looking at the dark.
And they didn't even understand the basis of what they were talking about, and they were running off of one photograph. Yeah, please continue.
But yeah, it took me years sifting through a lot of crap, looking at the sun, because that's what everybody was focused on, the light, the light, whatever was producing a light. And you would see a lot of it where people would say, "Oh, it's another sun, it's this, it's that." And if you didn't know any better, you might get on board with that narrative, But fortunately, I was lucky enough to come across you. Fortunately for me, it took 2 years, right? Somewhere almost 2 years, but to find you, Sam. But I didn't fall for a lot of it, but a lot of people out there will. There's a lot of this stuff that is really easily. It's really easy to misguide somebody if you don't know what you're doing.
Jesus, we were really fortunate. We ran into this really nice lady that kept taking all of these photographs and then comparing the photographs to my drawing, and then she stuck them on one picture. She worked her butt off for like 3, 4, 5 years. And she's become a really unbelievable expert and accurate in her own right, and doesn't even realize it to this day, because I was watching her live show on TikTok the other day. Hi, you TikTok users. And she's very accurate. I don't have to correct her hardly at all.
Well, it's made the learning curve, Sam.
That's Rebecca.
Thank you, Sam. Thanks. That was fun too.
Well,
it was fun. Yeah, I feel like it's fun when we do those.
You cut the learning curve by half, if not more. I mean, the comparisons have been so helpful. I mean, even for us, more seasoned Skywalker.
Yeah,
I think.
I still,
you're still doing all those comparisons, and you should post them every weekly show. Show us everything that you put together this week, and have a file of those. We need to see those, because you did one from Afan, Hi Afan, and Petty, and we got a lot of pictures in this week, and you do I think you should share those comparisons, and we don't share enough of them with the viewers here. So
I'll play this one for right now, but I'm getting ready to show the more current ones in a minute.
Okay. Yeah, I just, it's like content. Yeah. We have tons of material I don't think we even cover sometimes.
Just for everybody understands what we're talking about, in case they don't know. Here's your drawings with photographs that people share, after the drawings were created, of course. So...
God, there's a lot in that shot. I need to look at that photo again.
Yeah, the photos, there is so much in things just now. It's as if the some of the stuff has moved all the way over to the other side.
Oh, and I hope people aren't missing the color of the skies lately. Oh my God, all week long.
And the dimness,
yellow.
the absolute dimness.
Yeah, that's because there's a light pinch going on. Mark sent me photographs today, and he's calling it a white sun. No, it's a pinched off sun. There's a portion of the sun that's actually missing and cutting into the side of Matim and Uri, and it's like very dim, where it's like some of our light is being taken away from us. Which of course is older, where the suns were centralized upon each other, co-orbiting for a few years in a row, which still boggles my mind. But we have to run up what we see, so the science sort of proves itself rather than predetermined assumptions. Yeah, people, we keep seeing this over and 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 over. 15 years. There's that button here. 15 years.
Mm.
And had we been wrong and not the money boys, we would have been piranha bait.
Right. There's no way I could sit there and just make comparison after comparison, and never run out. It's not like I have to go looking for a match,
Oh God, it's everything. It's in TV commercials and movies. I watch Time Team, and I can tell what year they made the video by what the sky looks like. Time Team, by the way, is an archaeological movie from BBC.
What is it called, you said?
Time Team. Write it down on a piece of paper. Time Team. It's about I watch a lot of archaeology. And
so do I, Sam. Now with all ever since all this, I can't get enough. Like archaeology, geology, because it all connects. We can all see.
And Rome. I study Rome every week, and I go in, and I'm still trying to memorize the order of the emperors. And last week I was studying Caligula, and God forbid, but there's so many stories about Caligula, so you have to kind of weed through. And I was promoting Mary Beard. She's a really good archaeologist. She reads Latin and Roman, so awesome series. And then there's other archaeologists that I follow regularly, and I'm always studying, I'm trying to run across that one piece of stelae or carving that has the two stars on it and all of that, and the planets, and the 7 planets and the Anunnaki, and I go through all of that, and and I'm constantly looking for crop circles, and so I could the crop circles actually they kind of keep me ahead of the pace, knowing what's coming, because the crop circles, they're early warnings.
Warnings, yeah.
They let you know that last solar one that came in Britain, about 3 or 4 weeks ago, is totally accurate with what exactly is happening right now with the sun. And
I've been obsessing over, Sam, is floods. Every religion out there, every part of the world has their flood story. And again, been obsessing, not with Graham Hancock, but with one of his colleagues, Randall Carlson. I sent back a couple of videos of that, in how there is so much evidence now that we have a different perspective. We can see things from a little higher view. There's so many flood evidence, and when I mean floods, I don't mean I mean floods that can change the entire topography of the whole state in a matter of because we have that we're seeing so much evidence.
3 years ago, that town is dead.
Exactly. You're in Missoula. In Missoula, those are the ones. That's really the ones that I've been obsessing over, because it connects all the way down here to the Great Salt Lake. I was just seeing that the Great Bonneville Lake. It used to be this entire area. In fact, right here where I'm sitting right now, it used to be under 1,000 feet of water, because it was a lake that was so vast and so huge, because it was all run down from the ice sheets that were in Missoula.
Glacial Lake deposit release floods,
Yeah.
mega floods,
Mega
monstrous
flood.
floods, and they happen all over the world
But
repetitively.
I think though, where mainstream science is telling us that it was something that happened for runoff, but I kind of disagree. I'm kind of with Randall Carlson on this one, where I think something more drastic had to have happened because what happened was
speaking of
carved out.
which,
What happened was carved out very violently. It couldn't have been just something that happened gradually. And I'm not saying all of it.
right? And I've often spoken about,
but there is evidence now that there could have been an asteroid that actually hit the ice sheet up in Missoula and caused this enormous flood.
What happened was there was a tectonic break in the Alberton Gorge, which is a series of mountains, which is slightly west of Missoula. And that was a tall enough mountain range that it retained that depth of water of about 1,000 feet, somewhere around there. And it filled up and emptied and filled up and emptied because of the Canadian ice flow in that area blocked it because of the weather. So then every once in a while, there would be an earthquake or a land movement or a volcano going off in our area that would undersea melt the shit, which would cause the lahar and a change in water. And then that's when the ice would eat through the Alberton Gorge and then go west into Idaho and then west into the Tablands.
Well, there's no evidence, though, Sam, of asteroid being struck in that area.
Yeah, absolutely. But we also have not talked about the 3,654-year crossing, because that was the Missoula Great Floods were 15 to 20,000 years ago.
Yeah,
there's been more.
What do they call it? The Younger Dryas period is what they call it.
Right.
Not completely.
I looked at their earthquake reports today.
It's definitely something to look into.
I looked at the earthquake reports today, and today, all of the tectonic plates are moving out in the middle of the South Pacific Ocean, in the middle of.
I think you tagged us in one of them, Rebecca, where you could hear the breathing underground. Shit. Yeah, I've been seeing that, and I've been seeing.
Yeah, that was scary. I'm gonna try to get it saved.
There's entire lands.
We have
moving. It is so. It's crazy.
We have Saru moving in on us.
We are seeing crustal displacement as we speak. We are.
Saru is coming.
It's just not happening in this violent way, but it's definitely happening. I mean, look at that whole village that was basically buried under rubble because of that landscape.
Speaking of which, I would encourage everybody out there, if you're listeners, go to SOTT weather. Type in SOTT weather. Unfortunately, the problem with that station, and they do a phenomenal job, but they're usually about 45 days behind the real timeline. I just got done this morning watching SOT weather for April. Do go look up the April 2025 report from SOTT weather.
Yeah, that's
and that goes and I immediately thought about the show last week where we were talking about Rebecca. Some guy told Rebecca, well, when the earth starts changing and it becomes important or dramatic, let me know.
Yeah.
And go to SOT weather.
You are, if you say something like that, you are so far behind. I'd rather not even speak to you because I can't even begin to get you on.
I know. It's like, where do I even begin?
If you're that behind in what's happening, then I'm sorry. You're just a lost cause, or you're definitely in denial for sure.
I know they're waiting for their NBC news channel to tell them, or ABC, or CBS.
Because to some people, if it's not on Fox or NBC News, it's not real. Go figure. We have to be self-taught. I keep saying this, guys, especially nowadays. Right now we're being bombarded with so much misinformation and bad information, and I'm not saying all of it is nefarious, but there's a lot of bad information because people are just talking out of their ass about things they don't know, or just something that they saw in
and distracted information.
YouTube, a lot of distraction. We have to sift through all that and have our own minds, guys, and be self-taught. hot. How if you're not watching the skies actively, you're not going to see this, and Sam, you said a couple of weeks ago, only you can convince you. I love that because yes, we can help you. We can kind of guide you, but if you don't see it for yourself, this shit's so crazy that you're not going to believe
Yeah,
it.
if you doubt us even in the slightest, this is why I was saying this earlier. Just go watch the sunrise.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the sunrise for my entire life, and I'm going to be 64 this month, has come up in the east.
Yeah.
The sun is not coming up in the east anymore. And all you got to do is get up at 4:30, go out in your yard, bring a cup of coffee and a blanket, whatever the F it takes. Get your ass out there. If you have one moment of doubt of anything what we're telling you, go watch that. And you'll go, holy shit, what is this? Because this is the premise.
But also, what did you say? How old are these people? You have to keep in mind too, because for us, I'm 42. I'm 42, going on 43 next week. To me, I saw the difference because not only have I always watched the sky, I've always had a fascination for it, but I'm old enough for that context. But a lot of people don't have that context. For a lot of people, these guys is all they know. To those younger people, I dare you to just break out the VHSs. Nothing digital because that could have been tampered with. Break out your VHSs, look at old movies, and look at the sky in those old movies. Very, very plain blues, one shade of blue. You have no dark anything. It's always the same consistent, boring skies that I grew up with.
And the clouds are on the horizon, and only once in a while would one pass overhead, and that would be a cumulus nimbus of cotton ball beauty, and bunnies and choo-choo trains and whatever, and unicorns and flying rainbows, but whatever. But nothing like what we're seeing in the extremes right now. And Reed Timmer on YouTube went up. We had a big supercell go through Montana yesterday. It was awesome. And then it went into Wyoming. And it was a beautiful two-banded supercell. And it had a dark base core. That is nothing compared to what we've been watching since 2018. And Necessity and her three-banded supercell and her centralized illuminated green core.
You were mentioning you were saying last week how everybody was focused on the little tornado instead of what was above the tornado. It's illuminated above when it should be dark. If it was just a
supercell has a dark base.
Be illuminated. It wouldn't be illuminated green or purple. It would be illuminated. It would be dark, right? But we're seeing these enormous illuminations. Nobody's watching above the little snail foot or little Necessity.
Rebecca, how many snail foot sightings did you get this week?
Oh, several. The Atu and Necessity.
Did you see the comment by one of the guys online?
Many.
And
did you see one of the comments that guy has made?
I haven't. We need to do that though. We need to go through the comments too. But yeah, it's
we haven't done that yet, have we?
Yeah, right. I'm gonna go change my laundry when we get
okay.
Okay, I'm gonna go put some socks on. My feet are cold.
Yeah, do that. Okay, well let me go look at the comments and see who all's here because I've been busy with everything else too. So let's get over here and okay, I know that name. It's our friend Sharon in Australia.
Sharon.
Hey Sharon, how are you? I wonder if she's out panning for gold today or not. That's what I thought about earlier. So
no, she's here today.
Oh, she did? Okay. Well, if you want to join us, let me know. I can send you the link. I thought she might, but then again, I don't want to impose. But either way, Sharon, but it's good to see you. You're number one, at least on my end. Experimental is here too in the UK. Hi, Experimental. Always good to see you. She never misses a show. Never. I can't remember a time she wasn't here, really. So good to see you. And here's our Colorado friend, Nicole. Good to see you too. I was talking to one of our viewers or followers on TikTok about her videos, because her videos are amazing. She gets the rainbow clouds literally in every time she looks at the sky, and she's in Colorado. Come to find out,
Somebody
and I'm
just
like,
asked a really interesting question, but called the rainbow clouds oil slick.
Yeah, yeah,
and it is like an oil slick.
It
It's clever, eh?
right. Well, then I thought of
You'll see the
Nicole
guys there.
when she said that. I was like, well, yeah, it makes sense. And I know Nicole gets the best pictures because it's a wide open
And
view.
thank you, Nicole, for what you sent me this week on the sun and on the temperatures for the United States, etc. Thank you. I did take all of that into account. Awesome. Thank you. Nicole, she's a good researcher. Thank you.
We have some
She always
pictures of
sends
her
me good
to
stuff.
look at in a little bit too. Yeah, she sent me some other interesting
Works
pictures.
hard.
We'll have to look at them and
Yeah,
see what
She's
we
a
think.
valued member of our
Something going
Skywatchers
on.
around the world, and she has
And
distinguished
she's
herself.
admin of Colorado Skywatchers Anonymous. That's the
That's
name
right
of
where I
the
was
group
going.
now. It changed a week or so ago, so I like it. It totally,
Yeah, I do too, because that way we know
pinpoints.
automatically where it is. I saw a new site called Texas Skywatchers, and if you're out there listening, I'm going to look into you. I don't know; it might
Who are
be one of
they?
our friends. We don't know.
Right,
But
maybe.
we're always looking for we're always looking for sister sites and new guests. So if you want to be a guest on our show, contact Rebecca, and she'd be more than happy to bring you in. Even if you have questions, or even if you're a doubter, if you want to troll us, we'll welcome you. I always enjoy a really good debate. I'm scrolling through everybody's comments, and I apologize for ignoring you guys out there. And we've been talking, but hey, by the way, it's been an awesome week. It's been an awesome week. We got so much to talk about. We're all excited. We do apologize, right?
Right.
Sorry
Okay,
for breaking up.
Here's Brendan. Brendan is here. Brendan, in Ireland. Good to see you. He never misses a show. Like never, ever. I'm towards the top actually, but it depends on who's looking at it. It's different order. I think.
Scrolling, and I can't find you.
Audrey's here. She's in South Africa.
Audrey's back.
I'm glad
you're back.
I was concerned about
Hi,
Audrey, Catherine. Last week, neither one of them were here, and they rarely miss, and they both were gone. So I'm back.
By the way, I just wanted to say I love the name edition. I love that you didn't lose the anonymous part to it. Kind of makes it easy when you're searching. Yeah. Both of our groups will all come out. So I kind of like that. That was really nice.
It kind of helps
Colorado
pull it all together, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I must be the only one that used a really different name and put anomalies in my name.
That's it.
Yeah, it did make it a little bit more difficult for me to find you originally.
I'm a secretive person.
Secret squirrel.
Right. Well, hi to Michelle.
Remember that cartoon? It's an American cartoon, A Secret Squirrel.
Yeah. Secret Squirrel. I'll Google him.
And look who's here. It's Alexander. He's in Germany.
Hello, Alexander. Great work this week. I just watched your moon.
I have a few clips of his show. Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah, he sent some clips too.
And let's go. It's DJ. DJ is
Hi, DJ.
And the intro rocks. I know. It's so all that, isn't it? So cool. Well, good to see you, DJ. And Andrew, our friend Andrew. He's up and coming photographer guy. I really enjoy everything you post, Andrew. I can tell he's working hard.
I just want to say Matt from last week who went on live. Awesome.
Matt Eagle.
I don't know that I've
seen
him.
I
don't know that I've seen him before, but I recognize the name. I just want to say that's awesome that you actually
from Minnesota.
We need more people who are willing to come forward and be public about it, because I think there's a lot of silent members out there, which is fine too, but we need more people who are willing to.
Yeah, well, and that's why we encourage everybody to be a guest here, because the more that average Joe, everyday person out there from here, there, here, talks and tells people that they too are seeing this, then of course it will carry on. I talked to Michelle Mountain again this week, Rebecca, and she wants to come on the show in a few weeks. So people out there, if you really want, I mean, we want to, even our friend in California, what is his name? It's either Michael or Steven.
Oh,
Daniel.
Daniel.
Yeah, Daniel.
Yeah.
Daniel. I apologize.
Daniel, yeah.
I
got so many people in my head.
Mountain's energy. I think she has a really good positive vibe. Daniel's another one that I really love when he pops in. I love
and that's how we found Sharon, and that's how we found
uplifting energy to him, and he's definitely seeing this stuff. So I love when he pops in.
Oh, and we also have to absolutely give out a huge shout out to Carol Ann. And hi, Christopher.
I know. I'm working my way. Working my way to Carol Ann. Here she is, in fact. There.
Carol
Hi,
Ann.
Carol Ann. Yay, she's here.
Yay,
I know.
Carol Ann.
It's been so long since we've seen you.
We miss
hopefully.
you.
I know. Hopefully, when she has a good day, when it's a good day for her.
She's never completely gone.
Never.
She's always in the
busy
background.
being a keyboard warrior for the
She's
Definitely.
for the TT train.
She's been a troll slayer here the last few days.
Yeah, she's busy doing the troll slaying again.
Hey, I have something to say
We
about
need
that.
to find her a troll slaying sword. We need to find
Okay,
like a
think
troll
something
dolly or
happened here.
something. Somebody has got to find
I think something happened here I want to complain about.
Oh,
I think you guys are removing the trolls so fast I don't get to play with them anymore.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Sam.
you know what? They're not
All
even
those
that
smilers.
entertaining.
Oh my god!
They don't.
You get a little thing.
They're not.
I'm
They don't
starting to
even-
get.
It's always the
I'm
same
starting
argument.
to
It's always the
here.
same argument. It's always the same argument. They have nothing new to add. It's always the same.
Well, the
thing.
other day,
Say,
the other day,
Yeah.
Gillian telling Sam, do you see what these trolls are saying on such and such a site? And by the time I get there, I can't find anything about what they're talking about. They took all the fun away from me. I didn't get to even read what the hell they were saying. It's like, super, in the Superman suit and the cape and everything. Carol Ann flies in and removes these people before I get to read it. Like, wow, come on, man, I want to be part of this.
actually,
What the hell are you talking
I
about,
was
Willis?
sad. There's not very many that have any intellectual comments going on.
They can't even fight with her because she's got an answer for everything. She'll
Well,
I
just answer
think
what I'm
she has a big
saying
broad
is
act.
most of them just leave the laughing emoji. That's I think it's just a automated
Yeah.
bot.
Well,
Yeah, there
Yeah.
must have been about
But
30
had-
of the mother suckers in there with their little funny faces going,
I
There are not
have so
very
many
many
wonderful
actually
people around me that do their job that they remove a lot of the crap. And so I don't even get to see
I
most of the
know.
trolling that goes on anymore. And I kind of miss it. Maybe I actually
Well,
enjoy
you have a
trolling.
TikTok account now, right?
see,
Sam?
that's why other people of the
There
Yeah,
you
world
go.
he
There you go.
does. Yeah,
I get to
he
learn a
does.
new
I
medium.
appreciate it.
Right there.
I heard
There he
you say
is.
last.
Got two
I heard you
videos.
say last week, Sam, on last week's show. You said that you maybe blocked 25 people in your entire
Yeah.
Nibiru
In 15 years.
career. I'm like, man,
Right.
I think I blocked 25 people just last month. I don't have patience for it. I am up for a debate, friendly debate. Okay,
Well,
it's
do you
always
know how
obvious.
many people?
So it's always obvious when you listen to somebody. It's always obvious if they're just there to troll, and then there's a difference between those and then people who actually are trying to maybe have a discussion.
Well, you remember our favorite troll from the East Coast, from New York State, and their group, and they would their entire group, and it was like 7 or 8 or 9. They don't have a big group, but anyway, 7 or 8 or 9 people always commented, "Well, Sam, if you have an argument with Sam, he'll just block you," and that was their big to-do speech.
True.
And it was like, not true. And that's why I still to this day emphasize I've maybe blocked 20. I love debating with people. I absolutely thrive. I mean, When I first started doing this in 2010, just after I gave 3 extra months for my non-disclosure agreement to hit the first government quarter rather than the annual quarter of transition of the year. Government first quarter ends in like April, which is why Montana Skywatcher was born April 9th. Anyway.
Well, Caroline says that these rules are really nasty,
okay.
Sam.
Let's keep going.
No, well, but when I first started talking, I was sweating bullets just to tell you guys any of this crap because I've been brought in. I've been brought in handcuffs into deep dark basements in federal buildings before. So I mean, where you're screamed at for many, many hours under a light in a chair in the middle of a dark room. No shit, cloak and dagger and all that crap. It's happened to me. And so I have this extreme, almost post-traumatic stress disorder from talking about this shit because they were threatening to deport me because I have a dual citizenship and I'm a first generation American and I'm an immigrant according to the current regime. And I could tomorrow be, and oh God, did I just hand them the answers? And if I go to Holland, I'll let you know. Anyway, big kick into my front door and all that shit. And every day, I was telling Jesus before the show that to this day, after the 1980 experience and the 1996-97 experience, to this day, every time I hear a car door slam outside my front door or anywhere within my hearing range, I freak out. I automatically go, oh shit, who's here? And I try to ignore it because it's so dramatic. And your heart races, you can't breathe, you get tight in your throat, your shoulders start wiggling, you get the adrenaline burn through your neck. I mean, I'm not kidding. And so when I first started telling these people this story, and then I started getting trolled over and over and over again, it really kind of chewed me up. But then over the years, I actually enjoyed the intellectual debate between and for to allow them to put their foot in their mouth and just sit there and chuckle over it. And I actually, long story short, to this day, I actually enjoy watching people give me shit over this because the 15 years that we all of us here today, we've proven this long ago. Where the F have you been? Almost left it, Carol Ann. We have proven this. We've proven this. My drawings, nobody, absolutely no one, and I'm not trying to, brag or pat myself on the back more than a little bit. No one has these accurate drawings for a decade. Zip. Right. Zeta Talk. No way. Nobody out there. Not the Money Boys, not anybody on YouTube. No one. Rebecca, Jesus, Christopher, Gillian, these guys are all experts and they all earned their place here today. Please, anyone talk? I'm going to grab a Ricola.
Okay, Sam. Let's see who's next in the chat here and see. We left off with Carol Ann. I'm glad she's here. Good to see you. Good. I'm all of the above. Okay. Marcus is here. Marcus, hey. Netherlands.
I sent you some stuff to PM, Carol Ann. Hi, Marcus.
Never misses a show either. Good for him, right? Good for us. He's always here. So I'm glad to see you, Marcus.
Transitions. The lily opens up and a drop of dew comes upon us and we see the cosmic to-do.
Look here, guys.
I started our conversation today with Rebecca with that. I was listening to Mystic, what was it? Earth Bell on YouTube. So it's a cosmic mystic day, people. We're transitioning toward the full moon. And by the way, this full moon is going to be really cool because all you guys are going to have really weird dreams and you're going to freak out and you're going to feel God syndrome.
About weird dreams. I had the worst one this morning. The worst one.
Yeah, we're stepping toward this full moon. We're all going to feel God syndrome.
I want to say hi to T. Racy and
a theater brain near you.
I want to show you all a picture. Where is it? Where isn't it? That's crazy. I had it all ready to go. That's okay. Give me a minute. But she sent me a picture of her wearing her new T-shirt that Sharon made. I know.
I saw that.
I saw that on YouTube. I was like, it's nice to put a face to the.
Yeah, I did put it on there. I put it everywhere, T Racy. I put it on Facebook, YouTube. Well, I'm gonna have to resave it and put it in here, because I wanted to show everybody her wearing her T-shirt, and she
And it's
already had.
colorful. I like
I
it.
love it. It's awesome. Right?
She already had somebody
She got
asking
more
about
color
what
than I
the
did.
earring.
T-shirt on. I took mine off because I was doing something for a minute with the
really
dogs.
comfortable material. It's great. She did a great job on them.
Bear with me.
I'm
It's
wearing a
so
Led
soft.
Zeppelin T-shirt, of course. My Nibiru Followers Anonymous T-shirt is in the laundry, and so I am currently wearing a Led Zeppelin T-shirt, as I always do.
Right?
I think I have 10 or 15 of them. Well, I met Robert Plant in 1997 in Idaho.
Cool.
He
Yeah,
walked
I
up
never
to me
had
and tapped
band
me on the
t-shirts.
shoulder. So that's bucket list right there, Buckwheat. That was
course.
bucket list. Well, yeah, Robert Plant walks up to you in a concert and taps you on the shoulder.
Oh, that's
I partied with David Lee Roth. I am friends with Huey Lewis.
cool.
You're
So,
gonna
you
sing
know.
us a
Locked
song,
up.
Sam. Get your guitar. Come on.
All
sing us a
right.
song.
Well, give me a minute, T Racy.
Well,
Stay
actually, I
tuned
did.
for
I
the
did have a
picture.
Columbia artist recording contract offered to me to sing as a backup singer. I've been in bands, and I can sing, and I was offered a contract that was very lucrative at the time, but had to turn it down because of parental. I had a son at the time, and I still have a son, but we don't know where he is right now. His mother walked away with him in 1998. Anyway.
Wait, did you just say you have a son,
Right.
son? Did I hear that?
Yeah,
right?
I have like a 30. I can't. God, I have to go back and earth the brain. I have a son that's in his 30s, and I have a daughter that is 18, and I have a daughter that is 16.
Oh wow, I did not know
Yeah.
that about you. That's
Yeah, I'm an old
Ages.
parent.
busy.
I started
man.
having kids in my
You didn't
40s.
have cable back in your day, or what's that's
Cable?
that-
Oh, when hey, Deuce, when I
I'm
grew
just-
up, I do remember JFK's funeral. When I grew up, we had 2 channels. And
I
don't
remember
even
that, and
currently
you had
have
to get up
cable.
and change the channel yourself.
Right, yeah.
You remember
And there
that?
was only
Sorry, Sharon.
12
I'll put it back on.
selections on the dial that went clunk, 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 clunk. And you had that big antenna because it was all local, and there was no such thing as cable. When I started doing computer work, it was on the teletype.
Okay, yeah, I
I'm
think
not kidding.
you're on your own on that one. Sam.
Yeah.
That one's a
Well,
little
when I
past-
was a teenager, I could write. When I was a teenager, I could write docs.
I think dial up internet was about as far as I go back, and Windows.
Yeah,
XP.
I learned to write
Yeah.
DOS. I don't remember any of it. None of it. Zip, zero,
I hear you
gone.
complaining about Windows 11 going away. I hated when Windows
Yeah.
XP went away.
There it is.
Yeah, I like Windows 8. Windows 8 was my favorite because it was computer friendly, and now nothing is computer friendly. Everything is set up for phones. And so, like I was talking to Rebecca about going on TikTok, I have to set it up for the computer, not for the phone. And it's a completely different process. And just like Christopher experienced with the laptop versus the phone.
Oh, I just switched from
Yeah.
Samsung to iPhone, and I had iPhone, and then switched to Samsung, and now I went back to iPhone. Oh my
Wow.
God, I will never switch again. I'm just gonna stick with iPhone because God, it is such a pain in the ass when you're not tech savvy. When you're not very tech savvy, switching all your stuff
Yeah,
from one
yeah,
operating system to the
I
other.
hate
nice.
change. I hate change. From the
And then I didn't remember
Wait,
my
where
Apple.
are you?
I didn't remember my Apple password, so I had to just open a whole new account. And I hate that I lost.
No.
There's so much that I lost. So
gotta start
annoying.
Oh yeah,
Sorry,
hey, I'm on my computer. Knock on wood. Rebecca, is T Racy in Texas?
No, she's in UK.
Okay, so it's so
Oh, okay.
hot there. Huh? Oh,
She's in the
GB.
UK.
Duh, I could
Great Britain.
almost
Uh-huh.
read. God, I
Yeah.
didn't. I'm sorry, I didn't read your comment fully.
But I love her T-shirt. I
do
love her
too.
T-shirt. It's mine.
And I love
But
that she's
it looks
sporting
great
it
on
out
you.
in public. She's sporting
And
it
she
out
had
in
somebody
public.
ask. They said, "What is Nibiru? What is Nabiru?"
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, Nabaru. Yeah,
What is Nabiru?
Nabaru.
Don't spell check or anything. Don't check it. Anyway,
guys,
but
can you imagine?
uh
Can you imagine if we went back that 15 years and all of us learned about Nibiru today?
yeah. Oh,
Oh,
man,
man.
I do. I already know. It's only because I was looking, for Nibiru information. I just happened. What are the odds? Tiny, like tiny odds that I would click on a YouTube video that had Sam talking on it. I mean, that's how I come about all of this in the first place, because I was looking for Nibiru information,
Cool.
and there was Sam in the mix, and for some reason or another, it's his video that stood out more than the red planet on fire is going to crash. And, I guess it just didn't
Well,
ring
they're
right
making
to
a
me,
mess
huh?
of it this
The
week, aren't
wind
they?
destroyer.
People are
Oh,
just
man.
going to town this week.
They're going
with the
bonkers.
content.
Uh-huh.
It's
They're
And
red.
we
seen
wouldn't be
videos
here.
for some
Yes,
reason
it's
this
heavy.
week and last week it's been out of control. People are making all this content. Nibiru, it's here, it's just come, it's finally here. It's like, what is going on?
Yeah.
And they're
Yeah,
getting
there's-
all these,
I've been
This
like,
has been going
crazy
on for
amounts of
4
views.
billion years, 4 billion plus years, people. It's
Yeah.
cyclic. It happens over and over. And where do you think Earth's water came from? Remember back in the early days, and when we had this rust ball with moisture from oxygen and hydrogen mixing? Well, where do you think the serious amounts of water that are covering this damn planet came from? Magic? Some iguana pooped it out? What? No. People, the reason our planet is covered in Earth is because we've seen rain bombs from necessity. People, we know where it's an interaction. That's the crashing into us thing that we're experiencing. This freaking weird. Oh, by the way, I also sent you, Rebecca, a couple of shots that Nicole provided, I believe, of what's going on in the South Pole right now. Oh my God!
Okay.
It's just, it's a
Yeah.
brief topic.
See
You
if
can
I
click
got it.
whenever you
Oh,
wish.
sure, I got it. Okay.
You can always talk about it later. But people, this
I'll look
is
for it.
happening. It's cyclic. It happens over and over and over again. And we're sitting here watching it, trying to scream this out to you guys that we have, mountains, and I do mean mountains of information correlated that all points to the same damn thing, including my drawings, which are absolutely accurate.
It's incredible.
You can't make this shit up. I couldn't be that. I couldn't be the magical. I'm not.
Who has the imagination
No.
to come up with this shit? First of all,
Right.
and then
Ahead of time.
coincidentally,
Ahead of
it just keeps
Right.
it just keeps piling on. The evidence just keeps piling on. Somebody said last week, one of the comments said that Sam was only telling us what to see. Well, somebody has
We've been
to.
there before.
Somebody has to. Somebody has to, because everybody else has. He said when in our group we post and then we all talk about what it could be. Could you imagine the mess that's going to? We see this all the time. We see groups just running around with 0 point of reference, 0 discipline, 0 rules, and it becomes
Right.
a shit show, a complete shit show. You need structure. You need some point of reference, and you're it, Sam. You're the one that actually has pointed us in the right direction. Because trust me, I'm a perfect example of how lost somebody can be. Thankfully, I didn't fall for a lot of the bullshit that I came across in my.
And I didn't start this out.
But
I didn't start this out trying to sell T-shirts or camping supplies or survival gear or make money.
That's
off
another
it.
reason Sam, why I gravitated towards you guys, because that in one of the videos, that's one of the first things that was brought up. We're not here. We're doing this for free. We're not here for subscription fees or any of that shit. And I was like, wow, this seems aside from the fact that your voice just kind of really resonated with me, but on top of that you're like, we're not here. I think your old buddies, your old partner, James. I think he would put on his video, he would put no money, no subscriptions, no bullshit. Right. And I was like, I love that, because this is about the love of just putting this information out there. This is and we ask for donations because it costs money. It costs Rebecca money. It costs Sam money. It costs everybody. There's time. We ask just for a small donation just to keep that going. But we're not here to make to become rich on this. And I'm not closing the door. If some philanthropist out there wants to take us on and bring this information further, fine. But we are here because we believe in this message. We are idealists. I consider myself an idealist. I believe this is important and this is significant, and it's my calling that we put this information out there, because not everybody is seeing it. There's only very few of us that actually has a grip and a handle on what is happening, and on that are willing to go public with this. I think that's very important to me. That's a very important thing to do, to be a part of. Absolutely important. So.
Me too. I agree. And I know Freezy feels the same way. Otherwise,
Hi, Freezy.
She wouldn't always be here every Saturday. Never misses a show. I'm glad you're here, Freezy. And she's in the UK too. Several people. Okay, and let me finish getting through here because I see Thomas. He's here. Thomas, our friend Thomas in Germany.
Hey, Tom.
He's in the green room. He snuck in. So
He's been posting pictures.
yeah, he's been doing a great job.
Freaking awesome.
Sandy Cheeks.
Hey,
is
save
here.
some of the onion dip for us for later.
Yeah, but I'm glad you made it, Sandy, because she wasn't here last week, so I'm glad you're good.
Yeah.
Sweet. And Jennifer, yes, us Earthlings are here. Hi, Jennifer.
Jennifer.
Good to see you too. And Sabrina is here. Hi, Sabrina.
She
Yes.
wondered if Sharon's been to a convention yet, but that's not quite yet. She's
Uh-oh.
still doing the getting ready thing.
Aaron Perry. Hi, Aaron Perry.
And you guy.
I don't recognize that name.
Yeah, new name for me. New name.
Well, welcome.
That's awesome.
Stick
Very
around. On the surface, this sounds like we're crazy, but if you give us a little bit of time and actually let this
We'll grow on
information
you.
soak in, you'll know that we're not the crazy ones.
No.
What website is he on about?
Stacy's
Yeah,
not
hi
crazy
Stacey.
either. Hi, Stacy. She's our
I
Montana
know, it
lady.
became so important, and we were all so willingly gathered together as a deep, very large group of friends from around the world that we had to actually step forward and do YouTube and TikTok and everything for everybody, because the culmination of the information that all of my friends that I'm looking at right now alone absolutely deserves to be shared with the world, because each and every one of these people has worked their ass off for you, because not to give, but because they enjoyed it and they love it so much. And all of these people have found their own jobs. They found their own placement. Christopher has his way of doing things. Jesus has his way of doing things. Gillian does things her way in her area. And that's why she's, our number one Scotland person that we've always known. And she came up here from South Africa. She goes way back, people. And all of these people have earned their places today. And I respect every one of them. And I can never, ever thank any of you enough. And I do apologize that I don't do it more often.
Well, likewise, Sam.
No.
Because I'll
Thank
tell
you,
you,
Sam.
I think all of us here were in a bad spot mentally when we knew something was different, but we couldn't put our finger on it. It almost drove me nuts, and knowing brought me such peace of mind. Even though it's kind of a trade-off, you're now in a club of people who see the world
Not
for what it really
4%
is,
or something.
and that's gonna fuck with you. Excuse me, Carol. I already paid for that one, but it's gonna mess with you. It's gonna mess with you. But it doesn't make it any less real, guys. So
yeah, and I've known about this since 1980. Now, I wrote my paper in 1978. And by 1980, after I became an adult, then I was literally given a non-voluntary vacation. And they threatened me, and we talked about this earlier and before the show. I was threatened with deportation to a country that I've never been to, but yet because of my citizenship, I could be removed because I'm an immigrant. I'm a first-generation American, but I'm also considered oddly an immigrant, and they threatened to, they owned my education because I went to public school. And people, you have no idea. Not any one of you sitting in any chair in anywhere around the world know what I'm talking about until you have this happen to you. When you sit handcuffed in a room and they question you for multiple hours, and your First Amendment rights and everything else, and your Fourth Amendment and all your constitutional rights are no longer being observed, you don't know what that feels like. So you have to realize that, you know, I started out doing this, and all of you guys have paid in the volumes and the stacks of information that has culminated in this debated, ongoing, close friendship that we've all had, and we all correct each other. So it's not just me. I'm not the, you know, superstar, although I do have skills, and I've earned my place as well.
I wouldn't say it's like correcting each other. We compliment each other. You know, there's been so many times where I'm like, I don't know what this is, and then I'll message Rebecca, or I'll message any one of you, mostly Rebecca, because she's good with that stuff, you know.
Well, Rebecca has her comparative.
We help each other. I've had to go back and edit my heading on some of my posts, because I learn every day. Every day I learn something, and we all just kind of compliment.
You have the famous index finger. Christopher edits great videos and puts out some kick-ass, scary music that rocks us all.
The creative process is absolutely amazing. Like that time where you find your own little niche, you know, which I think you did great with that. You kind of found your place already, Chris. Gillian.
We knew he would.
Rebecca. I love that creative process. I love seeing that when new members come.
And there's many more out there. Alexander, Petty, you know.
Alexander is I would say he's the close-up king. That's where I would say his.
He's got something that we don't have, that he can pull in that refined shot.
Yeah, I just wish he would zoom in slower. You know me, I like to look at it really slow, and I want to see what I'm looking at. By the way, and then there's Thomas that we were talking about.
Yeah,
and he sent in some stuff this week. He sent in some stuff this week that is just absolutely insane.
I can't wait to show it.
Whenever you're ready, we could talk about that. People,
here's Sussy.
Do we want to?
Hey, Sussy, how are you? I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, we're not done yet, are we? We're not done yet with people, are we?
No.
Okay.
I'm almost.
Move on.
I'm working on it. I know. Lock it. But yeah, we said hi to Stacy, Sabrina, DJ.
You buy Ricola.
Making sure I don't miss anybody. Looks. So far, we've covered all of these. Oh wow! Look at there. Money. Thank you, Jesus. You're awesome. Very much. Yes, that's right. It all helps out tremendously. I mean, it makes all the difference, actually. So
we want to see dancing cats, though.
Right.
That's what makes
dancing cats. What can I
do? That increases our ratings. Dance cats always increase our ratings.
Oh, here, this one's called Cat Dance Party. That's why I named it. Let's see. I forgot. Cat Dance Party. What does it look like? Oh yeah. Oh boy, that's the place to be. I want to go there.
I have a question for Christopher.
Woo-hoo.
Christopher, did you post a video from last year?
Thank you, Jesus.
Today?
Yeah.
You did?
I think so.
One of Yuri and Matim? Okay, good. Okay, here I was freaking out thinking you posted it a year ago, and I just got it.
Oh.
No, I posted it today.
Thank you, Sharon.
Older videos this morning.
Okay, cool. We have to show that too, because oh my God, that side view of Yuri and then Atu and then the ring of Atu and I was like, grabbing popcorn, munching away and drooling. And it's a long video. It's good. It's good. I liked it.
All right, let me find her a little something cute
All
here.
right.
I can't get to my. But thank you, Sharon. And she said she wants to see more people wearing these cute T-shirts. I don't blame her. That seems like
Absolutely.
ideal, and we can all match and be Twinkies. All right, it's a dance
Don't mention
party.
food.
This is where you could wear your T-shirt at the disco.
This is where you can wear your T-shirt.
Yeah.
everybody.
Oh, hey, it's Richard Brooks. He's here,
Richard.
aka Rick.
Richard.
Rick on TikTok. He's Rick.
I don't know if I recognize the name, but welcome.
Yeah,
I
I know.
haven't
Rick.
gone to the last 2 shows, so I don't know.
Yeah, see what happens when you miss staff meetings.
Yeah.
Now, for a
I
long time, I
always-
didn't know.
You did. I'm always listening. You said that in last week's show. I'm always listening. I am always listening.
Yeah.
There's not a single show that I don't complete. I might not be here, but I do go back and listen to every one of them. Still working on the last one, but kind of takes me a little bit. But I watch all
Look
of
at
them.
that. Look at there. Sussy. Of course you can be on the show. That'd be
great.
wonderful. Yes, Sussy.
Absolutely, we'd love to have you on.
All right.
Everybody is
Name your
encouraged
win.
and
Name
welcome.
win.
Come on.
Mhm.
Yeah, you stay on as long as you like. 5
Yeah.
minutes, 10 minutes for the whole show, and and then
Yeah.
and then we'll talk about you behind your back afterwards. No, I'm only joking.
That's so cool. Well, good for you,
All part of
Sussy.
the
Yeah, we'll be in touch. I'll message you. We'll get it lined out, get the details.
See, we don't do that. We don't. That's what we try not to have happen, and we don't have that happen. That's been the number one rule in Montana Skywatcher from day one, which is why I kept the iron glove or the great big beheading axe close at hand for people who were less than polite to each other, and I had strong science rules. And all of this information, people, has been gathered through those science rules, and we've never had any infighting, never. So let's keep it.
Because, only those that are serious. You were saying last week again. Keep quoting last week. You were saying last week that we see a lot of people come and go, and we do. We see a lot of people that come and go. Like it's like to some people, it's like a stepping stone to their next crazy conspiracy theory. But occasionally, we have people. We have a lot of people like Chris that actually do, once they see it. I always knew when I met Chris, I was like, he's a keeper. He's gonna be here for the long run. But it's always we see so many people come and go, and very. If it hadn't be because we have some structure, we the group wouldn't have worked. You have to get.
I tried to keep.
You have to keep a handle.
I tried to keep,
it gets out of hand. You either have bots.
I tried to keep track of the number of waves of newbies that we had hit, wave after wave after wave of new people that went through the expose of how far we got out there, and everybody, we'd get the newbies in, and oh my God, and their favorite term is sundog, and we went through that with and Nibiru is red, and it's going to crash into Earth, and Nemesis. By the way, Nemesis is the Roman god for gladiators. And because the planets cross, they're like, Nemesis.
No, okay.
That's the name of the Roman god for gladiators.
Is it from Greek mythology? Is that where that
comes
from?
Roman. From the Roman pantheon.
Okay.
Which is post-Greek.
And I hate the word mythology. I hate it because I feel like
I love it.
Well, I don't like that it implies it implies that it's just made up stories. Because a lot of
I watch
a lot of it is actual.
I watch
history.
Roman. I watch Greek. I watch Byzantine. I watch Sumerian.
I love it. I just hate the term. I hate the term. Just as much as I hate the term conspiracy theorists. It's just it implies that it's not real. And I don't like that.
Well, to quote some of a very large portion of the great masters throughout history, in order to understand the future, we must look to the past, because the past is always deemed to repeat itself, especially since man does not effing learn.
And if you know this information, if you know about the binary twin, and then you go back and look at her history, it makes so much more sense, and it's so much easier.
Bingo! You win a cookie.
That is what I have
Yeah,
been
exactly.
so.
Then you can start pattern watching all the story, all the
Exactly.
storylines, and all the kind of characters.
Geology, archaeology, all that stuff, ancient ruins, all that. It all has to do with what's happening now. Everything. The
As Shiloh
reason why
calls
we
it,
were
all the
obsessed,
oleologies.
why we
All
were
the
obsessed
oleologies.
with astronomy is because we had to, because these things happen every so often that we had to be familiar with our skies. We had to be familiar with celestial happenings. We had to. We've only lost that over the past few hundred years, but we've always been obsessed with that, and now it's like looked down on to be a sky watcher. It's might as well be a philosopher now, where nobody respects that. Everybody
There seems to be a very large anti-science movement.
Absolutely.
Intellectuals are being discounted and name called and maligned. We are in a cultural transition in the world, people. That I do recommend you look up in 1937, 8, and 39 in world history, because we are in the middle of a planetary fascist movement. And oh, by the way, I had to mention this. Just have to. It's my duty. We're in a new proxy war with Iran and Israel. And that too is in Revelations, people. And I don't quote Revelations, but I'm giving you a cross reference for those of you who do. What happened on the, I think it was the 14th in the early morning of Israel and Iran have now decided to really bomb the living crap out of each other. And I think it's bullshit. I wish they'd quit. And for the record, nuclear installations were hit. And as a human being and a scientist, it is my duty to warn people there is a very large possibility that if they did hit their target, anyone downwind on the planet may be experiencing radiation in the atmosphere. Now, there have been numerous UV warnings around the planet, including in Montana, Lolo, where they are warning people not to go outside. People, you have to look this shit up. Don't take their word for it, but that happened on the 14th, 2 days, or 13th.
Well, there was
yesterday.
A mushroom cloud. I think somebody recorded soon.
So we probably have a new
TikTok,
radioactive.
we're talking about that. How the
Do not go out in a rainstorm for the next month. Do not go out in the yard in the sun unless you wear very thick clothing with long sleeve hat, all of it. If there is radiation going around the earth right now in our atmosphere, it happened to me. You guys know it did. I got bombed in a rainstorm after Fukushima, and I have exterior thyroid cancer from the only way that I could have ever been dosed. Well, there would be two ways. Somebody either put radioactive material in my home, or I got it on that storm. And that's what the doctors told me. They didn't ask me if, they asked me when.
Yeah.
Which is why I have to do Ricolas and drink pop in order to keep talking. And I suffered for years from radiation.
I was just going to say, Ricola came up on the upside of that one.
Yeah. Well, they could sponsor us anytime now. I'm more than welcome. Talk a deal. When it comes to Ricola, I do have a price.
It goes with the territory. Like, there's no way you can come to this side of science and not be thought of as crazy, unfortunately. But
once I am a hippie.
Once you see it, like, it doesn't matter what people are gonna say because you see it. It's not like we're imagining shit.
Hey,
I've time-lapse planets moving across our sky. Like there's no.
I'm that crazy guy. I'm that crazy guy up in Montana. Remember?
There's no disputing that.
Evidence.
It's Ashley here.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you tell me. It doesn't matter how crazy you think I am. It doesn't change the fact that I.
Hi, Ashley.
And if you could say I'm crazy, but what my videos? I mean, clearly show.
Yeah, your famous index finger.
That's
Shows a
what
striped planet.
finger.
It shows a
What's that?
Saturn
What's
moon.
that? Jesus said from the very beginning, and he put his finger even when he was talking to me in South Africa.
So it
Yeah,
makes
yeah,
no
your
difference.
videos. No one.
It makes no difference to me what people tell me or try to convince me otherwise, because I've seen
No
it.
one can argue with your videos. You're laying out your index finger and you are pointing to the frickin' side of the planet. There is no damn way anyone can argue with that.
We
I've
have
loved
And
more
there it is,
evidence.
and
We
there it
have
is,
more
and it goes
evidence.
like that, and it sits in a little cup.
There's
Or
Furry
how about the
side.
mushroom ones, with the
Yvonne.
stands
Yeah, and-
underneath, like
And on top of
there's
that, we have
stands and
thousands.
underneath these big curves.
And in 15 years,
Beautiful.
we have thousands of those examples.
It sucks, but at the same time, like there was a time where I did kind of get offended. Now I'm like, God, you don't even know what you're missing. Like you don't know what. I kind of feel bad for these people because
Yeah.
I'm like, you're missing a hell of a show, and I really wish that I could open your eyes, but apparently it doesn't matter what I show you because it's not gonna make a difference.
You
He's
have to have a
got
USB
such a cool
port
name,
installed in your brain.
Yvonne is so
I've shown
cool.
Right.
I've showed my
Thirty?
striped planet to people numerous times, and they act like it's like what more evidence do you want? Like it's like
The problem is,
it's just I don't get it. Like
It's the people that didn't
you
see
would
them
think
from the
that we
very
were,
beginning. When
Bingo,
I seen
Gillian,
that
you're
thing
right.
next to the sun,
the problem
that was
is
this
exactly
fat little
that.
planet.
When we first started seeing Yuri come in, when she was small, 2013, and then there's the stripes on planet Yuri. We've got all these pictures going all the way back 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016. And we know what the planets look like when they were small. And that same damn photograph to this day, when Yuri's totally in the front of our face, just like Christopher's video we were talking about earlier that he posted from last year. Awesome, awesome side of Yuri shots. Just unbelievably, and I hope we get to watch it. And that damn big ass huge gas plant is right in our faces, and it still matches a decade later, just like Christopher's capture of the Texas Cube in show 104.
I know.
A decade later, it matches.
Furlu side is here, and we're almost done. And Yvonne is here. Hi, Yvonne from the UK. I'm glad to see you here. And One Ohm is here with a very nice comment to me. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. It's super nice. Very thoughtful. Glad you're here. Albert Joseph is here.
Hi, Albert.
Hello, Albert.
Very nice. That might be the last one. Oh, no, it's not. It's Rodney. Of course, Rodney's here.
Okay.
Where have you been, Rodney? But he's here. Like, I'm glad.
Yes, Rodney, you're absolutely correct. I am in mid-rant. I am ranting today.
Good to see you. Good to see you, Katie Jo in New Jersey. And Girl Scouts here.
Hey, Katie Jo.
I know, you and me both. Crazy.
You're always liking Girl Scout.
Right. And hey, Ginger's here, my TikTok friend. Well, TikTok and YouTube.
I think Christopher fell to the floor.
I don't know. But yeah, that too. But hi, Ginger.
What happened to Christopher? Did he fall?
I think he fell to the floor. I heard a crash.
I think he went for some snacks.
That's it.
Oh, you're safe. We thought you fell.
2 hours.
He went for snacky poo.
Oh.
Are you still dog sitting, Christopher?
No, I try. No.
Huh?
Thank God.
That was a cute dog.
No more dogs.
That was a cute
No
dog.
more dogs.
And I don't know what kind of dog doesn't like being walked. That's just crazy to me.
Yeah, you wouldn't go out.
So I'm going to bring Thomas in now.
But then again, you're in Vegas. Maybe that's why.
Yeah, because he might be asleep. I don't know. Let's see if Thomas is awake. I'll tap him on the shoulder. Here we go. Tap, tap, tap. Thomas, hello. Are you there?
Hello, everybody. How it's going? Hi, Rebecca. Hi, Sam. Hi, Jesus. Hi, Chris. Hi, Gillian.
Yeah. How are you, Thomas?
Hi, all the Waltons.
How's Germany?
I'm fine. It's sunny. Today was swimming day, so I relaxed in the sun. Yeah, it's hot, but I get trained before, so I don't get red like Christopher, so I'm fine.
It does not turn red.
Yeah.
Well, that's awesome. Awesome. We have so many videos to watch today that Thomas has been rounding up for us, y'all. We have a series of lightning videos and then a series of other videos, and they're all really good. So
Mysterious.
Yeah.
I feel like we should start with his videos today, since he's been,
Yay.
There are a lot of videos, so
to find the best of the
thank
best.
you, Thomas. Thank you. I think these are the most awesome videos we've gotten in a while, and they were blocked. To everybody I sent them, they couldn't open them.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Right.
So yeah, but I sent Rebecca, I think, 5 videos. I told you 5 videos are very cool. The other stuff is also cool, but I don't know how much time do you want to spend in looking the videos. But yes, we can do it
all the time we want. That's the beauty of it. It's our show.
I think they're all important.
I was just gonna say about when Sam said about his ranting. Hey, man, this is a place to do it. This is a place to do it.
Thank you, sir.
Now, some of these I've already got on your series, Thomas.
I think they're important. I think they're going to teach us to look at what's floating outside of our planet. I mean, in one of the videos, especially, I did view the material that he sent me. As they're rising in space, and this is of course views from space shuttles and from the platform and everything. Anyway, the ISS, etc.
Yeah.
I first of all, I want to show you how they're talking about it. They're not reporting the fact that they're seeing so freaking many star destroyers you wouldn't believe. And yeah,
I'm saving them, and we'll watch these
stars,
first.
and also around and close proximity to Earth. Below, when you see Earth, keep in mind that there's a shitload of satellites below you. That will identify most of the objects that you're about to view. That's in the Earth proximity videos, but there are deep space videos as well. I mean, it's unbelievable what they're filming, and what they actually release compared to what these videos are is like miles away from each other. We're talking, from Berlin to Los Angeles. I mean, miles apart. What we see versus what they're actually doing up there, and I think these are great representations. And I thank you, Thomas.
No problem. I find them. I don't do that on my own. But Rebecca, I think the best videos are from Friday. So there are 4 from Friday, and the last one I think is from today. The first one. But you can play them all. It's up to you. Yeah.
Right. I'm gonna go ahead and play these from what you just sent me. Okay, the ones that you just sent me, and please we have others after that are already saved from yesterday. So there, from Thomas. All right.
Yeah, a lot of videos. Sorry.
I know. Well, you're a busy guy. He's
yeah.
Yeah. And he's been sharing really good posts on TikTok, I'll add. So, which is nice. I've been sharing pictures with him, and then he turns them into nice slideshows, and his following is growing because he has awesome content. So I'm happy for you, Thomas.
Thank you. I have a good source for the pictures,
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I was like, you and me both, right? You and me both have the best pictures.
Yeah.
And he goes live a lot, and I scroll through, and he'll be talking in German, just talking away, telling everybody,
And that's how it comes. That's how it all comes together, guys. That's how it all comes together. One of us puts this, the other one puts that, and then we mash it all together. And then
you say it, Sandy Cheek. Show it.
I know. I'm saving it right now. I'm saving it. I can't wait. They're crazy looking. I guess they're all Star Destroyers, or almost all of them. We'll see. Like
Not everything is a Star Destroyer, but yeah, there's a lot of ships or craft, how you want to call it, on the video. It's crazy, very crazy. Yeah, I love it.
I know. I like that channel. I didn't even know it existed. I'll have to go follow that one next. Alien something. Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah,
Did I tell you my oldest son? His name is Thomas.
it's a cool name. I know.
Right.
Yeah, obviously I like that name a lot. Yeah. So his name is Thomas.
We have a criteria for identifying Star Destroyers. We look for the triangle, you look for the conning tower, and you look for the shadowing and light and illumination, and you go, is this real with the light, and which is also whether or not it's Photoshop or bullshit, which is most is not. But what I saw from your videos was just like undeniable. So look for the triangles. Don't look at the dots. Look for triangles. Start with little tiny slices of pizza, and then look for the conning tower on the back of that slice of pizza.
But there are also other stuff, Sam, huh? Not only the smaller craft. I think some bigger than the Star Destroyers, in my opinion, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, there's the cubes. Don't forget both cubes. And then there's also, we've seen evidence of fighter craft docking stations. We've seen the space tubes, repetitive space tubes, more than one. We've seen smaller cubes beyond the two main cubes. But I've always tried to stick to topic where we didn't throw too much information so we wouldn't come off like absolute wackadoos. But yeah, we've got evidence of, we have seen two cubes next to the sun that were not the long box cube and the Texas cube. We've seen the Texas cube next to a smaller cube. And so there's more. Yeah, always look for the conning tower. So, wow. People, and it's just like Star Wars. And I have myself personally twice in 2 times in my life seen one of these SOBs, which means son of a bitch. I've seen 2 of these SOBs up close, one over me, one parked, and they're freaking real. And if you don't listen to me, you're a fool, because I have seen so much shit you wouldn't believe, and this is where how I can give the information.
What, you mean park, like landed? It was like landed on the ground?
Yeah, on a base in the United States. Wow. And they're freaking, they're like 3 football fields long or more. I mean, that's just, a rough guess, didn't have my laser measurer, but yeah, they're freaking huge. And I've seen one fly overhead before, and they're absolutely silent in the sky above you. They don't have a motor sound. There's a hum that scares the living shit out of the animals in the forest, but and I know that for a fact too. So trust me when I say these freaking things are here, and they're real. And I know, 2019, I watched them in April of 2019. I watched them offloading out of the freaking cubes by eye for hours. And that's when I finally said, oh, look, I've got to include this in the information, because, we're Montana Sky Watchers, we watch the planets and blah, blah, blah. And I always hesitated talking about extraterrestrials, because I have information that I don't have more facts than I wish I did, if I could phrase it that way.
All right. I have it now. I have them saved, guys. I'm going to go ahead and start playing it. Yeah. Sure. And I just want to say hi to Lori. Lori's here too, from California. Hey, Lori.
Well, what it is we have enough information culminated that long ago we have proven this shit is real, period, across the board. June 2019.
Afghanistan and India.
Now, the lights you're seeing is the side of Earth.
Discovery also moving into sunrise.
Wow.
Okay.
Some of those can be satellites, but what is the rest of this moving craft going on? Into these airplanes? What are this one I had not really. These are city lights on the side of the planet. Planes flying around. I doubt that's planes, but wow. And yeah, there's probably a lot of ships leaving, coming and going. And look at I asked some people on the street the other day about it, and they said, yeah, ET's up above us. But they didn't have any information. They didn't have any facts, but they knew it's going on. And we talked about this for years now. The commodities are being collected and transported and loaded onto the space tubes and sent through wormholes. And we've got how many hundreds of sightings of wormholes and ships going into them and coming out of them over the last decade. And all of us here have seen this.
Okay.
Whoa.
That's the ISS. That was probably
So who's taking the
speed
picture of
up
the ISS?
of the shuttle.
Right.
I'd not
Is that
seen this one
really
either.
real?
That's the International Space Station.
I mean, what's filming them?
What's filming then?
Probably a shuttle on the way close to coming into dock.
Or the Soyuz or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, back when we were having to come in on Russian rockets. So
right.
notice what's in the upper left corner.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the big planet?
What was
that
that?
thing.
Oh, okay.
Look what's in the upper right. Look what's in the lower left.
Look at that. There's this.
And then you start to look at the small shit. In dead center, just upper is the Empire orb right there. See the dot? That's the Empire orb.
Mm-hmm.
And this,
Wow.
And the
Yeah,
dot
look at
above
that
it.
thing down there on the left. Look at that. La la la.
There's all kinds of shit up there, you guys. And the ISS is not showing you that. All they're filming is the base of Earth as they roll by Earth now. They're pointing the cameras down for quite a while now. I don't even watch them anymore. I can't. That's not even a qualified statement. Yeah, I stopped.
I mean,
Believing anything they were showing because we don't even know the date. They can just retitle it and tell us, something from 2007, and it's actually not what we're.
It's in the water.
That first video,
okay.
that's old. Too old to be AI and too old to be digital. That had to be like VHS because I saw that video where it looks like, I don't know, the only way I could describe it is it looks like souls are going up.
That one, yeah.
That's an old video.
Oh, that
two's
to going. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Good to know.
It's old enough. To
we have to be careful of the information that we're viewing. This is true. Wow. We're viewing underwater here. Obviously.
That was weird.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, say hello. They are here before us.
I think that's like a vampire jellyfish.
I don't know.
Yeehaw.
And then it becomes a winged creature.
Sam, that first video, you know what it reminded me of? When you started talking years later, when I met you and kind of had a different perspective on all this, it really made me think of Yuri and all that crazy shit we've seen up there.
I still ponder that.
In there because what we see underneath Yuri sometimes makes me feel like it's organic and alive.
Well, okay, let's talk about Ra and Apophis. Okay. So what does Ra do? He sits up on his ship orbiting Earth, the god Ra. And an example would be the movie Gods of Egypt for you people, for YouTube, look it up.
So it's like Ra Marduk.
Well, yeah, Marduk was a different figure dealing with Ra. Ra sits up there and he fights Apophis with his great lightning bolt staff. And
yeah, I was just going to ask you, Ra would be the one that shoots down the monster rock or asteroid or whatever, right?
Right. Right, and
It
that
says go
is
back to Saru.
you filthy worm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thus, wormwood. The great object cluster group, the Tan asteroid, the Salamander asteroid, all of those freaking asteroids underneath Uri, which is going to go over the top of us like crazy this summer, by the way. And I hope not. I once in a while I'd like to be wrong.
Yeah.
We're already seeing the storm effects and all the crazy stuff with what's going on in the Midwest all the way to the East Coast right now, where all these freak storms are happening. And, we are in the 180-day cycle, and this is why shit's happening. People are losing their homes and their lives, and I respectfully am sorry. We're in crazy town now. We really are. And again, Sot Weather, SOTT, Sot Weather on YouTube, and you will get a comparison of what's really going on. That I can't look up what they find, and it's just insane that this is really happening. People, climate change is like way past started. It's on. It's full. We're in the thick of it now, and there's extraterrestrial presence galore here right now. And we've been reporting that, since 2019 for sure.
I sent you a video, Rebecca, a TikTok. Well, wait, she's not with us. But I sent Rebecca a video, son, that I want you to see. I want everybody to see so they can get an idea of what's happening right now and why there's so much goddamn distraction.
Jesus, you have seen the Texas Cube by eye, right?
I've seen the Texas Cube, and I've seen the group of escorts that it has literally staring at me. It was very
Christopher. You've seen the Texas Cube, right?
It was very
for sure.
People, we are blockaded. These guys came here along with the planets, and they're separate factions. Okay, they're not one faction; they're separate factions, all here blockading for the transfer of the commodities in the passing of this whole thing. This is so huge you wouldn't believe.
But also the Anunnaki guy gets the part of our stuff, or isn't it? Because because of the blockade, I think they want to get also the stuff.
Well, that's the people on the planets. That's the Anunnaki is on the Nibiru.
It kind of feels right now, Sam, like we're getting squeezed for every drop, right? Do you think it has to do with political greed or more something a little higher?
It's many things higher. It's a prominent. You have to understand the properties of gold per se, and then all the other spices and rare earth soils that Earth produces. We are in that special Goldilocks zone where our planet creates gold, and gold is rare, and we are the local desert gas station for gold, and we were placed here by the Anunnaki to mine that gold, because in their civilization from their planet, they can't easily come here and do it themselves because of environmental differences. Therefore, we were created to do this. And they regularly, and they have the ownership of us because we also are a commodity and beyond their expectations. And the empire or federation or whatever you want to call it came in also. It comes to take the tax of what the Anunnaki of the past planets collect.
I don't know why I can't help but think that all our hardships right now that we're facing on Earth, it's not just here local, it's the entire planet. It feels like to me that we're being squeezed out of a lot of shit, as Nicole just said right now, for contributions.
And our government officials on this planet of the G7 know this is happening, and they are trying to retain power so that they have control over the people and then they will continue to pay taxes as long as necessary and not go into panic, which is why this immense, expensive, off the books hide Nibiru is coming, hide the global warming because we have a second star. I mean, the only way that you can heat up all the planets, Earth is not the only planet heating up. All of our normal planets have tipped. All of our normal planets have heated up.
I hate to quote a movie, but I think it's really real. You quoted it earlier. What happened in 2012? In that movie, in the beginning, there's a like reunion with a bunch of scientists and physicists and all that, and they say that the only thing that's capable of changing Earth's weather is the sun. So let alone the entire system. It's because our sun is being messed with. There's another sun here. And that's the only, well, I mean, aside from, I mean, we are contributing to it with O2 emissions. I'm not saying we're not, but what's happening is much larger than us.
But the atmospheric carbon readings do not match that which is climate changing event. And yet they've been taxing us for, God, what, 30 years on this.
It's probably how they've been financing this, keep it from the public. Let's keep people working and let's keep the norm as much as we can. It's costing.
Well, that boils all the way back to 1978 when I read a stupid ass paper where I think we have a binary solar system. And I always laugh at people when they go, "Oh, you're talking out your butt, dude. You don't know what you're saying. Who are you?" And I go, "Well, I'm the guy that was 17 years old, and suddenly the government comes out of nowhere, and I come home and they're in my parents' living room having coffee, and they ask me for an interview, the most expensive hotel in town, where I'm then talked into signing a non-disclosure agreement all the way back in 1978, and come 1980, I learned more. I mean, what more can I express other than I've known about this for a very, and they don't come after somebody for being wrong. They come after you when you've written something they don't want anybody to know.
Right.
And that's the premise of all of this. It's the base coat of the first layer of the primer paint on the metal is that we have a binary solar system, and they're giving us warnings right now. I've been telling people since September of last year that we were going to fry this summer. And now what are they telling us? I rest my case, Your Honor.
Gee, they should have listened to you, Sam. Aren't they listening in with their donuts and stuff and their coffee?
Oh, I imagine they are. Eat donuts and coffee. Guys, go get a jelly for me and like clink glasses, but clink jellies. Anyway, and if they would have listened to me in 1980, maybe we'd be the Jetsons by now.
Yeah, would we still be famous in the future? No.
Who? I don't know. I don't know if I'm ever famous. Well, I may be infamous.
Influential. I am. Not.
Well, I am government rated higher in IQ than Einstein, and I don't need to throw out numbers to be silly or arrogant. But yeah, I am rated above Einstein, and because it's so simple, you guys. There it is, ta-da! And Christopher used some of my old photographs with my put-out sunglasses, and going, it's easy to Farsi and. It is. It truly is. It is easy to parse.
Did you make a new video?
Oh, that was like a week ago.
I just made the monthly featured post for Nibiru Followers Anonymous. Everybody's, like that, monthly video I make.
I've probably seen it. I'm just got a zombie head really because of the.
I hope Rebecca shares it today. I think I sent her a link of it.
Sorry.
There she is.
I had so many.
Next video.
So many cats. I know. Everything was like, I got to do this. I got to do. Anyway, I had to get mittens. You know what she did last night? She got out around 8:30. She slipped out. She's so little and skinny, and she refused to come in till about 1 o'clock. I mean, I can't catch her. So she was just taunting me. She just zipped by. And I mean, she was like a mile a minute, you know. It just boom. And anyway, finally, like 1:30, she
I'm
agreed
glad I'm
to
not a cat mom.
cooperate.
Yeah.
I know. It's like I couldn't catch her. I'm at her mercy. Really, if I start walking towards her, she just kind of like grins and takes off. And
Yeah,
so
you're her people.
anyway, she's good.
Yeah, I know. My
Yeah.
pictures have Stella in because she was busy watching as well last night.
Yeah, she's kind of ornery. She's a teenager now, you know. So
Yeah, well,
that's
it's
how
clearly
they are.
not raining enough to make her fed up enough to come back in again. They don't like to get rainy.
No, it's super wet outside, but no, she don't mind at all. So that was cool, wasn't it? Although,
how's your Phil doing there, Chris?
He's good. He pulled the same thing Rebecca's cat did the other night. So
yeah,
jumped in
they're all doing
Right.
it just now. I swear to God, one of those planets must be musical to cats because they're all out. You know, and people are like, "Oh, well, your cats are out singing again." I'm like, oops.
Right.
Speaking of cats on the prowl,
but Rebecca,
What are you
I
supposed
think
to do when it's out there going meow, meow, meow?
I think the 4 cool videos are missing. What I sent you Friday. So this is the other cool stuff. The other stuff was sometimes old stuff from 1995. But
Yeah, come on, show us something else. Yeah,
I
come
have
on, we need some
more. Right. Let's move on to Thomas video number
Next.
2. Okay.
Next.
Yeah.
So they're
Thank you,
from
Thomas.
Friday. No, I told you the ISS videos. Though there are more. I think I told you I sent you Friday.
I have them. As far as I know, I have all your videos in a
Okay.
sequence.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Come on,
Take
Rebecca,
everything you
more,
sent
more,
me.
more.
Yeah,
Rebecca,
more. Hurry.
now
Hey, I can
class.
speak American now. More.
Okay, let's see.
I thought I was the one wound up today. You guys are all just right there with me.
It's her.
Yeah, but somebody went and cranked the magic button up. Like,
Now I know I had saved it. Let me go look at my Dropbox. One moment. I know I got them. Let's see. Is this it?
she knows she's got them, Thomas. You sent them. She's got them.
Yeah, here it is.
Wait.
Oh, I named it something else. Okay. That's what.
I named it something else.
Anyway, these are other
put it on
things
the-
that Thomas found and
It's called
felt we would
Nibiru.
enjoy, and I think you all will.
Planet of
I
the
think
Elves.
Sam is serenading us, man. Where's the guitar? Hey, look at that. Space zipper. Whoa.
Explainable
Our
mysterious
started
phenomenon
start
appears in
writers.
Japan that is so bright.
You've seen this.
Could this be a sign of some sort? The people around the world are capturing different types of unknown in the sky, whether this is the end sign of the world or something else.
Is that the long box cube?
Whoa.
This right here.
I love this one.
You sent this to me, Gillian. This is where I used to live. Basically, where I used to live, maybe 20 miles from where I used to
1,
live.
2, 3.
I would be.
Count the ring.
I'm super jealous because I've been seeing so much great stuff coming from that area where I was living at.
Illuminated
Right
core.
off the border of Texas and New Mexico.
Right, in Mexico.
This
I've
is
never
Montana
seen a supercell
yesterday.
like that in
This is
Mexico
Reed
before.
Timmer.
Look
This
at
is
that
in
thing.
Montana yesterday. Notice that it has a dark bottom core. That's a supercell.
I think this one's in New Mexico, Sam.
Oh, this is yesterday.
They all look the same, those big badass clouds.
Well,
But it doesn't
even
have an
more-
illuminated core.
Even more evidence that we're not all tripping. You know, we're
It was in
seeing.
eastern Montana and then it moved into Wyoming. But this is
But the
actually,
video, I think.
look, there's no base ring, there's no snorkel. This is a supercell. There's no
I think I
illuminated
sent-
internal core. It's not green. It's not green. This is a supercell. That is that's a 360. It could be planet induced by AT2, but it is not a necessity supercell.
But I sent the video, I think, on Tuesday. So
Now count the rings. 1, 2, 3. That is Nepesi.
Wow.
I mean, there's been a lot of storms that look
1,
like this,
2,
Tim.
3.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, that
I don't
is.
know
See the
where
ring?
this is.
1, 2, 3. That is Nepesi. See the illuminated internal core? That's
I've
Nepesi.
looked. I can't find any
See the green?
any photos or video footage of storms like this from 15 plus years ago.
Note the orange in the background and the sun. Because Saru is behind facing Nepesi. Count the rings. 1, 2, 3, and green. Internal illuminated core.
It's so
Big
unfortunate.
difference.
Everybody looks as far as the 3 rings, and nobody looks up above
And
that.
they look at the bottom and where the tornado is, and they don't look up. And the tornado is always on the left because it's moving from right to, from left to right. And so it's always right there. See, 1, 2, 3 rings, internal illumination. That is planet Nepesi.
Wow.
That is that too.
Wow. That's incredible.
See the purple behind it? It's illuminated just above the sun. Oh, our friends that are parking near the cube. See, when light changes, you start to get to see shit that is only there for a brief, short period of time. All of you photographers know that.
I can't stress this enough. How I've been trying to get people to understand that it's all about the light. It's all about the light. Just because it's very bright down here, guys, it doesn't mean that it is out there. Space is really dark. You have to keep that in mind. Anything beyond our moon is going to look blurry. It's going to look dark if you even see it at all.
And it's all short-lived, transitory.
And it's very,
It's just
and
there
even
for a
the
minute.
illuminations, you may be looking 15, 20 minutes if you're lucky, sometimes less than that. It's really easy to miss if you don't know what to look for, if you don't understand what you're looking at. Somebody told me
That's an
recently,
object or an asteroid passing in front of the moon.
Somebody told me recently, you take really good pictures. I'm like, anybody can. Once you understand the skies, anybody can take some insanely cool pictures. If you understand what you're looking at.
Oh, look at that. Oh, wow.
Now we know.
Walk in space.
We know. Okay, can you hit pause, Rebecca, right there?
Yep.
We know that there's been a larger yellow object behind our moon for, God, about 8 years now. And we reported it from Montana up here for years, and no one listens.
This
is where all of the supermoons have come from.
I've seen that yellow, dingy reflection, Sam, but I have yet to be able to photograph it.
Okay, let us assume that our moon is the darker dot, and the planet behind our moon is currently being illuminated by an angle of light that our moon is not affected by. So in other words, the light is not refractive off of Earth because our moon always illuminates via refractive light off the face of Earth because of the moon's proximity. We illuminate
the only
moon
reason
face
why it's
to watch.
illuminated that much is because
Right.
it's illuminated
Or we
close
see
enough to
dark
be
side
illuminating.
all the time. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But anything beyond that
Every
isn't going to be
forever.
affected by our light or anything. As it comes into the view of the sun, you get a little side illumination, facial illumination, but it's really quick because we're moving, they're moving. There's so much movement. In fact,
And it becomes a full moon when it goes beyond Earth
Speaking of that, I really
into
wanted
facial illumination.
I sent you a video, Rebecca, that I posted last week. It doesn't have to be now, but I do want to discuss that here because I had a moment where I was like, oh my God, I get it now. There's something that's been really confusing me for the longest time. And that video that I posted, I was like, holy shit, it's a lot simpler. It's anyways, whenever
is it the one of the man talking?
No. I just sent it to you after that. I sent it
okay. I'll check it.
Something that I posted last week.
Yeah. Okay.
It's one of my videos. Yeah, the last one that I sent you, I really want to discuss that. Even if you just take a still shot, it doesn't have to be the whole video. But what's been confusing me for a long time, Sam, is how sometimes you see the asteroids coming at this angle, right? This way, and then sometimes you see them coming on the opposite side, and it's been confusing me for the longest time. Why?
Okay.
How?
Lead asteroid will. By the way, everybody, tomorrow is monthly site drawing.
Yay.
On the 15th.
Already, I
And
can't believe it's midway through the month.
tomorrow for June.
Nice. That's
And
really
I will add the third. I will add the third drawing.
I know this month is
And
quick.
yeah, I do watch the calendar sometimes. I'll leave you with, while we have this pause here. What if
15th
dark object is our moon, and this is the side light illumination of the second yellow object that has been sighted for many years behind our moon? That
Well,
only seemingly when we're
there was some pictures of something transiting the moon, Sam. So this isn't the only video.
Oh yeah, that too is also equally possible, and we know that, and we questioned this a couple weeks ago. We said, God, is something inside of our moon? Have some of these asteroids actually gotten so close that they're inside the distance between 265,000 miles? So yes, that was a premise possibility. You're absolutely correct. Thank you, sir. Yeah, it's also, and I just figured I'd mention that to you because there is a larger yellow object behind our white moon.
Absolutely.
I'm going to pause this for a moment because I see Sharon is here. Sharon's here. So I'm going to bring Sharon on, and then we will proceed with the video. I know, yeah. I'm going to pull that down, and then we'll go back to where it was. Okay. Well, she ran off. No, she's got stage fright, you guys. You would think by now she'd have it, nowhere. Yeah, maybe she wasn't ready for me. As soon as I said that, took off.
Sharon seems very comfortable.
No.
Yeah,
I don't.
Public settings. I think it might be a kitty cat.
Yeah.
Kitty cat
Okay.
or something.
I think she's ready now. I do sense it is time. Okay. Well, here's Sharon, our friend in Australia. Hang on. Ta-da. Wow. Look at her.
Hi, guys.
She's in costume. That looks great,
Hi, guys.
Sharon.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Yeah. Nobody saw your.
Oh, cool.
Nobody saw the top though. It didn't come
No
on
one saw the
until-
top.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No. Yeah. It's good.
Sorry.
Yeah, I didn't get
Let me make it big too. Yeah.
Oh,
Right. Look at that. Da, 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 da. You're like a
Is it heavy, Sharon?
it's not looking like an alien. Something different.
I'm ready to party.
Or it looks like the face on Mars. That's what it looks like. The face on Mars. That's what that looks like.
This one?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. Like, I like it. And I like that it's.
Yeah, it's the
I like
face
that
on
you're
Mars.
lavender. She's
I'm
lavender
ready to
instead
rock
of
and roll,
green.
guys.
It's even
Give
got
me
a
a sec.
pineal gland atom.
I've even got the
Yeah.
gloves, the blue
You
hand.
look good. When is your
glowing alien?
when
It's
is your
cool.
Yep, my
What
little
is-
friends right here.
Coat. I love the lab coat.
That's
I love
cool.
the
Advertising on the back,
Yeah, her lab
guys.
coat's great.
all right? Look at that.
Ready to
Free
rock.
advertising.
All right, give me a sec, guys.
Okay, Sharon. I was curious. When is
Yeah, we
that?
were worried that she had stage fright.
No.
I know. No.
Now
No,
she was
but
dressing up even more.
She was in
The stage
rehearsals.
was not set
Right.
yet. She had to wait till you open the curtain.
She was
Uh,
rehearsing. That's funny. I can't wait. I wish she could have like a hidden camera that she could wear, walk, through the, wherever and get
Go
people's
live,
reaction.
yeah.
Yeah.
Go live.
Yeah.
We're going
Yeah.
live on Facebook.
I think she has enough followers to go live. So, okay. Well, I'll wait till she gets back and then we'll pick up and proceed with our video. I don't think
But Rebecca, look what I sent you. I think you missed the cool stuff I sent you
Well,
before.
started. We just got started on your video.
No. I'm talking about the ISS videos.
Okay.
I'm talking about the ISS videos. You miss the big cool stuff, but I sent you a new one. Play that later, please.
You mean the Mr. MBB? The Mr. MBB video?
No, I'm talking about the videos we saw before about the alien stuff in the space. I sent you a new one because you missed the 4 newer stuff from the collection.
Yeah.
Right,
those are what I sent you today too. Yeah.
Yes, what I sent Sam. I sent Sam 4 videos, and you don't play that 4 videos. Yeah, I'm talking about that.
Right. Okay. The one we were just watching. It's like 15 minutes long. We're 4 minutes into it.
I know but this okay. We will see. Maybe they're in there. Maybe. I sent you Friday. Okay.
I'll fast forward it.
Okay.
Okay. Let me wait. These are the
That's
ones
one of them.
that you sent me prior to today.
Yeah,
that's one of them.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would point out that light shaft. Look at that light shaft, people.
Why does it look like they're traveling through water?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because they are. You think space is a void?
Essentially, yeah.
It's gas.
Well, we
It's
keep
liquid
hearing-
gas.
Yeah, what do you think?
Yeah,
what do you
I
think
mean,
they
it's-
train underwater?
Well, we keep hearing about the firmament, and there's plenty of videos
Well,
out there of
there's-
high-speed amateur rockets hitting
Guys.
something. So,
There's the Star Destroyers right there at the bottom.
are they the bright ones?
Yeah, on the bottom. You can see the
Triangly-looking
difference.
ones.
Just look for slices of pizza.
Right.
Yeah, now I can see
Yeah.
there was a bunch
Hello.
Could you tell us what your TV view is showing?
No way.
Good to see you.
None of this is digital. This is prior to our digital world. I saw this many years ago.
See the shape of that little white piece of pizza flying there? And that one?
Upside down
And that
pizza
one? Yeah, there's 3 of them. 4, 5, 6.
Oh, look how big that one is.
Because they're close.
Waiting for the opening credits.
Our world is way more advanced, guys. They've left us behind because they need a workforce. But
Control.
we are so
Control.
we are so more advanced. We've been left behind
More.
because they
Morlocks
need
and
the
Eloy.
workforce. But we need to start thinking bigger, guys, if we're gonna work our way out of this way of life.
Oh, okay, I see.
We have to
Sharon,
think bigger,
did you-
guys. And I don't mean just look at the sky bigger, but everything in general. We think too small, and that's the problem.
Did you read
and that's
Time
how-
Machine? Sharon, did you read Time Machine in school?
Yes. I actually have a steampunk
And-
friend that remade the whole thing. The Morlocks.
And you know who the Morlocks and Eloy are.
The
Would you
future.
describe to everyone?
I saw the movie. How accurate was the movie?
Well, it was, according to the book, it was pretty close.
To the
There was
book,
actually
yeah,
several
pretty
movies
close.
about it.
Our
it
Australian
was
guy
pretty- it
Piers made. Yeah, our Australian guy Piers made a version of the Time Machine.
What are
bottom
these
is
big
the
guys?
Jesus Christ.
The bottom is the cities. The
Right.
top is other stuff flying around. There's a Star
To
Destroyer
the
right
white
there.
stuff in clouds.
And the white stuff is
that, that low
There's no-
orbiting
They're
stuff
lights.
looks like low.
They're above the
orbiting
clouds.
stuff there.
They're well
above
above
the
the clouds.
Okay.
That's clouds and city glow and light, coming on the East Coast or Chicago or Amsterdam or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
We have to think in
You know,
terms of Star
triangle.
Trek.
But not this big one. What is this? This
We have
big
to-
Ah,
stuff.
look at that thing.
Yeah, the
Double
big
effect.
stuff.
In
What the big,
terms- we have to think in terms of Star Trek, guys. Things are much more advanced, but we've just been
Yep.
really unlucky
Star
ones.
Wars
We're
too.
here to provide the comfy life that they have up there. And if we get our heads out of our asses, maybe we can grow out of this. And I don't know. I don't know, because their technology level is so far advanced that the only way we're going to get out of this is by earning it, guys. And we have to behave ourselves differently. I mean, look at what's happening now, where everybody's divided. It's that kind of shit, the reason why they don't come down here or make themselves known anyway. Is because we can't even get along with each other. You know, we can't even get along with each other.
Bingo, exactly.
It comes back to that old question: why are we here?
Yeah.
It always
That
revolves
one's a
back to
large
that.
pill to swallow. It's a large pill to swallow, but we're here nevertheless. So whatever reason, we're still here, and that's not a bad thing.
And we're witnessing the greatest show on earth.
Absolutely.
And we're not alone.
Yes.
Yeah, we're
So,
not
look at
doing it
that. When
alone
did you
either.
ever see that in your sky in 2008?
What is the excuse
or
for
10?
the green glow? I want to know what their excuse for the green glow is.
What do they call that?
Exactly.
I call that planet necessity.
It's light and water droplets,
Yeah.
grass
It's-
color.
Swamp gases, that angled up.
Whoa.
Off the light of
Lucid
Venus.
clouds.
Even the lies that they come up with are so simple.
And we've
But
got
every
this.
person has
you
one
know,
of these
15
in their
years now.
hands now. Everyone.
There is all the orbs.
We live in the age of information, guys. If you're not seeing this, ignorance, in the age of information, ignorance is a choice. There's a lot of good information out there, but you have to sit through all the bullshit. And it is possible. It is possible. Our intuition is good most of the time.
Yep.
Listen to that intuition. Don't listen to your neighbors. Don't listen to the crowd. Listen to what you feel. Listen to that. It's what brought us all here together today. If you're watching this, it's because you followed your intuition.
Looks like
I've
sheep
got
on the moon.
I've got a video from
What?
a live feed NASA cam from a few years ago, but the guy swears too much. So if I send it to you, you're going to have it on mute.
No, we like
Look at that shit.
What is that? The lamb?
we like a good swear.
Oh, but there's
It only
lots and
costs us
lots and
when
lots
it's
of
when
swearing.
it's some of us, when it's us doing it. We could always mute
Yeah,
it for
well, if he had to add to the swear jar, I'd say he'd have to put in $50, I tell you.
Yeah, we have not been alone for decades, people, and there's so much going on. God, all the way back to 2011 and 12, there was this.
Of space debris on an
I
unpredictable
love it.
trajectory toward the Earth in an unpredictable trajectory.
No, I
This is
don't
not a
buy it.
scene from a movie. This is what is really happening. They come
No.
from decommissioned satellites, rocket debris. Some have been floating in orbit for decades, but now, as the atmosphere changes,
The asteroids are coming.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're preparing us for
Gotta get a cover
nuclear
story
famine.
handy.
Because they keep
Yes.
doing that.
Yep.
Just prior to something, they'll come up with some bullshit story. That way,
And then
like
go,
the
oh
second
dear,
moon.
see, we told you.
Like the second moon, that asteroid that I photographed a couple of times next to our moon was going to be visible, and then they came up with the second moon ship,
is simply too late to intercept.
And what do we do when all of these satellites start falling out of the sky?
Oh dear, get catcher's mitts
Yeah,
and try
okay,
and
guys.
get them.
Guys. What if
No
this is the
satellite.
low field of debris of Uri coming in that is electrically attached to Uri, and there's nothing anyone can do about it? And we've been watching it for a decade.
That's how it's going to be, son. Even when this debris hits us, they're still going to believe that we're at war or some stupid excuse. You know,
Exactly.
That's what's going to happen.
They'll
That's what's
spin
gonna
around
Oh,
the narrative.
somebody fired stuff at us. Oh, it's their
Yep.
fault.
Look at when they
Yeah.
sounded the alarm. Where was it, in Hawaii or one of those islands a few years back, when they said that there was going to be some kind of missile? I don't buy that story. I really do think that what it was an asteroid, and the cover story was that it was a missile from wherever. I don't know if you guys remember that. It was a few years
What's
back.
that?
People thought they thought
What is
they
that?
thought that
Look
was
at
it
that.
for them. I can't imagine that.
What
coming
about
over
the
my phone.
missiles? What about the missiles they launched on the day of the solar eclipse? What was that about, Sam?
I don't know.
Remember
To
they
take
said they
pictures.
wanted to shoot them at the moon?
It was, in my book, it was unscheduled, and I think it was a planetary crossover. Remember, Christopher, about that time was when the Saturn was crossing the sun and all of that, and then they blamed this, and they're always distracting. They talked about the transit of Mercury so many times in the last decades; it's insane. And then the transit of Venus and all of this crap, and when they throw out information, you can't buy into it. So we know the planets are crossing everything, including our out view.
Well, there's like a really small percentage of it that is true, right, Sam? There's a small percentage of it that's true, but it's wrapped up in 80% bullshit. With the whole, it's a million miles away from us. If it was a million miles
Those
away
are
from us,
asteroids right there.
announcing it, all right, because
Those are ion drop tails. Ion drop tails off the bottom of asteroids. That last shot.
Okay, this we saw.
And the light is very interesting.
Okay, this is where we left. Yeah, that's where we. All right, cool.
Hey,
Yep, you sent that to me too. Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you,
No
Thomas.
problem. No problem.
I'm working on. Alexander sent me something, so we're gonna show that because that's late for him in Germany. I know,
Yes.
and then I'm gonna get the one from Jesus
Cool.
after that. So
I firmly
coming
believe-
lineup.
Alexander had a really interesting video of the moon this week. It was really strange.
Yes, it is very interesting. You're all gonna
Nicole, I
love it.
firmly believe that is definitely a possibility, if not a fact. That Yuri has been the one that causes a lot of these floods around the world. All these floods that every country, every religion is so obsessed with. That every religion, every part of the world has their own flood, great flood, religious thing, right? And I think it's probably Yuri. Most likely Yuri's asteroid.
And the dragon and the Tan asteroid and the salamander asteroid group, and they show up in the sky and they're illuminating right now. And I in the last 3 weeks, I've had hundreds of people go, "Oh, look, the dragon," and and that is that the Tan asteroid and the winged. And even last week and 2 weeks ago, Andy sent me shots, and everybody around the world is seeing the winged dragon asteroid pattern right in front of Yuri, because that's being facially illuminated as it rounds into the light. And that again is the Tan asteroid and salamander asteroid group, which we've documented for almost a decade. We didn't document. We saw them, but we didn't document them until many years later, where we actually got to watch them get closer and start attributing the colors. And in the first year after 2012 was when we first really got to see those suckers way right there freaking in front of us, asteroids and everything, the lead asteroid and everything illuminating, and this magical winged group of shit underneath that big dark body right there. And it's grown and grown and grown. It's been in our face.
Well, the beginning of the 180-day cycle, Sam. Maybe not this cycle because they're above us. It's a little different. But every cycle, I've noticed that right as it starts with asteroids very close passing. That's how it's been.
In between
For the past 3 years at least, it's been asteroids so freaking close and so scary. Like I don't usually fear this stuff. It's never caused me fear, but the last 2-3 years, I'm like shitting my pants. I'm not even getting.
Well, a week ago, that was me sitting here in Montana. I did see the lead asteroid go by just at sunset, right after the end of the show.
It
scared the living crap. I have never seen
a cool video of that. I think it might be the lead asteroid, but it is so obvious and so huge.
I've never seen the clouds move that easily.
People are more focused on the sea trail than they are on the enormous rock that's flying through the freaking sky. And I commented,
I know.
And not a single response. I'm like, don't focus on the sea trail, focus on what's below it. There's an enormous freaking rock there. Just look at that. Pay attention. Not a single response.
How can you miss it?
Now, not a single response. So,
I don't know how people miss this shit. I just don't.
I don't even. But in hindsight, Sam, it's not. It's so easy to miss sometimes. It is.
It's not something you absolutely expect. You don't.
Especially that. But the fact that nobody's noticing nothing is what drives me crazy. Because even though
in 2019, I asked this little girl and her mom.
I walked past it many times with being completely oblivious, but something in the back of my mind just started messing with me. Like something just told me something was different. You know, something that's something that's such a constant in our lives, like our skies. If something changes, how do you not notice? You have to. If you go into your car and somebody moved if somebody moved your seat, you're gonna notice, right? Because you didn't do it, you know, and you're in that same seating pattern every day. But if somebody goes and moves it without you knowing, when you get back in the car, you have to.
Okay, the next question would be: A, do you notice that your seat has been moved? B, if your seat was moved, do you automatically put it back without even realizing? Or C, do you realize that your seat has been moved and then it becomes an issue?
I'm the type that's absolutely going to notice. Absolutely going to notice.
A lot of people don't realize that these large objects that we're looking at are planets because it's not within their normal raised possibilities of what is going on.
Well, they did a good job.
They're so large already.
They did a pretty good job, Sam, during the last 20 years to convince us that this is impossible. And I think that was a point. You know, after the 80s, I think they stopped teaching good science. They started teaching science to keep us from knowing this, our reality, you know.
Thank you, Ronald Reagan.
Hello, another controlled tactic by the Rothschilds. They rewrote all the books after 1901 mud floods.
Yeah. And it's been done. Like, we have a history of getting rid of our history. Like, that is in our history, is that anytime that we conquer somebody, we destroy our history. And also, I just think it's almost like human nature to want to get rid of the past and just kind of look to the forward.
Oh, the Victor writes the history.
As nostalgic as we are, we don't like to move backwards. We only like to move forward. So it's easy for us to ignore these things.
But we want to look back because it helps us understand how to navigate the future.
Absolutely. If you forget your past, you're bound to repeat it.
Hi, David.
Exactly.
Hi, David.
Right now, everything that's happening, all it takes is looking to our history, and everything becomes so clear. Everything becomes so, oh wow, that explains this, that explains that. It explains our formations, our topography in so many areas. When I went to Colorado about a month ago, it was fascinating because I looked at the world, I looked at the topography around me with different eyes than I would have normally, right? And I hadn't been in those places for a while. Now I realized that it was all a lake. It was the big Bonneville Lake. Everything that I was driving through was sediment and remnants of an old lake, and you could see it.
And prior to that, it was an inland sea.
Even the way the rocks were formed, how they were a little rounded, the peaks and everything, you could just see that it was all just picture.
Under the water.
All you gotta do is picture a river and what's at the bottom of the river, and then you could literally see it around you. But you have to think big. You have to think much bigger, on a bigger scale, and that doesn't come naturally to us. We only see our peripheral vision. We only see what affects us immediately. We don't look at things in long terms because we're so short-lived as well. You know that we only look at these little tiny fraction of the big picture, and we have to start to think bigger, guys. We have to look at the world on a bigger scale, on a much bigger. Our perspective has to change. We have to think in bigger terms, much bigger.
Well, that's where coming to the gold mining comes in, because you have to recognize what the geology is telling you. And exactly like you say, when we're driving to our destination, we look at where we are. We'll probably start off on floodplains, and then it gets more mountainous as you go to your destination. And as the roads change, you'll notice it'll go from sandy soil to red soil to rocky soil. And they're the sort of things you have to look for when you know you're out prospecting. And then again, the rivers come into it. So if you go to where all the rivers are, you can determine where the flows actually started.
The person that I was with, she loves that kind of stuff, but she was telling me that there's these black dirt. She says that
Yeah, because all gold forms in volcanoes.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
all the black sand.
Because she saw me how I was so fascinated with the topography. She said we need to go prospecting for gold. She says I already know where we could look at. She had all this information. I'm like, so we're supposed to go do that. She said where it's black dirt. She said there used to be lava tubes or lava whatever.
Most black sands are iron composite, and they're also heavier. And where the gathering of the black sands occurs, where you'll find your placer gold.
There's a lot
and
of
you can also get your gems too, sapphires and things in there.
There's a lot of places
when
to
you go.
prospect.
So when you go prospecting, we've got a big Nibiru magnet. So when we take our pans and we get all the black sand, we rub the magnet over the top, and it removes all the iron out of it. So that way you can focus on getting the gold.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. If you have anything you want to send me about that prospecting stuff, it's something I really want to do, at least for fun. Just kind of, and if I find a nugget, so be it. So be it. We'll all benefit from it. But, if you have anything you want to share and send it my way. Because
as I said, the first nugget I find goes to Sam.
There's that guy I watched.
I've got to get him that lawnmower.
Yeah. We're getting ready to hopefully get one. I'm still shopping, but yeah, I've had to borrow the lawnmower from the neighbors. I'm going to let.
I think we need just.
I'm going to let part of them grow up daisies in between. But
we just did like a quarter of an ounce to get Samuel riding lawnmower.
Hey Zeus, you got a pen and paper?
Always.
Okay. Write this down, ladies and gentlemen. On YouTube. Dun 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 dun.
Damn, who came to the party without a pen?
I still have my string is still wound up. Dan Hurd. DANHURD. Dan Hurd Prospecting on YouTube. You will love this guy. And then there's Mountain Baker Mining and Metal, and he hard rock mines gold.
What'd you say, Mountain Baker? What would you say?
Mount Baker Mining and Metal, and he's in Washington State. And then he's also affiliated with my Ghost Town Living, which is Brent. Can't remember it. And I watch him, and he owns Cerro Gordo, which is mining silver and other stuff. So that's the three mining programs I watch. Closer. Yeah. There you go. Now we can see. That's Dan Hurd right there. Love the guy.
Yeah, I'm just.
Yeah. But see, that guy, that only applies to you guys. I follow a guy here called Jason, and his channel is called In Search Of.
Doesn't he do the river snorkeling?
No.
Oh, no, okay. I do watch a couple of guys that river snorkel in Australia, but yeah, I think I've seen some.
Yeah.
Does Jason do the big nugget hunting out in the flat, dry plains?
Sometimes he'll go out and he'll go to abandoned mines, and he'll go out and metal detect around there and look for seams that might have been missed.
You can make a small fortune off their leachings alone.
Mm-hmm.
I have My friend had a gold mine claim here in Montana, and we used to go up there regularly, which is where I found my first nugget. So, and it's amazing how much dirt you can move.
Well, my dad's brought a lot of.
Well, this guy does way more than just gold. Wow, he does crystals, he does jade, he does.
Yeah. My dad brought home quite a few quartz pieces that looked like they had little gold seams in them, and he wanted to put them in the rock crusher or crush them up. And I said, "Don't do that. Just go and get a bucket, pour some caustic soda over it, and just leave it for a week, and come back, and all the gold will be exposed."
Right.
Because caustic soda eats away the quartz. So a simpler way of getting gold out.
Yeah, there's always chemistry, and you always have to separate your gold
I've been
and your
watching
copper.
this guy. I've been following this guy on TikTok that does that. He does like the chemistry part of separating gold from.
Yeah, that's what Mount Baker Mining and Metal guy does.
Fascinating, because he literally makes it into liquid, and you think it's pretty much disappeared.
Yep.
All right,
Blue,
and
and
as
then
he
he
does the
blows it
process,
down.
he finds it. Oh my god, I find it so interesting. that's been
Boils it down in Capella.
That's been my latest obsession. Is there's another guy that farms silver. He grows silver. Fascinating. It's so interesting how these metals and stuff are produced. It's so crazy. I find it fascinating. It was so interesting.
This is why I really like a lot of English history, where they actually dig up bog iron and melt it in, and then create their iron and then make steel out of it, going all the way back to 500, 800, 1000 BC in the Neolithic age. And knowing how to make all of that in copper or bronze, and I know how to make bronze. And the greatest invention in history, to my belief to this date, is Roman concrete. I mean, Roman concrete.
They don't make it like they used to, Sam. Like what
No
we
one
have
can
now,
duplicate it.
what we have now is like a watered down version of what they used to do. Like I saw this show a while back, and they were explaining what an incredible step in technology they how far advanced they were with.
Well, if they took and they mined Pompeii right now with a big, massive group of 87 machines and carefully undug all of the shit that's laying right next to this volcano, they could put it in cement mix, and they would make cement that would last 1,000 years. The trick is volcanic ash.
Well, it's why they're still standing, Sam. It's why anything Roman is still standing these days, is because they
it has to do with the mineralization and the chemistry.
Yep.
And
that's why they substituted it with lime.
And then in cases they added seashells and the calcium in the seashells and all of that.
That's right.
And all of that transfers into a chemistry equation. And that is the secret to everything across the universe, is it holds together and lasts 1,000 years because it's chemically mixed correctly.
And then you got to look at the bonds between all the molecules too. They're all body centered.
But you also have to think that, like, the way they build stuff, it almost seems like they knew that the Earth is destroyed or go through this cataclysm, so they wanted to build something that was cataclysm proof. That was what I think. Like,
we think of the Roman era, or we talk about caveman, and we talk about medieval, or we talk about Neolithic, and everybody automatically thinks of some hairy guy dragging a club and his knuckles on the ground as he walks.
Absolutely not.
That's not what we are. There were civilizations before us in the last passing of Nibiru.
We love to think that we're the pinnacle. We're not. If not, we're dumber than a lot of our previous civilizations before us.
Yeah, because they were pure DNA than ours. Yeah. The farther away you get from the original.
Aware.
In fact, we're not really smart. Our average human is not really that smart. We've been really dumbed down.
There's a written recorded age that most scientists are aware of, and it's called the breakup in the Bronze Age. And if you go back a couple of hundred years from what average science currently believes, you have the passing of Nibiru. So we know that society's ended. We know the Minoans and the Mycenaeans and the great explosion of Santorini in the Mediterranean and the tidal wave and all that crap that happened in the last passing of Nibiru. It was climatology destructive. People had to climate change migrate, which is happening right now. I mean, the Irish people are protesting because they have so many immigrants like you wouldn't believe. And there's immigrants coming out of all these places where they can no longer sustain livability because their climate has drastically changed from South America to the Arab countries to the whatever. All of this change and migration is happening, not because they're evil, bad people, only because they're seeking a better life. That's all. And you know, South America is falling apart crop-wise. The stuff that they normally grew, bananas, coffee, etc., is all changed because we are not in the same geographic temperate region. Our climate growing regions have changed.
And everything that we're seeing, the increase in prices and food and vegetables and everything, it has something to do with inflation and more to do with the fact that our way of life is being interrupted consistently.
Just the distraction. They're trying to distract the reality that
there's places that can't sustain themselves because agriculture is not what it used to be. There's places where raising cattle is not as easy as it used to be. The grazing is not.
We did not grow the crops we grew 10 years ago last year. We did not grow the crops last year what we grew 20 years ago. I've been quoting a reduction in overall crop production for years now on Montana Skywatcher. I've been telling you guys that production is down this year. Production is doing this.
You also mentioned years ago, Sam, that things would get more expensive, and that's what we're seeing now, because we have a chink in the chain of our food supply. We have that chink, and they're not going to come out and tell us, we're having agriculture messes, because that would put people in a panic. Instead, it's easier just to raise the prices, and then things aren't being bought as much, so we don't really notice the lack of.
What happens when the shelves are empty, Jesus? China at the moment.
It's going to happen eventually.
In the north, they are cooking, and in the south, they are flooding. Millions of people have been affected. So if you wipe out a country's economical system, doesn't matter. If you just hit their food supplies, and we're talking major.
And it's been for the last 4 years. It's been for the last 4 years in a row that China has been flooded.
Some deep voodoo, because I've seen the videos too. Sorry.
How do you
Alexander needs us to show his video now.
Oh,
and they have missing people. Alexander's asking you a question. Yeah, he's going. I don't know why my video isn't being played. We get distracted, Alexander.
Sorry, Alexander.
David, there's always going to be a narrative on the news that doesn't really explain the entire issues. Okay, like right now we're seeing that a lot of people are migrating from South America because of this and that, and because of the violence, and that's true to some certain extent. But everything that you're seeing on the news isn't completely honest. So
don't believe the news, man. Don't believe
on how much
watch the news.
Reality as
look at other sources
on the news.
And why did Elon Musk have funding for
300,000
to 3 million children around the world? Yeah, people, we are not in the same. We're pilgrims in a foreign land now. Bizarro world. Bingo.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get another.
Okay.
Drink.
Here we go. This is what Germany looked like lately, and this first one is really cool. So here we go.
Well, next week's the summer solstice. That should be interesting for you guys.
Yeah, should be fun.
Longest day of the year.
Look at his moon one. It was unbelievable. What's that?
That's the strawberry moon.
In front of it.
The strawberry moon.
Strawberry moon.
This is wild.
Good catch, Alexander.
Where's that plane going? Is it going into space?
Like space worm.
Probably trying to get to altitude.
Is that what that is?
Perception, It's amazing
It's
what you
too
think
slow
it
to be
is.
anything else.
Well, it's perspective also.
It's to do with your perspective, man. What you're great, like what Jesus said earlier. The guys show up in their ships, and the Indian chaps didn't know what they were looking at when they seen them, so they just didn't talk about them. But what was that? Doesn't mean we shouldn't talk about it.
Right.
Alexander says, pay attention to the curve at the edge of the shadow.
It looks like a depression into it.
I see.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
2 o'clock, 2
Oh.
2 o'clock, I think is what he's mentioning.
Oh my
Up
goodness.
there, yeah, you see the crater up there. Okay, so see the object again, and then rewind it and then play it. It's kind of wild.
Yeah.
Now that I've got my screen full screen.
He's got a hell of a steady hand, I'll say that. Are you using a tripod, Alex?
Right.
Oh, you have
detail on that.
I don't know. If it was a tripod,
You know, even a mini tripod is way better than handheld.
We should go back and look at that
Right.
again.
Alex, are you
That's
telling us
cool.
that wasn't an airplane? Is that what you're saying?
No airplane?
That's not an
Okay.
airplane. Look at it.
Yeah, it was like I didn't think it
It
was.
It
an
looks,
airplane.
it looks a little weird.
It's
I'm not
really
gonna-
dark. How can that be an
Wow.
airplane? And look how close to the moon it actually is.
Can you
And
zoom
does it
in?
have a conning tower?
Can you maybe zoom
Does
in
it
on that?
have a conning tower?
I
I don't know,
can't
Sam.
at this point.
It kinda
I can
looks
zoom in on it
triangular.
and reshare it.
And at the back, is there a small conning tower? That's the two criteria because it's wedge shaped.
I'll get us a closer
I don't know,
copy. I'll
I
get
know
it.
it's perspective, but it just seems too high to be gaining altitude. I don't know, maybe.
Well, what if you're looking at it from underneath?
Yeah,
Remember,
perspective.
3D
What are
not
you
2D.
saying? What are you saying it is? An airplane?
No,
Yeah,
it's probably a Star Destroyer.
Oh.
Wait, what's that?
The Star Destroyer. Cutting in front of the light. It's far closer than the moon. It's not at the edge of the moon, but it's cutting in front of the moon.
But that stuff.
And that's why the light shows.
And this isn't a time lapse, so
Looks
it's
like
moving
it
pretty
looks
fast.
like you're just barely seeing a smaller profile of a slice wedge pizza, and with a conning tower at the end. And we know there's shitloads of them up there. So it's just the average says it has to be this and it has to be that, and there's hundreds of them up there. And don't forget all the orbs, and the Empire probe droids that we've seen NASA actually release footage over. It's amazing what's going on. And have you guys noticed that the orb gossip around the world has died off?
Mm-hmm.
In the
Well, they
last
gave us a
2 weeks?
reason. They gave us an explanation for that, right? So let's move on. Any dumb explanation kind of kills the interest,
Well, it's some
People
bowling
just
guys
wanna-
from bowling ball, yeah.
People
This
just
guy
want
had
an
it in
explanation.
his
It doesn't have to
possession
be a
for
good explanation. They just want an explanation so they can just get it out of their head and move on. That's how the world works, apparently. Give it a name and then people forget it exists or forget.
Well,
that it
what if they're just finishing up with all their collecting of the commodities and they want to do a little bit more study before they leave, because we believe they're in the leaving process, and Nibiru is getting farther away with every day. So and is this from Nibiru or is this from Federation? Is this from the starships and the cubes? Are they doing their studies while they can and checking up us little humans? And they want to know. And they came out of hiding in 2019 and nobody said anything. So, they're going, stupid idiots. They don't see us. So, and they're everywhere. They are. And they have been. I've been screaming it for, years, 5 years now, 6 years. They're out. They're here.
Two
They're
objects
here.
again. Look at that. The dark thing in the front and the pale thing at the back.
That's Atu's moon. See the illumination inside?
Yeah.
And the bleed off trail to Yuri.
half illuminated, half dark, guys. Light doesn't work that
Bubbly
way on
bottom.
light works like that on round objects. It doesn't work that way in flat objects, guys.
Yeah, once you see the illumination inside behind the clouds, it's an object above you. And if you see darkness, well, it's a normal cloud.
Me too, Nicole. I'm digging
That's
it
an
up.
illuminated inner bubble bottom of Atu and Atu's moon, plain as day.
So you have to ask yourself, you have one place illuminated immediately after dark. It doesn't work that way, guys.
Yeah, it's
Something-
6:44 p.m. in Germany, and so it's sunset in Germany because he's high on the northern ecliptic in the northern hemisphere, and so see the illumination. That's the sunlight at the angle shining on the bottom of Atu and Atu's moon. That is the red asteroid behind the clouds.
Yeah, that was great.
Normal cloud.
Yeah.
Normal cloud,
Yeah,
normal
cool
cloud.
shot.
That's your normal cumulus nimbus. That is the red asteroid. Notice it is beyond the light. The sun is behind us. And that is in front of Atu and Atu's moon, which is blue and above that he's not filmed yet. But that's the red asteroid. At
I wonder how
1:10
close the red
p.m.
asteroid is.
Excuse me?
I wonder how close the red asteroid is.
Currently, it's going to get bigger this summer. The spiral asteroid is doing some amazingly low close passes. So, according to what we've seen in the past behaviors of the asteroid group, is we're going to see a very, very large July, August. And the lead asteroid is getting smaller, but it is now going farther to the left, which is still on the right-hand side of the sun, but it's angling down and it's getting smaller. So it's going away from us in the rounding orbit of which is attached to Uri and Atu, and its farthest rotating, well-documented major asteroids. And then the smaller debris shit's coming in very close under Uri, and that's also shown in Christopher's video from last year. And we're some unbelievable shit happening, and we'll see some colors and some all kinds of real cool lightning storms this summer, and here we go.
I've been getting a lot of rainbows lately off the bottom of the asteroids in the middle of the day.
Yeah, and that's refractive light breaking into a prism in smaller, finer dust and quarter size and golf ball size and baseball and then softball size particles all floating together in batches. And that light refracts off them and breaks down into a prism where the human eye can see them. And that's where the rainbow asteroid effect comes from. That is the bottom of Uri right there.
Awesome.
4 p.m. Look at that.
The color on the left.
The light. Well, the light behind it would be Saru shining very brightly in the base cloud. But yeah, that looks like Uri. And see the bottom there, just above the peak where it says 4 p.m. That's where the tan asteroid is.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. Correction. Tan asteroid is the dark area above the first house to the dead center middle, and above the peak where it says 4 p.m. That is Pappy.
Okay.
Which is a smaller side asteroid of the tan asteroid. Because above the square house roof dead center in the middle pick, that's the tan asteroid. That's dark.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that is also part of the salamander
Clearly.
asteroid group on the side of Uri. And they rotate and they don't crash into us. They're electrically connected to her. And so that's why we see them every day. They do not orbit in Earth's atmosphere rotation of our solar system at all. Otherwise, we would see them once every 3 years, or something like that, or once a year or once every 2 years, whatever. No, we see them every day because these are close passing planets that are attached to a gas giant that's been parked next to our asses for 6, 8, 10 years now. Well, I take that back because she actually didn't get really, really close until 2018-ish. And then after that, Yuri's been on our face for a very long time. Thank you, Alexander.
Awesome. Thank you, Alexander.
Oh, also, Alexander told me that he would like to come on and be a guest sometime. So I'm going to get that ironed out on when. Yeah. And that
we have to learn
country.
some German.
I know.
German.
Yeah.
Thomas will be here to translate. No pressure.
I try. My English is not the best, but we can do a German show if you want. You can learn some stuff.
Nice.
Yeah.
So I'm excited already. Dream come true. It'd be nice to have him on here with us. So.
And anybody else that would like to come on?
That's
We've
it.
got plenty that would like to volunteer. If anybody wants to come on and say hi, anyone's welcome.
Yep. And it's not as scary as you might think. It's not.
No.
It's easy.
And you don't have to show your face if you don't want to.
Okay. I have things for Jesus next. Okay. He has sent me, several clips. Make sure I have them all. Hopefully I have all of them, but we'll find out. But I'll go ahead and play this one first. The double moon one. We'll play that one.
Well, yeah, I told you you can fast forward to 1:30.
I got it.
Just
that one part. Yep. Okay. And Esri Colette is here. He made it. Wow. He's here. Right. Good job.
You're there, but better late than never. So welcome.
For real. Okay. So 1 minute, 30 minutes.
Thank you, Alexander. We love your stuff. Please keep it coming. And sometimes we get distracted.
Sorry,
this is like our place where we can speak freely, so it's really easy for us to get carried away. So
you could call that the Temple of Tonight's show. Yeah.
Also observed on 6/7 of 2025.
This is what I was talking about backstage, Sam. Look at this.
She said she was watching the ISS, and as you can see, this is the original screen grab she took from her phone. She was watching the ISS on her phone, and the camera moved up to the moon. She said this was the moon, not the sun. And she said she thought it was kind of strange that the camera was moving up when all of a sudden it stopped on that. She was so taken back, she started taking screen grabs of her phone screen before they moved the camera off of this anomaly of what looks like two moons. That's not the sun. That's the moon.
Ta-da!
Just a couple of nights ago on the 7th.
Let me get your drawing.
I've been streaming this for 8 years, people. There's an object behind our moon. And the tag supermoon, all you have to do is type in supermoon even 5 years ago.
Something compelled them to
There's been a larger object behind our moon for years.
Absolutely incredible.
The Death Star.
I'll try to get your drawing. I think I have it.
Sure, that was exactly what I was about to say. I think that is where the Empire Orb or the Norway Spiral Orb has been hiding.
Could be also
right
a
behind our
wormhole.
moon. Well, all planets have access to a wormhole. That's not even a problem. They just have to have the energy to open it.
Okay,
You
so
say that Earth's energy gets used for certain things as well.
Well, they generically work on very low power in their ships. They don't need a lot of energy from their science. But in order to open a wormhole, it takes a hell of a lot of energy, and they pull that from lightning storms. And that's, part of the purpose of the side orbs on the cubes. The side orb is the electrode that gets struck by that energy, and then it is reconstituted into an energy that the machine can use. And we've seen evidence of that happen. Yeah, look at the date, people. I've been talking about this for years. There's a larger object behind our moon, and I have personally seen
and that
two crescents.
That wasn't a lens flare, Sam. That was not.
No, it was my eye.
And I don't know if you listened, but she was saying that the camera is actually on the outside of the ISS, so it's not a glass double either. And it's different colors as well.
And there's been an object behind our moon for years, and I've been screaming it to everybody. Nobody listens.
Yep.
But remember, after all, nobody was going to believe me anyway.
And then you see that they didn't last very long, pointing the camera in that direction. That very soon after they pointed it to a different, which is very common for the ISS footage.
Yeah.
Anytime something is happening, they either have a malfunction or they pan the camera somewhere else.
Yeah, they cut the feed and then they redact
down away.
There used to be
nothing ever gets.
There used to be so much more stuff posted from the ISS. There used to be people used to catch stuff very often, and then now it's become a lot harder because
why
if
you are an international space station, do you turn the cameras down towards Earth and not out to space? Which is why you're there in the first place.
Yeah. No, nobody questions.
What's wrong?
And don't forget the bumblebee. Man. And don't forget the bumblebee landing on the solar array.
That was tragic.
Space bumblebee.
I was like, okay, I am never trusting you ever again.
Space
showing me film
on
studio.
Space bumblebee. Yeah.
It's got a wee spacesuit on.
Yeah.
Spacesuit.
Yeah, a little bee with a little spacesuit. Yep.
Yeah, somebody should draw one. Come on, Sam, draw us a bee with a spacesuit.
Then there's that clip of the mouse running around the outside of the ISS. And the flimsy aluminium lens that they use. Oh, you haven't seen that one? Oh, I've seen a mouse.
Seen that one.
Yeah.
Well, my big sell was watching the bee. I watched it, and this bee coming into the shot and then lands on the solar array, and there's no way there's a bee in space. They're showing me a film studio.
It didn't start as a space agency, Jennifer. That's right. NASA started as a ocean exploration. Actually, that's how they got their start. Then all of a sudden,
I don't even get me started about NOAA. You know how many scientists quit in 2010 from NOAA?
Quit or
walked away?
No, you never know.
Yeah, dozens from the National Oceanic Aeronautical Administration. There were dozens of scientists that quit because there were mermaids washing on shore worldwide. And I'm not kidding.
Rebecca,
I'm not making that shit up.
I just sent you the clip of the mouse running around the ISS.
Oh,
cool.
Sweet.
Yeah,
okay.
show us that
yes.
Cool.
All right. Okay. All right. I'm gonna get that, and then let me.
You're here live.
Clip, and I know you'll do great, Alexander. I was just making sure you don't mean like right now, do you? Just to clarify. Okay, I mean I didn't really specify, but you let me know when. That's all. Anytime. Okay, so I'm gonna get this other video from Jesus. Let's do this one next. This one. He sent me a link. Oh, it's loud.
This one, Sam. This was last week. Look at this. Oof, look at what's below. Look at what's below there. Oh, Jesus. And everybody's looking at the
cube and the green asteroid, and there's the lead asteroid right there.
There's asteroids like crazy there. Look at that one right there, right below.
Oh, it's like a giant ice cream cone. Look at it.
I was like, look, forget the sea trail. Look at just below it. What's happening?
It's a great big
lead asteroid, green asteroid.
It's
Saturn's yellow moon. Is Saturn right there, and there's sea trailing right in front of it.
There must have been hundreds of comments.
Casper, and that is the tan asteroid right there. They cover Casper and then the tan to the left.
There was a lot of comments on this.
Asteroid
and
green asteroid.
Everybody was angry and everybody was frustrated because of the sea trail. And I'm like, no, stop looking at the sea trail.
Look, it's right the there. Evil head of a goat. The devil.
I know. They think they're all sea trails.
Rocks.
But everybody was so worked. Everybody
Look at the rocks with the
up.
steam coming off them. Look at the rocks with the steam coming off them.
Everybody was so worked up. Everybody was so worked up, and I think that's
good. They're seeing it.
That's the point.
Let them see
Everybody was
it.
worked up. Everybody was looking at the sea trail, Sam. Everybody was worked up about the sea trail, and I was like, no, just that's what. Once you get frustrated and you get angry and you get flustered, your brains go out the window and you react. You're not thinking clearly. You have to think that that's the way they keep us on a low vibration. They keep us on a low intelligence level because we're very reactive. When we're reactive, we're not thinking straight, guys. Leave the anger, leave the frustration aside. Think clearly, think independently. Don't take everything from...
in that area, on the right-hand side of the sun, is the long box cube, the lead asteroid, the green asteroid is Saturn's yellow moon, is Saturn. In that area on the right-hand side. On the left is fan asteroid Lorraine, which is what I think we're stuck on right now. Lorraine is above the TikTok all the way to the upper middle. Fan asteroid is dead center to the left, dark, hard to see. And Pappy is there, but not really visible, middle left. And in front of Uri, which is the stripes behind on the lower horizon.
What's that?
That was just when I saw
see
it,
it,
I was like,
Christopher?
holy shit. Like, how is nobody seeing that enormous rock right there? It's just so freaking obvious. And not to mention
an asteroid, Pappy, Lorraine,
and
and
there's
Uri.
a whole debris field. There's like a whole bunch of smaller stuff behind it, you know.
Right,
there's
correct.
so much
There's a
going on here, but
shitload
again,
behind it.
That's a cloud.
Because it all looks
Yeah, look
blue
at the
and
cloud,
white.
that mist.
People look at it and it looks blue and white, and that's all they see. So it must be blue skies. It must be clouds. No, guys, there is structure there. There's a structure that's round. It's just not really illuminated very well, you know. And it's daylight, and you know our skies are blue, and you have to think of all those factors, guys. You're not going to see it the way
pattern
you see
matches.
it. The pattern matches exactly, absolutely.
The monthly
but
site drawing.
We're not going to see it the way we saw it in movies. It doesn't work that way. It's illumination. The space is dark. We're going to see things in the blue spectrum because our skies are blue. Because there's atmosphere. We have atmosphere. They have atmosphere. But look at that rock. You can
Polaroid
see
glass,
that
dudes.
there's a structure there. There's depth to that. There's a roundness to it, guys.
Well, look at it. Look at the steam coming off it, the space steam.
Yeah,
exactly.
there it is. I just want to say hi to SBMM. They're here from Brazil. So
Thank
there.
you for being here.
Hello. That's our friend from TikTok. Yeah. Yeah. Good to see you. I'm glad you came over here to say hi to us.
Welcome. This video.
And we hope to see you every week.
This video kind of had my jaw dropping, and I was like, this would be a great video to share on the show so people can see what's happening and why we're being distracted so much right now, because this kind of shit is flying in our skies almost daily, guys. They don't want us looking up. They want us looking down at bullshit that's happening down here.
That's why they give you those cell phones so you'll look down. But then you can be magic and turn the cell phone up at them.
And everything comes out. Everything came out at the right time. If you look at the timeline, we got cell phones right around the time this stuff came out, right? We have AI. As things become more obvious, we're getting AI. So now everybody's questioning everything, right?
So that's just going to muddy the water even more. That AI, isn't it?
People are going to ask me if it's AI because we're already trained that there's a lot of AI out there and a lot of it's fake. And we're living in.
Gary.
Don't be so gullible, people. Again, make your own decisions, make your own thought process. God, just forget about the media right now. Just learn on your own.
Make your own media.
Take what we're trying to teach you here and apply it outside, and you'll see that we're not wrong. We have no ulterior motive. We have no.
It's all about pattern
reason
recognition.
To lie. We've got no reason to lie. We've already
to all you ADHDers out there, this is the ultimate pattern recognition challenge to you. I assure you, I know because I've been diagnosed as ADHD. Go out there and recognize the patterns. It is one of the most fascinating things
it's the best interactive game you can ever play.
Yes.
And it's
Rebecca, do you have the site drawing?
once you get the
Oh, sure.
patterns down, guys, you will obsess over
let me
this.
get it
And
back
you
up.
will obsess over this, and you will be so completely immersed by it that everything else is just going to take a back seat, because none of it is going to compare in significance and entertaining, and also scariness. I'm not going to paint it all beautiful. There's a lot of stuff that's a little unsettling, but one of those things, people, that everybody should know, because it is my
And there's
belief.
also a certain mystic job to it.
It is my belief that if people knew this information, we would behave differently, because our small petty differences
Bingo.
would go the hell away, and we'd realize that there's more important things than our little petty differences over religion, skin color, race, and all that bullshit that we think is so important. It'll go right out the window, and you realize what's really important.
Yeah.
We're all on the same.
Realize how
rock
big the big
together.
picture is.
We're all on the same rock together, guys. You have to come together and stop with the bickering and realize that there's so much more bigger things happening than political garbage and wars and all this bullshit. Not that I'm saying ignore, not that I'm saying none of that matters either, but this is the biggest thing happening to us as a collective. And this affects all of us. It doesn't just affect my neighbor. It doesn't just affect me. It affects all of us, all over the world.
And what you're looking at right now, May 28th, 2025, is not a one-off. We have all of us here that you're looking at right now have seen this pattern happen for year after year after year after year. We are all experts in this. We all see this. We see the patterning. My drawings match time after time after time, people. You cannot make this up. It's real. It's happening.
We can teach you how to see and understand what you're already seeing, because if you're here, if you're watching this, you know something has changed. You know, you sense it, you feel it. I know, because we all went down that same path, guys. Pay attention. I promise you. Just pay attention. I dare you. Just spend enough time watching this stuff. Take what we teach you here and apply it yourself. And I assure you, you will see it. I promise you, you will see it.
I just want to say hi to Jerry real fast.
Hey, Jerry.
Hello, Jerry.
Hi, Jerry. Love you, Jerry.
Hi, Jerry.
I gotta talk fast. Hey. He's here. He's in the UK, everybody, just so you know.
Yeah, I must be, been drinking Bud Light. I haven't been drinking beer, I promise. I love you, man. I've been saying that to everybody, including Robert Marshall Smith, all the way down in New Zealand. How are you, man? Yeah, you guys are awesome, and the fact that where we're at. Oh shit!
Love this.
So crazy. Yeah, look at that. This is from this one from Petty or Afan?
It's Afan.
This is Afan. Yeah. And in Maldives. I mean, guys, you can't make this up. And look at the orange on the right hand side. That is the effect of Saru coming in and refractive colors. And oh my God, what we're going to see this summer is going to be insane. It's going to be absolutely, absolutely insane. I'm so excited for what's coming, and excruciatingly frightful.
Me too.
Yeah.
I'll wait till everyone drops to their knees and goes, "Oh my God, what's that?"
Oh, here's my card.
Be a planet. Oh.
Hey, Rebecca. There's that last video that I showed you that I really want to discuss with Sam. Real quick.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Even if it's just a screenshot, it's fine. I can do the screenshots. It's fine. I just really want, because I've seen people comment on this. It was the last video that I sent to you.
Okay. Well, we have there's bear with me. I'm pretty sure I know which one. Because I had to I put them on different bear with me.
It is something that I hear people ask all the time, and honestly, it's been something that's bothered me for a long time. And I finally had, and it's the weirdest thing because it's such a simple concept, but because we're so used to the dinner plate model, we tend to overlook the
I think
the
it's
fact
this
that
one.
there's
Hopefully,
orbitation. There's orbitation all that, and we don't really address that because we're so used to this dinner plate model. Here we go. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is not new. This is from last year. But okay, so
Attu's moon, Attu, Uri.
yes, exactly. But this
right.
right here, the other orange band that goes down the side of it, those are the asteroids, right? Okay, so
some smaller stuff, yeah.
What confuses me? Can you pause it there, Rebecca? Well, could you go? A little bit more centered. Okay, so there's a planet here, right? There's a moon. There's Attu. There's
Attu's moon,
and then you have the asteroids, right? What always confuses me sometimes is that sometimes you would see the asteroids coming in this way, kind of like you're seeing on this video, right?
Right.
But sometimes you see them coming in from this other angle, and they used to mess with my head so much, and I'm like, how is it that one day you could see them coming in left, from south to north, right? And then other time you see them north to south. But you have to think, guys, this thing is rotating, right? So when the asteroids are on this end of the planet, it's going to look like it's coming down. But when it goes around, right, it's going to look like this way. And I know it's a simple concept, but because we're so used to the dinner plate model and we're so used to the way we've been taught things, it's so easy to overlook. Even for someone like me who's been doing this 6+ years, it was like finally the other day I was like, oh my God, that's such a simple concept, but to me it just really messed with me, seeing it.
And
one
the
day
top middle right.
How is it possible that one day it coming this way, the next day it's coming the other way, the opposite way? But we're talking
if you go just left of middle, just right of middle to the top of the picture, just right of middle to the top of the picture, you'll see a nice big square Texas cube.
Yeah, this is literally that you just put it on there, Rebecca, the drawing. This is literally that drawing. You have, and again, this isn't even that new, but this is literally what you're seeing right here. You got Attu in the back, Attu's moon, asteroid cube, everything is in here. And you see those lines right there, right where the orange thing is. Sam drew those lines down there. You see that? You see how they're going exactly lined up with this freaking video. It is. Come on, guys. Come on.
Because it's really there.
You have to get on board, guys. We're not imagining shit. This is 100%. Look at how those striations Sam put just line up perfectly with those asteroids. It's insane. Insane. Just bam, home run, Sam. Every time this shit happens, I'm like, how the hell does he do it?
No, that's incredible.
And you can't argue with that curve. Look at how I darkened it, and only the top gets dark. Look at the horizon. That is our sky. Anything above that's dark,
and
it's a planet.
Look where the light is coming from, which shows you its placement because the light is behind you. It is in the northwest sky beyond Earth.
It's a frontal illumination.
Spatially illuminated.
Yeah. Here's that line.
Look at that. You can see surface.
That lines up just perfectly well with your yellow moon, that line that goes on the bottom.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just above the trees is where the long box is with those weird three lines.
It looks blue, right? But the blue
and the spiral asteroid.
The blue is popping out, guys. Pay attention to that. It's not just empty blue. There's a blue.
Yeah, look at the horizon.
Bulging out. Go ahead, Sanders.
There be. Who? What? Where?
There's a
there's shit in front of us, guys.
There.
Right there.
There's a roundness there. There's look at this sideways. Look at this upside down, and you'll see that there's a bulge there. There's a bulge, and you can see it, in person too. You don't need a camera to see this. I mean, sometimes the camera catches it, of course, but
can
these
see
curves,
surface.
People often tell me, "Well, it's just a camera." No, just go outside and you can see it with your own eyes. it's there. The curves are there.
I know you got to tell people to go take their own pictures. Like they can't argue with you if they don't even take their own pictures. And
Yeah, as I've said
But they
before,
still
if
argue
you're
with you,
not
Rebecca.
if you're
They
not
still argue
active,
with you, and they won't laugh at you and stuff.
if you're not an active skywatcher, I'm not going to argue with you. I'm not going to engage with you because you don't know what you're talking about. You know, you only take what you hear on the news and then bring it here. But if you're not watching the sky, we're on different levels. We're on completely different levels. If you're not watching the sky yourself, we're not. It doesn't even.
I think you're about to earn your Dr. Marquez, aren't you?
I think I'm pretty much there.
Aren't you?
Here.
Yeah, Dr. Marquez of the Astrophysics Department of Montana Skywatchers and Nibiru Followers Anonymous. Is that not correct?
Yes, sir. That's the one.
Yeah, people, come on.
Somebody said last week. Somebody commented last week on last week's show said, "Leave the science to the scientists." God damn it, we are scientists. We've been doing this for years. This is a science. This is the scientific method. We take something and we repeat the experiment over and over. That is a scientific method. Just because I don't have it,
we reach out.
Scientists.
We have thousands and thousands and thousands of members from around the world providing this information in a cumulative summation that took 15 years to get here, and none of our information is inaccurate, and none of our information is paradoxical, and it all matches. 15 years. We are experts in our field.
And I was telling somebody else recently too. I said, you know, the difference between Sam and everybody else is that Sam encourages you to take your own pictures, to do your own work. He doesn't tell you to go to the news. He doesn't tell you to go watch this video. He encourages to post your own shit. Okay? And that's the reason why. It's the reason. It's the reason why. Yeah, there you go. That line right there. It's the reason why members have reached such a high level of learning is because we don't really
2022. I drew that in 2022. Now what are you looking at in 2025?
Look.
Yeah.
See the straight lines? You tell me that my remote viewing does not work. You tell me that my remote viewing does not work.
Yeah.
It's just too accurate.
Jesus Christ. This thing, it's like the car is driving itself right now. You know, like you just can't. You can't make something up and let it you know, coincidence could be, you know, even a clock, even a broken clock is right twice a day.
Go back to the
it wouldn't happen over and over and over and over and over and over again, guys. We would have been proven wrong by now many times, and instead of the evidence has piled up so high that it would be a slam dunk in court. It would be a slam dunk. It would. There is not a single jury with reasonable jury out there who would go against this evidence. It writes itself, guys. You know.
I drew that drawing in 2022 at my table. I did not copy it off of the computer. I did not do anything like that. I drew that out of my head. And 3 years later, you're looking at a base cloud. Now, all of us experts know what the base cloud is. And look at the base clouds I've handed you in this drawing. You cannot make that shit up 3 years in advance.
No. Nope. And you can't have hundreds or not thousands of submissions every day, every week that show the same thing, that show the same cloud patterns, the same base patterns, the same effects, the same weather effects. And the opacity does the rain bombs everywhere. It's the same effects. It's the same everything, guys. Like, come on. You have to get on
after year after year after year.
You have got to get on board. This is the most important thing that happens to humanity every so often, and they are doing everything to get your attention elsewhere.
This is something Sharon sent me. I haven't seen it yet myself yet.
This
Oh,
is
what
a
is
guy
that?
sitting in front of his TV,
Holy
and he was
shit.
just
Yeah,
watching
yeah,
a
I've seen
live
this
feed
one.
on NASA.
And he was
He's,
freaking out because somebody had the
What?
yeah.
he's saying that's an Anunnaki on a like a scooter kind of thing.
Jesus
That's on the NASA website. That was
on a live feed from the NASA. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Are you
remember one of my
serious?
Like
friends said
the
that they
Mayan
drive around in
guy
scooters
on the
up
rock.
there. That they've got hovercraft. Look at it. It's like a hovercraft person.
What?
A
Oh my
chariot.
Yes.
Well, and
Chariot
imagine
of the
this
gods.
historical depictions of Vimanas and that
Yeah, I
kind
know. I mean, look at all those things. The Indian stuff is fascinating. They've even
There's
got
only little stuff at the
We
moment. Wait,
are
wait,
not
wait. Gets better.
alone.
There
Gets
is so
better.
much. There is so much more happening, guys, in our little world down here. We have got to snap the hell out of it.
Mm-hmm. They're all structures he's pointing out.
Look at this stuff flying past, and he was freaking out when he was talking.
Watch,
I've seen
it
that
gets
as
better.
well.
It gets better. They're
Yeah.
little compared to what's coming.
Oh no.
They are little. It's about to come in view.
Here it comes. Oh, I love this part.
Me too. He nearly shits his pants when he sees this bit.
I know he freaks the fuck out.
No, the
Caroline.
problem really is that everybody only thinks there's only just a few aliens out there.
The ISS HD live feed. This was
There
from
are
3 years
shitloads of
ago.
factions, guys. There isn't one
Look,
faction. There isn't
look at that,
two factions.
motherfucker.
There isn't three.
Oh my god.
That's Mars Attacks. That's the movie. I haven't met anybody that looked like that. Guys, it's different than this.
Freaking out. Absolutely freaking.
Well, you can't go to the negative finger pointing. We have to embrace the fact that we are not alone. There are other races, and if we don't damn well grow up really darn fast, we're in deep shit.
That could be the
I've
case,
tried over the years to be middle of the road and not be political and not be overly spiritual and emotional. And Rebecca, if you need a bathroom break, now would be a great time to play the Pleiadian message, because let's talk about the positive effect of the alien races.
Yeah.
Awesome. Do you have a link to this, Rebecca?
Look at that, and then the feed got hacked. Because I was watching it as well that day, and then the feed got hacked, and the guy freaked out.
No. Okay,
I watched that. I thought, and there's no way. I mean, that guy is freaking out. Look
that was the nail. That was the nail that wow. That was
nail in the coffin.
Right there, so I can. Is this on TikTok? Was that on TikTok, Rebecca?
It was on YouTube.
No, it's on YouTube.
The level of disinformation drives me nuts. People, I have actually sat there and spoken to aliens face to face.
Can you go back
conversation?
I can look it up. It looks like a Spanish speaking.
Okay. Yep. I can do that.
Look it up.
Hang on.
And people are talking about hypothetical shit they see on TV.
Yeah. Okay.
What is it? English or Spanish?
I don't know. Sharon recommended I shut the volume down.
He's
so
American,
I muted it.
Okay, I got it. Wait, thank you.
I sent it to you,
You can
but
always
you have to
turn them
listen
up.
to it on mute. Lots of swearing.
Yeah, you can
I
always
love
turn it up.
swearing.
You know,
Can I have
the
some more
air can
swearing,
be purple.
I'd like some more, sir.
That is
Look at that.
Yes, Sharon, I'm in one of those moods. I'm looking at that, and I can't even identify that.
Look at that.
I think it's not a real NASA live feed, or is it? In my opinion, they put stuff in it what isn't real, but I'm not sure. It's just my opinion.
And what are they smoking, man? I just got something. Sharon, did you ever run across the fabulous furry freak brothers?
What?
You'll have to repeat that, Sam.
He's definitely cussing.
Did you ever run across the fabulous furry brothers?
The fabulous.
Yeah, you're like them me.
They don't want you saying
Furry,
whatever it is you're trying to tell me.
F-U-R-R-Y. Fabulous furry freak.
Fury.
It's a cartoon from Nate Ashbury, 69, 70, 71 period. And it was a hippie drug magazine. Fabulous furry freak brothers.
No, I don't recall anything like that. I was into Kimber the White
For
Lion.
some reason, my
and
brain went there. I don't know why, and that's why I said, whatever you guys are smoking."
No,
I had
we
to
had the
qualify
Hair Bear
that,
bunch
sorry.
back then, so.
Oh, there, I've got it. Yeah.
There. Okay.
No. Somewhere. Fuck.
We're only at 3 hours. Poor people. We can't lose
Only.
our minds yet.
I have the Pleiadian
Nah,
message
Joanne.
ready when you are ready.
Nah, not my style. No. I
I
try to avoid
don't
movies.
see anything fake with that video. That looks really. God, that looks almost that. I could almost feel the presence of that thing. It's crazy. I'm very.
Well,
I'm like
there.
you. How did you say, Sam? I'm like I suffer from I don't believe you. I do. I'm very. When it comes to videos on TikTok, I'm very suspicious. But that right there, just I don't know why it just rings true to me. It just looks very real.
In person,
Right.
I've had dozens of people over the years tell me I met aliens, and I never believed
Yeah,
any of
I'm-
them. And you know, I should be right there going, "Yeah, I believe you." But
In
no,
fact,
yeah.
honestly, I almost like I have this thing where I automatically roll my eyes when I hear that.
Yeah, right. Bingo.
I do, because the thing is that
We're all
there is
trained for
some
that.
that are real. There's some that are real, but I hate to say it, the vast majority is just people who. The vast majority.
you know-
Shut up.
Make you shut up.
Okay,
yeah,
guys.
Yeah.
We talk about me all the time in the Pleiadians, and this is, of course, a great opportunity for you to follow up later with the Pleiadian message, Rebecca. But anyway, I met this Pleiadian, and we talked for about 2 hours, and he told me so much stuff. Almost said the other word. There you go, Carol Ann. And a huge portion of all of this has come true already. And you know, the fact that I would be literally the only one that could do this, to me, it's almost simple. It's complicated. It's stressful. It's emotional. It's a hard, really big, heavy burden to carry, because I don't want to mislead any of you guys at all, because I love my friends dearly, and I wouldn't throw
I
out.
love that that's important to you, Sam, because to a lot of people, it's
I wouldn't
not.
throw out spaghetti
To a lot
sauce
of
and
people-
noodles without
to a lot
following
of
with the
people,
meatballs.
it's the follower count and the view count that matters to them, not the truth. You know, I can't tell you the amount of people that I've seen over the years start out honest, and as their following increases, end up in, you know, with something unrecognizable to what started.
I have
And somebody-
intentionally not sold out.
Somebody has mentioned, Sam, one of your biggest fans mentioned that your story changes. I'm like, wow, what are you talking about? For 7 freaking years, Sam has been repeating the exact same story, the exact same thing. You know, like there's no overlap. There's no, so, okay, well, this is different now with the occasional, this is
And
the
I
past
didn't give out any dates.
when it
and
really was.
all the
that
side
thing.
drawings and videos and movies all match.
Everything, the consistency of it screams truth. And again, when somebody's lying, it's really not that hard to catch those people in lies. It's really easy. I mean, we've seen NASA, you know, we've seen NASA trip over their own bullshit over and over. You know, lies, they come out eventually. You know, they come out eventually. And
How did the Palladian communicate with you, Sam?
Verbally
Verbally
and
or-
without verbal, both.
Okay.
It was he lost patience with me very early, because
Do they sound like us?
I'm overly talkative, And I have more questions, and I was winding him up, and he was trying to inform me, and he told me the story that got confusing as hell. And God, to this day, I wish I had a legal pad and a damn good pen, because if I could have taken notes. Yeah, well, this was
a dictaphone.
This was in the 80s. We were still walking around with Walkmans, not recorders or camcorders. I got my camcorder later than that, but anyway, it was too late.
Yeah.
But no, and he they were very surprised. I was in an abduction scenario, and I sat up on the table, and most humans cannot do that. Okay, ponder that for a minute. Different? So I'm sitting there. The ship went over the top of us. The big circular light went down on me and around me, and all of a sudden, none of us could even move or do anything except scream in our own brains. And the little gray guys come running out of the ship after they land, and they grab you and they turn you sideways, and then they carry you in the ship. They lay you down on an observation table. They take samples and your readings and your clip of your hair, and they look at you and test the plaque on your teeth or whatever. And in some cases, do larger samples. I'm not going to go into those details. In other cases, they collect other samples, which I'm not going into those details. Then they put you back with the little gray guys, even though that's not who's running the ship, because there's other factions, and the grays work for other factions, because the grays can run out onto Earth atmosphere and not suffer the barometric complications that their master or host of the landing craft would suffer, having to walk out into Earth plane. Do you follow me?
That's why they're the vast majority of sightings are grays.
Aren't they clones?
Right, and they come from a lost race that has been adopted by the other higher races. They're of a lost race without their world anymore, and they work for the higher races because they are super spacesuit dudes that can go outside and do all kinds of stuff. And that's why they have to have supervision, and they're pack creatures. And if they're not heavily supervised, they can get really freaking nasty, and you never want to piss them off. If you see one in front of you, there are 6 behind you.
Gosh.
Not kidding.
So are these the things that people are finding on trail cams?
No, averagely no. That would be cryptids and skinwalkers, and that's.
I was going to say
totally
that is.
Again. I really believe that they've been on Earth for a very long time, and I do think some of them have space travel, and I think they're down for the quick snack in forests and doing all kinds of, God only knows. I don't have enough information of them other than to say that I believe that they're real. And then cryptids and wolf people and all that, and Bigfoot, yeah, that's all real. Because the sightings overall have been so strong for so many decades, they can't be anything else. And I myself have been in the forest and smelled something that was not a bear, and bears smell bad, but I smelled something that was so unbelievable, and I knew I was being watched. I never physically saw one, but I believe they are real. They have to be. And then I believe in giants. I could tell you stories on and on, because we only think about 8,000 years back, and people, there's cycle after cycle after cycle of other histories of other groups of people that recovered after each passing of Nibiru, each destruction of each civilization prior.
Yeah,
it's all you have to think way bigger.
Just because records only have gone back 6,000 years that we have in our possession doesn't mean that 100 million years ago there weren't advanced races here.
In each cycle, we have tectonic breakup, and Earth reforms the commodities through the volcanic process of the passing of Nibiru that we are able to create and dig up new next time they come back, which is why they continue to need the workforce. And yet the higher races above them have laid out a decree that some of us must be allowed to evolve for other higher purposes. And yet we humans are also a commodity, along with oil and sulfur and this and salt and that Earth produces. So all of that is being collected.
You got gold in your blood.
Sampling of us. Excuse me, say that again.
I said we have gold in our blood too.
Well,
Well, yes, of course, because we
probably
have.
have more of it, and then we would live forever, wouldn't we?
Well, okay. Now that you've mentioned that, the main majority of people talk about solving Nibiru's atmosphere. Do you realize what the real properties of gold were, am?
Gold can have many different states too. That's how they formed monatomic gold. It can even disappear.
Bingo, monatomic gold is that correct word. And where's the highest concentration of monatomic gold on planet Earth?
South Africa.
No.
No.
In the ground.
In the Middle East.
Well, yeah, in the ground, but I mean overall in one place.
In one place? Oh, where's the biggest volcano?
In the mud. No, in the mud.
In the mud?
The Dead Sea.
Ah.
That's why
That's
I said
the one
the
that's
Middle East.
salty is salty.
And that is why one of the original platforms and the cyclopic stones are laid on Temple Mount and other locations around the world that are guaranteed above sea level, created by a higher race than anybody could ever move those damn stones. So they would always have a landing pad to collect the commodities millennia in stacks upon millennia ago. Earth is always in all of these. The Temple Mount is a landing pad.
So you're talking
Yeah,
about
well,
all
I
the
just
high
watched a
altitude
video
ones?
as well. Said that,
All over the
sorry.
world, there's locations where they collect the commodities.
Yeah, they
Table
said that
Mountain's
some of
one of them.
those pyramids are used on water power, like Tesla talked about. And when water rose up in the pyramids, then it actually also used the power of Earth. And
At one point in time, within the recent
birdies.
development of the Sphinx, since the making of there was a flood, and the Sphinx actually stood in seawater for a period of time. So the Sphinx has been there far longer than they're telling people, and that's an age probably over 8,000 to 10,000 to more
But
years.
doesn't the Sphinx sit on top of the halls of Amenti?
Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff underneath in front of that's even older, and that's 9 and 10 and 12 and 14 and 20,000 years. And they can't even figure out what the hell is going on underground yet. And then we had the big to-do about the pillars underneath the pyramids. And yes, it's a broadcast power station. But
They
the
still
only thing that
can't
would be
work
under
out
would,
where the water from the Assyrians coming from. They can't work
well, it
out where all
depends
the
on
old
how.
aqueducts were.
Yeah, it depends on how deep you drill. And if you have high technology, you can drill 10,000 feet.
Yeah.
I mean, you can find water. Most people are reserved down to 300 or 400 or 500 feet, and after that, they quit. So these aquifers could be way deeper than that.
Yeah.
And Africa
That's
is
why people
full
sunk
of water
wells.
underground. By the way, check on what's going on with the Sahara Desert. It's now green.
My poor dogs
they're
heard
keeping that
somebody's
quiet.
doorbell thing ring.
I heard it too.
They are
Not
so
yours.
not going outside again. Somebody had something that rang now. Who was it? One of you guys had something
Me,
that
I
rang
didn't
now.
hear it.
I don't know. It was an old school phone. I know that. It sounded like a landline.
Yeah, it
I got
sounded like
mine on
one of those
mute,
wind
so-
up phones, and my dogs got up and went, "What was someone at the door?"
Bing.
Shame. They're so wet. They're like little wet, raggedy dogs, man.
Yeah, we have no clue what our past history it was because we've been indoctrinated by that black book with gold trim labeling on it by Rome, and a few other religions. Oh, did I say that out loud? Yeah. Anyway,
It's misinterpreted. I can tell you how often I see things that lead me to quote the Bible or something that reminds me of something that was said in the Bible. I'm not religious. I'm not.
So
But
now
there
let's
is-
take a short walk.
But there is some truth.
Let's take a
Take me
short
to the
walk
back-
to Alabama or Georgia and the Southern Baptist Church, and look what we created. And folks, we're still. Wow, the church became that which it sought out to crush in the first place, and don't even get me started on the Basilica and the Vatican. Wow. And
Yep.
I during my conversation with the Pleiadian, he gave me the off-world information about the facts of our religion, and I've tippy-toed and done the ballerina dance around it all these years. And I have often told some of my close friends that tomorrow I could actually ruin world religion, with the exception of Taoism and Buddhism. And those are old world religions that have magnitudes of strength to them. And I've tried to teach all of you guys a little bit of that each over time. And I try to share that information. Our world religion is incorrect. We've been handed a Brooklyn Bridge. We've been sold a bill of goods, folks. And I'm not trying to be mean. And I love the story of Jesus and all of that. Mary and and then I always throw out in the middle of the card table. Yeah, how about those three kings that followed a star?
Mm.
And those don't just walk around by themselves, do they?
Well, that's exactly what I mean.
And
Sam. Once you know this information, it's a lot easier to understand so much that has been misinterpreted. Our history,
bingo,
religion, everything that we've been taught has been skewed over time and watered down. But if you know the binary system, it is so much of those questions that humans have about life and our
it
history
vanishes.
and all that, it makes things so much clearer, and it makes our world just a little bit more unbearable. I'm not gonna paint it all pink and roses. It makes it a little bit more unbearable because it exposes more how fucked up the world that we live in is, and
our past history, and the fact of God versus demigod.
That's right.
That's the part I think people have a lot, and the fact that we were placed here. And if we really go to real science and DNA research, just recently within the last year and a half, 2 years, they have proclaimed that wheat, the grain of Earth, is not from Earth.
But it helped us survive. It helped us get to this point.
They taught us the agriculture, yep.
You got this big ass rock, there's a bunch of gold and all kinds of cool shit on it. Yet you can't walk out there and actually physically mine it yourself because the atmosphere screws with you. You can do it, but not for very long. So what do? You create a race of people that can. Then every 4,000 years as you pass, you stop by and pick the shit up that you genetically created them to seek, to sought after. And that is original sin. Greed.
You take a
within
hominid that's on
mankind.
you take a natural living hominid that's part of the environment, genetically modify them so that they can be part of your workforce. Because the Agidji, the original ones that they made, they all started to overpopulate. That's why they said we've got to do something about them. They all rebelled, had a massive rebellion, and that's when they said, that's it, we're going to take a hominid, we're going to program it so that they can work for us, and that's where we come in.
Right. And we were created.
Even our size was modified over time to make us easier to control.
Our world
And
economy
look at
is
what they
based
feed
on
us, all the
gold.
chemicals, all the jabs, everything is designed to keep us in our lowest state.
I've only recently started eating over the last 5 years is when I really started focusing on my health. And I realized that once you start eating healthy, you realize how much it affects your cognitive ability. You're lethargic. You're depressed. If you just, I just challenge anybody out there right now. Don't eat sugar just for a week and see what it does for not just your joints and your bones, because the inflammation is going to go away, the pain in your joints is going to go away, but your mental clarity. Oh my God! When you cut out the carbs, if you minimize the carbs, and when I mean if you're going to eat carbs, do like vegetables, right? But if you take out anything processed, you take out the sugars. Just give back to me and tell me how you feel mentally. Like you have this mental clarity that is just intoxicating.
Water.
Absolutely intoxicating. And the
Mhm.
reason
Drink more water.
The reason I stuck to eating a better, and not eating garbage is because I love how it makes me feel. It makes me feel.
Yeah, but look how you look too.
Exactly.
You look so much brighter.
Yeah.
You've got color to your skin.
Just look at people who have
You're
been
not
my
pale
friends.
like you used to be.
Look at my pictures from 6 years ago. It's
Yeah.
day and night. It's day and
You're
night.
a different guy, he says. You're a
Yeah.
different guy. You're more
Absolutely.
vital.
Amen.
You're out doing, you're actually work, like doing a job that it's night or day, and that's hard. It's either
Yeah.
night or day that you're doing it. It's
Even
difficult to
considering
move
them.
between shifts. I
Yeah.
tried that, and it was a killer. That trying to that circadian rhythm thing, and look at you sitting there all confident telling us your story.
Our
Well
diet,
done.
our diet is meant to keep us low, to keep us docile, because that's what I feel. I felt like I was more
biddable.
I was a little bit more assertive when I cut out all that chemicals and
Yeah, you're
sugar
biddable when
and
you're
fat.
eating sugar and stuff.
And don't get me wrong, I indulge about once a week in your cupcake.
So do I. My indulgent is a pineapple ring.
Food tells your DNA what to do.
If you keep it to a minimum, guys, it doesn't just help you lose weight. It helps your entire metabolic everything, but your mental clarity
And your
is the one that comes.
relationships.
Your relationship. Yeah, absolutely.
And we could talk
Because
about home chant and learn your chakra towers
Yep.
and learn about grounding, which is huge. You know, take your shoes
Grounding.
off, go outside, sit on your porch, put your feet
Absolutely.
on the ground.
Absolutely.
And
Your
start-
advice, Sharon, I don't know if I told you, but I stopped the fasting, right? I stopped the going 10 hours without eating. So now I do just small portions throughout the day.
Yep.
Nothing. I walk perfectly, so comfortable. And I finally found the cure, because that's the only thing that's been working for me. I've been trying to lower my uric acid for years, and I every year that I go, it's just slightly down, but I'm like, I've been working so hard, but it doesn't come down. But when you stress your body, sometimes what it does is it releases a lot of toxins, and
Stores.
what it increases is your acid level, your acidity. And for people like me who suffer from uric acid, it's a big problem, because if you ever had a gout attack, it is one of the most painful, horrific things that will ever happen to anybody.
You can also just occasionally rub baking soda on your gums.
Really?
Yep.
Just,
Yeah.
your mouth is another one that is connected to everything.
Yep. It soaks right into
Kind of like
the
your belly
bloodstream.
button.
If you have bad teeth,
Yeah, if you like
have something, it can mess with a bunch of other stuff as well.
like 3 times a week, take a finger, just dip your finger into a box of baking soda that's clean and hopefully refrigerated afterwards. Put it on one gum, finger, put it on the other gum, swish it through your mouth a couple of times. Don't rinse. Walk around. If you do that 3 times a week, watch what happens.
Interesting. I don't know that. I'm gonna have to try that.
What happens?
It's exactly the same
It
as
becomes.
that
It
toothpaste
has to do
called
with.
hepatite. It actually helps rebuild your mouth.
Really?
It
What
gets rid
it
of all of
does
the
is
plaque.
we
It gets rid of all of the
have pH
acid
value in
building
our body.
bacteria.
Yeah, see,
We have
that's
pH balance.
that's what I've been dealing with, is my pH balance, my
Right.
acid levels are all
And when
over.
you have an acid, you add the opposite spectrum of the
That's it.
powder, and that will it's like potassium and magnesium eat each other. So you have to. A lot of people have trouble balancing their potassium because their magnesium, excuse me, because their potassium is too high, and then it's this back and forth battle. If your salt level is too high, you add a balancer negative pH, like a baking soda powder, which is like a sulfate, and then the sulfate will combat the acid, and you'll retract the salt out of your body just by adding a minute amount of baking soda to your gums a couple of times a week, including maybe just changing to brushing your teeth with baking soda every day.
And if you don't like that, just drink some soda water, the carbon dioxide.
I love soda water.
That'll help. But
I love soda water.
Like
the
soda water.
mineral-
Yeah, we had
the
lots of
mineral
soda water.
value-
It's like
the
that.
lime or
Soda
lemon.
water, yeah.
I love soda water. A lot of people, every time I go to Sonic and I'll get me one, and people just look at me like I'm crazy.
Is anyone
are you still
suffering
on the
from
Yeah.
IBS syndrome? Drink pineapple juice.
Really?
Love it,
Bromelain
love
is a very important chemical.
Oh, I love
Oh
pineapple.
yeah, no, sometimes crave pineapple. I want to have it with things like gammon
Mango.
and that.
That's
Oh,
why I
yum.
eat my pineapple
Like
ring
your
every
body
week.
just
Okay.
knows what to eat.
Okay, you guys.
By
All
the
right,
way,
here it is.
Nicole,
Right, we've
I
stopped talking about planets and gone into chemicals again.
Guys, guys,
Chemistry.
the ultimate,
Just real
the
Yes,
quick.
guys,
ultimate thing.
yes, Sam.
And the Palladian.
Pineapple, mango, orange juice, and champagne.
Nah, forget the champagne.
I was gonna say that you lost me at champagne.
The champagne is such
Sounds
low
delicious.
volume. All it does is add the sugar value to hit your system faster.
No,
That's
because
all.
I do know alcohol is beneficial on some level. In fact, people back in the day where they weren't really hygienic, alcohol really kept them alive in a lot of cases. Or from
Oh yeah.
How many little old ladies used to sit down with their shandies and their brandies?
The consumption
Would you
of
like
beer,
and their
which was
nightcap?
done
A
through
nightcap.
hop, barley, and small amounts of grain, was the only way to cure water in the drinking system in the early medieval period. Their water was so polluted by their farm activities and their garbage disposal around them that no matter what they drank, they would get malaria or cholera or whatever. And so it was so horrendous. They had to drink alcohol not to get sick, because the alcohol actually cured the water that was used in the consumption and creation of beer.
Because it was distilled, you see. All that
Correct, and
distillation
it killed
kills off all
all
the bugs.
it killed all the bad bacteria and grew its own new bacteria to create alcohol.
That's
And
it.
and even children drank it because it was the only pure source of water. If you have a farm and then the people downstream and you got cows that are running free and they're pooing next to the farm, your drinking water is not very good. You're going to die. So and
That's why
it
people
goes along
sunk
with the
well.
Roman era. When the Romans came in, they started to teach people how to cook outside their house, because people who in roundhouses that had a cooking fire in the center of their house, and then would go through winter, and all the charcoal on the ceiling would create drip drops that would drop down and actually create pneumonia and other lung diseases. So this is why the Romans heated their house from outside and did not cook in the same building that they slept in.
We have here. There's this. It's like a water fountain that they have that's just constantly running. Right, it never turns off, and it's just out there for the public. Anybody can stop and grab water. It's kind of like a thing for like the homeless
Still
and
raining
people.
out there.
But
If you keep it running,
it's well water, and
if you keep it running, it stays fresh.
I stopped by and grabbed me a bottle of water, and I tried it, and it's always, everybody says it's one of the best waters. It's really healthy and full of minerals, and it hasn't been killed from all those things that are healthy for us, because there's good bacteria, bad bacteria, so you have minerals. I'll be honest, I didn't like the taste of it. Originally, I didn't like the
Bacteria
taste of it.
can't grow in flowing water.
Exactly. But because we're so used to drinking dead water that's been so highly cleansed of everything, it's dead water. There's no minerals in it. So I've been drinking that water. I've been getting used to it because we've been so used to a certain way. But now that I've been more health focused, I've been drinking that water. Right? Not only is it free, but it's good water, and it's because we've been using this other stuff. It's kind of an acquired taste, but once you get used to it, you're like, this is better, and you can tell that there's more than just dead water in it. And I think I think it's important to find a good source of water, guys, because Jesus, everything has been tainted so badly. And I wouldn't even say a river. Rivers, there's a lot of illegal things around, so just watch. But well water. Anytime I go to New Mexico, all my family has well water, and it is just amazing water. It's so good.
Mm-hmm.
So one thing I noticed about up here in the Highlands, the water felt really different, like it was lighter, like it was fresher.
Energized.
Yeah, like it's different here.
Yeah.
Energized.
Again,
I liked it, but I still managed to. I still filter my water because that's just a habit from South Africa. You used to filter the water. I've also got one of those surviving the wild
Purification straws. Yep.
You know.
Purification straws. I highly
Yeah, I've
recommend
got
them.
one of those. Yeah, just in
But
case.
yeah.
You never know
I've
when
at
you're
least
gonna
got a
need it.
couple of things for a go bag. But not that I
Right.
would. I'll be looking running about going, oh my god, where is it?
Long story short, guys, let's be more health. We need to
Conscious.
be more in line with our planet. You know, more in line with our nature. It's super important. It's what I told myself. I'm not gonna follow any crazy diet. I'm just gonna eat the way our ancestors used to eat. You know, whole foods, fresh stuff. Try to get I go to now the farmers market just started last week. I can't wait. I'm waiting anxiously
Learn to
this
cook.
week to hit up the
Don't
farmers.
buy freezer packages
Oh,
because they put
cook.
all kinds of stabilizing crap in it.
I love cooking. I love cooking. But recently now I was telling Nicole that I can't red meat has been something that I'm losing my taste for, which is crazy because that's never
Depending on where
happened.
you buy it.
I'm
cooking butter and olive oil only.
I've been doing just. I'm not cooking with any. I don't cook with any oil.
Hi, Tara.
I haven't cooked with oil or anything for
Hi,
a while.
Tara.
If I do, I'll
Yeah.
use like bacon drippings or tallow or something like that. Hi, Tara.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
But
They grow on their own plants.
stay away from
Bacon?
seed oil.
Is it your lemon tree?
This is
But-
actually my tomato plant.
Oh, your tomato. That's the one you had the other day that you showed me. That was this
Yeah, look how
big.
big it is.
My goodness. See, all that
Yeah,
extra
put a few bucks
radiation
in.
is forcing the plants to grow more.
My
They're
tree.
producing more sugars. That's why they're getting bigger.
They're just growing exponentially. It's this thing just.
Again, I am concerned about, speaking of radiation, I am concerned about the attack from Israel on Iran's nuclear facilities.
Yes.
Yeah,
And
that's
that's,
very alarming.
we covered that for 3.5 seconds, and I went, you blew up a nuclear facility that is trying to hone down to plutonium. I mean, and they're trying to develop their own bomb, and you blew
enriching
that
uranium.
up. Yeah, right, bingo. I couldn't pull that group of pronouns out of my lips. I'm exacerbated by the moment of what I thought of when I watched the news flash. It's like, what? You blew that up?
It's terrible.
How
What the-
dare you? I mean, well, by the way,
Yeah, sure,
Chernobyl is breaking down. They're still dumping Fukushima water, reduced radiation Fukushima water, into the ocean
Into the
as we
sea.
speak.
Yep. They don't
Where would you
care.
like me to go with this? Because I mean, you guys, you have no idea what's really going on, and I can't come publicly and tell you. And if I told you everything that I know about what's been going on since the '80s on the Mexican-American border, just beyond where anybody wants to live underground, I would go bye-bye. And that is even bigger than anything I've ever told any one of you guys.
So
And
is
this
that
shit has
future
been
map
laid
of
out.
the world accurate?
Excuse me, say that again.
Is that future map of the world accurate?
It's within a large possibility of reality if the sea level rise is correct.
And what would force that? That would be this binary?
A very large heat
You're
event
doing it
where
like that?
Antarctica would do something weird. And by the way, you should see what the hell Antarctica is doing. Or
It's melting like crap
continental
too, isn't it?
displacement or pole shift or, I mean, where did the great flood of Noah come from? Did the earth stop and then roll? And was there a great wave, or was it just a small tsunami that wiped? It was, I mean, like a small, large tsunami that created a major shift. It was a tectonic break. Was it some shift of dynamic subduction zones? What? I mean, there's no way for us to judge that in true science according to a story that happened 8,002 cycles ago in Doggerland. You wouldn't believe how many continents there are actually underwater.
Could
There's
just look at that big
Icelandia.
New Zealand continent. New Zealand.
New Zealandia. It's
Zealandia.
officially called
Zealandia.
Zealandia, right? Zealandia. It's
Zealandia.
underwater, and then there's also
And then-
Icelandia, and there's
Did you
another one,
see
and I
that
forget.
clip? Did you see that clip they released yesterday? Scientists have found a 10,000-year-old playground in the ocean.
Oh yeah, I would believe it. You guys got to remember. Well, wait a minute. The sea levels rose a little bit longer than that ago.
400 meters
Most
or
of the
something, isn't that
archaeology
right?
that is out there is under 80 feet deep, and all the ocean levels have risen up above the cities because everybody puts their house close to the water, and all of that water covered up archaeology that's right in front of our faces. We dig up the ground, but we do very little underwater archaeology. And
We
I mean,
don't
they come
even
up
know
with
what's down there.
nonstop treasure. Oh, there's been a study on the Black Sea forever. You wouldn't believe what the Black Sea used to be.
Didn't they just find like a underground, underwater playground or something? Basically,
Yeah.
that was crazy.
And
That was
they
crazy.
just found another shipwreck that had something like $1 billion worth of gold in it.
Oh wow!
So who
Oh,
claims that?
handy. Fancy that.
That's going to.
Well, radar technology is getting better.
That goes to mom and dad who are
That
here.
goes to mom and dad, yes.
Not very happy with what
Somebody
we've,
will get a naughty badge tonight.
yeah, but what we've done with our time. I don't think they're very happy. But yeah.
Well,
That's why we make this scene because we can't handle it. We can't even get along with each other.
Well, let me ask you this question: what do you think that our little square people up there, the parking garages, of a Federation multi-race faction, and then the binary
Underlying
solar system? What do you think these guys are going to do next? Let's talk about that.
Go home tonight in the Nibiru.
Well, the base rumor is, they're going to invade. They don't have to invade. Remember, I've always said this. They already own Earth. They don't have to
Didn't
invade.
they say they were coming to stay with us?
Well, there is a rumor, and I don't have any way to fact check that. But there's a rumor that after the passing, we're going to have to share with another race. Now, are you ready for that? Because you cannot have division of our whole show here tonight, where we cannot be hatred toward the guy that lives in Slovenia versus the guy that lives in Greece or the guy that lives in New York City. We can't hate each other on planet Earth anymore. There is a larger thing going on here, people, and we are not alone. And we have to rethink how we're going to live tomorrow, because right now we're in a swirling shithole, and all the big guys each reached over the handle.
That's why
it's going to flush the toilet.
It's so important for you guys to share this information because this has a huge capacity to change the way we are to each other and to our planet.
Look what happened last time.
Think about it.
Look what happened.
If we can't get along, they'll just go, poof, get rid of you.
Look what happened in
expendable.
1650 BCE. 1650 BCE. Look what happened the last time.
Yeah.
Interruption in the Bronze Age. Technology lost. New cities, people moved around. Climate change. Tectonic plates.
All those just disappeared.
Exploding tidal waves in the Mediterranean. All of this, entire races vanished, wiped off the earth, boom, gone by.
Floods that cover 5 states, going in Missoula. That thing covers 5. They found remnants of spillover from Missoula across.
Lake Missoula. Yeah, I love it.
Look at
as a kid, I always knew that we were underwater. You could see the mountains, the layers.
That is so mind-boggling. It tickles my brain just to think about it. But
I had a free geology lesson.
The reason is that our oceans cover 75% of Earth, and also
but how often has our land masses risen up and sunk and risen up and sunk?
Exactly. Well, I mean, right now because of all the volcanic activity.
Rubik's Cube, right? Rubik's.
Yeah. Well, right now we're seeing islands just developed because of all the volcanic
Well, this is
activity.
why I said earlier on the earthquakes this week, just today, all of the major central fault lines in the Pacific and the Atlantic, in the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere, have all had major earthquakes today.
The
Alaska,
Ring of Fire, guys. That
this
big
month,
ring of
Alaska
fire.
this month
destroyed
alone, in the
space.
Aleutian Islands, all the way to the north of Alaska, was 500. In my area, my neighbors are noticing we're having geologic occurrences in our houses, and we have had 285 in the last week.
Are you
And what
feeling
about all
all
the
It's happening all
strange
over the world.
fires and the things in houses with gas and everything just kind of.
And look at all the new volcanoes that went off in the last 2 months.
79
Check your
active
local
right
volcano.
now.
Who was it who
I live next
posted? Somebody posted a diagram of all the volcanic activity, and it seemed to be on the west coast states, California, but there was a lot
Oh,
of
yeah,
them.
it's very
a
active
little
right now.
further in. But that
Nicole
whole
posted a
area,
lot of
it
earthquake
was like
stuff.
a whole. It just curved up and down, but it covered so many states.
Yeah, and
mostly
there's a major
California.
volcanic event going offshore of Oregon and offshore of British Columbia. And there's another one in the southern ocean of Alaska, right at the eastern side of the Alaskan
Strait.
Aleutian Island. And in that cove, they had about 5 years ago, they had a major string of earthquakes. Speaking of string of earthquakes, there's a lot going on in Texas right now, right on the New Mexico border. And there's a lot going on. And good old Stanley, Idaho, down south of me, is rocking and rolling. Said 285 in the last week. And my house is making noise. And my neighbors also reported that their house is making noise and wiggling. And they think they have to reset their foundation because they didn't know what was going on. So people...
It's kind of freaky.
You be rocking and rolling. And you guys better get ready. There's going to be more crying. Everything is moving.
Bed, Gillian.
Ginger Crouch,
got
you're
work
not
tomorrow.
official Skywatcher, but you're definitely on your way if you're here. If you're here, it's because you feel something has changed and you are learning to see through the BS. It's good that you're
Something in your gut's pulling you this direction. The questions outweigh the answers.
So keep following that intuition. It'll guide you right.
What's that?
I have your pictures ready. You want to see them? Okay. Let's play Gillian's pictures. Here we go, guys.
Here we go. Try not to go to sleep.
Are we that boring? Is that some Jello moon? Lead asteroid in front of Isatum Jello moon, in front of Isatum, on the right-hand side of the sun.
Yeah, they're beautiful. Look at them. Look at that thing.
Red asteroid in front of Uri.
Cool.
It's red asteroid. Is that
Red asteroid. I know. We weren't sure. I was wondering, it's like Matem. That's the area for Matem, but
look at the curve over there on the right.
Okay, remember your out view. Matem is behind. Okay, look where the light is coming from. It's coming from behind us. And this is Atu. That's an asteroid for sure. Underneath, okay, that's the red asteroid underneath Atu's moon. And
look how low they are.
Yeah, they're passing over the top of us and going by us. They're very close now. And now remember, they magnify when they get closer to our atmosphere.
It's another thing that messes with my brain. Sometimes they look so close that you can touch them, but you have to remind yourself that we are seeing through a pool water, basically.
Correct. and it's blown me away because we could never figure out why the planets were so close to each other when they're actually not.
When generally speaking, I mean they are, but they're not as close as they look.
Correct.
Look at the weird colors of the sun is making.
Generically
Again,
speaking,
our perception is this way. So everything.
Our planets are very spread out. Theirs are very close to each other. They are the central core of the equation. We are the outside perimeter followed behind.
That's another reason, Sam, I was thinking the other day, another reason why a lot of people can't fathom this is because they're used to our solar system being so spread out, is that they take that as normal, when really there's a lot of normals out there, There's a lot of normals.
Well,
it's
if you were to
what's normal in
talk about normal,
our neighborhood,
normal in the universes, universes?
Or
how about galaxies? Let's go galaxies.
Not even a word.
Stop there.
It's not even a word that you
normal
should
normal has 83.3% of all solar systems have 2 or more stars. To have one, we would be the exception, not the norm.
Correct.
And nobody talks about how strange it is that we're supposedly one sun system.
Look at that.
Well, I wrote my paper according to chemistry, my outview of what our solar system had to be in order for us to be able on Earth to produce soft metals. It was a basic
And
thing.
to hold the planets. And to hold the planets. And because our bigger planets are in the outer part of our solar system also was what got my attention that you spoke of when I first came across your information, Sam. I was like, that actually sounds very, very on point and interesting.
Look how weird that looks.
And what we have, we're not paradoxical. We didn't die 2 million or 3 billion years ago, and yet the solar system is 4.6 to 6 billion years old. They're still hemming and hawing about the dates.
Even the cats.
Yeah, we're here. We didn't die, and we know that the Nibiru group is the planet of passing. So we know it's not paradoxical. It's non-paradoxical. We know it's cyclic. We know this happens over and over and over again. There is no destroyer. We know there's no real red planet other than Saturn's yellow moon, which is a long proven. Wow, my whole table just wiggled in front of me. There was another earthquake. Not kidding.
Gosh.
Yeah, my knees just wiggled on the table, and I didn't move.
It's kind of creepy that.
No, I warned my brother this year. I don't usually do that, but I did tell him, look, I don't like to talk about this with him because he's not like us. He's like most people who they're just not.
They're doomsayers.
They're not in the they're the kind that are gonna freak out. So I don't like to tell him because I don't. His quality of life I think will be affected more than us. Here. But I did feel the need to tell him that I wouldn't be surprised if we do have another earthquake this year. I would not be surprised.
Well, guys, this is 2025. This is a year of wonder.
We had one in 2020. Yeah. Told him, look, I don't want to freak you out, but I think it's important that you know that there's a lot of seismic activity and a lot of volcanic activity, and
Edgar
I know that he takes everything that I tell him with a grain of salt, but at least it's in the mind.
I need to go to bed.
Good night,
Gillian.
Good night, Gillian.
Good night, guys. Nice to visit with you all.
Right. We'll see you next week.
Yes. Hey, I will.
Say hello to
Lindsay.
Lindsay.
Get her stuff. I will. Yeah. She's all excited because it's days away from going to Mexico.
Wish her well for us.
I will. Good
Night, Jelly
night,
Bean.
Matt. Good night, everybody on YouTube as well. I'm already croaking.
Good night.
Night, everybody.
Good night. Yeah, we'll see you next week, Jillian. Take care.
See you during the week. Bye.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Bye. I find the off button. Good night, Michelle. Good night, Matt. Good night, everybody. Night, night, all the Waltons.
Bye.
Night,
Yeah.
Waltons. Bye.
See
Good
ya.
night,
Bye.
Audrey.
Bye. Bye.
Bye. Where's the off button?
Don't you love it? I'll help you. Here she goes.
Oh,
Bye.
I must
Bye.
find it. Bye.
There she went.
I won't be long either. I won't be long either. We're having some protests, so I'm gonna go catch some of the aftermath of people trying to get home. But I'll probably stay on for another 20-30 minutes. What else? What else do we have next, Rebecca? Do we have anything?
Oh, well, let's
Do we have
see.
any eye candy? Because last week I saw some great videos. There was one of I think you said something. It was Nibiru rotating. Oh my
Yeah, I
god!
have that. I have some storm videos. Let's do
Oh,
that.
that was so cool. It was
Yeah,
such a
you'll like this one. Let's
Yeah,
get
she
it.
keeps showing up still, and now the farther, I really think the farther they get away, the more visible they're going to become.
Yeah.
And I
That's the
do look
problem.
forward to her.
Well, that's been the problem this cycle, Sam, is that they're too close. I can't.
Well,
They're
now
there.
that Atu and Atu's moon is beyond, always check your light source. So we got the right on the light on the right, but tongue twister. And this is Nepesity moved over from the right to the left of the sun just before sunset, probably Nebraska, Kansas area.
All right, is that going to be on this new drawing, Sam? The Pesity on the left?
Yes, sir. It will be on the drawings tomorrow.
Okay, that's
And that is
So they're
at
still
the bottom
doing
of
their
that.
little dance, are they?
Because I've been
That
seeing
is the
them.
bottom of Atu on the left. And if you look to the right, it's green, which is where Nepesity is behind Atu.
Well, they're doing their little dance thing then.
Now, in the day, Atu moves to the right. And in the day, Nepesity moves to the left.
Yeah.
The dance.
Because Atu's moon is the one that I've been seeing the most this cycle, is because it's a little smaller and easier to spot.
Because in the conga line,
these
look at that.
gargantuans, take up the
One,
entire
two,
fucking
three.
sky.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. The drop, snorkel, and rain bomb of Nepesity. This is Snailfoot. The red asteroid is in the bottom with the drag tail. See the pathway?
And there we have
And
it.
then you
That's
have-
the propulsion there, guys. That's what you're seeing.
This is a close pass where they repel each other. This is
Like
Atu.
one-
This is also Atu's
It's-
also part of the 180 day.
See,
We're
it's
seeing
funny.
all.
It's crazy that when you touch something, that's basically what's happening on the tip of your fingers, guys. Is you have this
Hello, I
unique
love
thing
buttons.
that keeps you from, sticking your finger into the tabletop. It's
That is the unification model that Einstein did not get.
as above, so below. Again, I hate to quote the
Right.
Bible, but it is misinterpreted. Again, it's
Look
misinterpreted.
at it spinning.
I love
Wow.
blackberries. Nice to see you here. Hello, how you doing?
Yeah, blackberries. Hey,
See the Nepesity green? See the core?
glad you're here.
Atu and Nepesity trade places in our view.
Yeah, she
Right
friended
now,
me
folks.
recently, and we had a little back and forth for a little bit. But
There's
that
the
was
rain
good.
dump.
Yep.
Which is Nepesity rain bomb, that's the bottom of Nepesity.
No,
That goes back
Ah.
years. We've had repetitive exact matches of this over and over and over again. See the illuminated interior core? It's not dark on the bottom. It's
How
illuminated
is that
inside.
not scared
And I
ants
assure
off
you,
people?
if you go to the comments of this video, I assure you that everybody's thinking it's a mothership. 'Cause that's what we. That's what we have.
We've heard that for how long? Wah, wah, wah.
Well, it does
Okay,
look
you
like
see
the
the ring?
Enterprise.
That was only 2, so that was Snailfoot. This is in the purple and the green are Atu and Nepesity.
Wow, look at that.
Purple and green.
And I've got a cut pizza.
Amazing.
I think your daughters are gonna turn it to pizza, Sam.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Heroes in a half shell. Turtle power. Look at that. Oh my goodness.
My childhood obsession. TMNT, yeah, childhood obsession.
Yeah, they used to be good in the day until they
strongest and
wrecked
most
them.
dangerous thunderstorms.
Jesus Christ.
The bringer of the most intense tornadoes on Earth is the
Oh, look at that.
Jesus, that almost looks like
that
the
the
skull
skull?
hanging out in the
Oh
funnel.
my gosh.
You know. See, this looks like
Hello,
Mexico.
peekaboo.
It looks like Mexico.
There's a color in that.
Wow. Right, big mothership.
You know, and I wanted to
Yellow
point
over
out
these-
too that we get a lot of these. I see a lot of people posting about Mamatis clouds. So let's just say, for the sake of argument, that it's just Mamatis clouds. We haven't seen that. We've seen it this year, but for the past 2 years we rarely see Mamatis clouds. It's like there's certain years where they're a lot more prevalent and much more obvious and much more in your face, and then we have years where they're not. It's because those planets that produce those clouds are not always this close to us. Yuri has been close, and we saw as Yuri has been doing its close passes, we've been seeing more Mamatis. Atki's moon produces Mamatis as well. But if it was just a cloud, guys, we would see it constantly. We would see it more often. We would see it every year. We wouldn't see it 1 year and then 2 years later see it again. It would be every season we would see it. We don't. There's entire cycles that I haven't seen Mamatis at all. 2018, it was all over the place.
But have you noticed they give these clouds new definitions all the time?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, that one looks like a wave ripple. We'll call it a wave ripple. And it's definite asteroid.
Roll cloud.
Yeah. How did a roll cloud form? Please explain.
And again, their excuse is because we were only exposed to all this video now.
Look at that.
Jesus, that is insane.
That's Hawaii.
Amazing.
Purple, green.
Yeah, remember the color of lightning has to do with where it comes from in the high altitude. These are discharges between the bodies, including the asteroids.
Sandy Cheeks used to watch the Weather Channel. Sam used to record it.
Yeah. I'll be back. Back in a minute.
And this is, the close pass, 180-day cycle discharge between the bodies when they come in close pass. That which is between discharges on the planet and keeps it all repelling. We don't crash into each other. We naturally, cycle after cycle, go through this process, exchange ions and give electricity back and forth to different charge to us and them and asteroids. We watch the asteroids and the object cluster group illuminate off the planets long before they even got close to Earth, and we would see the same behavior, but from a far greater distance. We have photographs going back years on all of this.
Jesus, look at that illumination! Wow.
Yeah, that is the bottom of Uri.
Sky is basically glowing, guys.
Yeah, see the stripes? That's Uri.
Jeez, wow. Jesus.
And look, it's semi-illuminated inside. Illuminated inside. 1, 2, 3 rings. Green.
Rainbow.
Now see the bottom cloud starts to push, and it makes this coming in close push pass. And see the snorkel dropping down, sucking it up. And then when it close passes by, it drops everything it sucked up in a rainbow. Now we believe that Nepenthe is smaller than Earth. We are not sure. It could be the same size. It could be larger. But Nepenthe is the smallest of all the planets, and it's green. And that's why we know the inner illuminated green core, what it means. We're looking at 2 passing because this is just snail foot development.
It looks like it's sucking stuff up too.
Yeah, because it's a close pass and it's spinning.
Jesus. There's a roll cloud.
Or is it?
I say that in air quotes.
What would you see if something big came in, a helicopter came in and landed? Would you see a roll cloud of dust come in?
Yeah.
Before the helicopter landed?
You see, that's how you gotta visualize things. That's how I visualize things. And you have to shrink it in your mind, right? Kind of comprehend what's happening.
Air is thin water. Water is thick air. They're not separate. They're part of each other. Even though what we breathe in, only 25% of the liquid atmosphere that we breathe in is oxygen that we use. The rest is all kind of other gases. And we're actually, we're born inside of a liquid womb, and we're actually come out into a thinner liquid environment. Air is liquid. If you go down to the bottom of the ocean, there is water 7. If you go up to the upper atmosphere, there's like air 13. I mean, there's all kinds of chemical equations involved in what we breathe in every day. People say, "Oh my God, that weather looks like it's moist. It's water. Look at it flow." Yeah, duh, it is. When I saw it 2 weeks ago, the show, right after the show, I saw that asteroid go by. I could not believe how fluid the clouds were moving as it went by us, and it took like 40 minutes to do it.
That's how
it was insane.
I visualize it like that in my head. And in fact, Chris made an example the other day that I really loved. He says that every time he visualizes clouds, he kind of visualizes like a basketball in water. And I do the same thing, and it's so helpful. You have to look at the sky and clouds almost like a water pattern that kind of forms whenever something is...
And they leave a trail behind them.
Exactly.
All of this shit leaves a path, including
everything
an electrical ion trail.
Every time that I look up at the sky, it's just I think of water, the clouds. It's all like a water pattern, like a water imprint. It's very
well. How many examples of space clouds have you seen between? In the early years, we could see the space clouds between Atu and Uri, which of course are asteroids and dust and all sorts of other stuff. And we've seen examples of that where Rebecca showed us that ISS release of that masses going by, and that is the space clouds that is at the bottom of Uri. And there's just shitloads of debris from small tiny pebbles and sand and to all the way to monstrous state-sized objects. And we document, that you finally learned the OCG better, and we've watched all of these patterns for years, and now they're so freaking huge, it's insane. But all the way back in 2013 and in 2015, I thought we were going to get our asses plastered by what I saw coming in. I thought for sure they're going to hit us, but it's overly repetitively proved that these asteroids and all of this stuff are directly electrically attached to the other planets, which is also why we see them every day. Yeah. It's insane. And a lot of it,
and it is my firm belief that small stuff is one of the
I was just going to say that.
For a lot of fires that got started, a lot of that stuff, I really do feel is from small stuff.
We've had discussions about the Canadian fires over the last few years, where all of a sudden, mile after mile after mile of Canadian forest all of a sudden lit up within 2 hours. And so, we've agreed that not only that biblically, and I go, and I'm not one to quote Revelations, but here I go again, the 75-pound flaming meteorites that came in on the curses during Noah and the argument with Egypt and Exodus. So, which is also mixed into Revelations and all that crap. Yeah, it's entirely possible that some of these forest fires are going to be started by incoming small stuff. And I think we're seeing a lot of it already, and it's being hidden.
Well, I
and
saw
again, you can watch
in New Mexico, Sam. I had one year. I saw something. I saw what was a trail, and it wasn't a sea trail. It was a trail from one of those small things. And it came directly. The angle was pretty. I would say it wasn't directly down, but it was slanted, right? And right in that direction, maybe a few miles away, a little brush fire got started, right?
Oh yeah,
and I remember when I called it in, the state police answered because I guess they had transferred the local had transferred all those things to the state.
Well, they've got to go out. Then they've got to go out there and look and see if there really is a fire.
I never really. I just really sounded very suspicious to me at the time. They were like, "Oh, it's just it's what do they call those controlled fire? It's a controlled fire." And I was
okay.
Like,
Well, let's go all over to let's jump over to Crazy Town where people have talked about Jewish space lasers.
Yeah, no. I think space lasers are another cover for the little things that's getting in.
Thank you, Baloo.
The shit that's coming in from one passing by. Hi, Christopher.
Because there's
we can't hear you because you're passing out.
It's cutting out a little.
Are you near electrical wires?
You got like interference, or is that just on my end?
I can already see darker skies above you than at the horizon.
I've not looked at your sideburns before. Thank you.
Wow, look at that.
That is the side of Uri. That's Matim. That is also Lorraine is in the upper middle. You see the dark edge of the Tan asteroid, which is massive.
Yep.
I love Chris's walkthroughs. I like when he does this.
And the illumination of the bottom of Uri.
Yeah, this all happened within like the last 15, 20 minutes. It's clear, totally clear. Guys.
Wow. Yeah.
Ain't hearing
We
any
did
of
that
that.
here last
15,
night.
20
It
minutes.
was hardly anything, and then an hour later, it was amazing. So
I missed your live yesterday. I saw like a few
Yeah.
seconds of it, and then I had to go. But
right.
I did
For
get
me,
that.
really.
I did get that notification.
Well, good.
So where are all these people? Where is this
So that would be-
40,000 followers you've got?
That
There's
would be
38
Pappy.
people here in the chat right now. Where are they all?
Good question, right?
Exactly right. Look at the text skins,
Uh,
guys.
That's his moon.
Exactly what
And
we
then
were getting here
That's-
yesterday.
That's his moon tattoo. It's locking up, but it's wonderful.
Yeah. It.
Notice where the light is coming from, behind him. Are we going to get another Texas Cube capture here?
So when the sky looks like this, it just looks like a jumbled up mess, and it kind of gives me anxiety. And I'm like, okay, it's just too confusing to
Hey,
me.
you're looking at Atu's moon. The white
See, I don't know how you
illumination.
do it.
center.
Like when skies are like this, and you start explaining what it is, I'm like, where, how? Like it just all of it
Okay,
is
the
just
little white dot, Christopher, turn slightly to the right and hold still. Okay, there's dead center is the edge of the Tan asteroid's back. The white dot in the center is little sister and red asteroid, and all of this is right here, and it's all mixed in. But if you
They're
look at
hanging
the
there
dark
like
area
crazy.
right there, you can see the big circle in the upper right corner.
some Karen.
They're hanging there like bricks, don't they?
Karen
Right there.
Stenius.
No,
I don't know
over
if
to
I've
the right,
seen
right.
your name before, but
There's a dark circle in the
Oh,
upper
wow.
right corner, and there's an asteroid in front of it.
and they want to know what your experience of ETs was, Sam. I'm guessing that's correct.
Which time?
Hello, Karen. Is that a new
Karen,
person?
Random,
Hello,
what
Karen.
was
Yeah,
your
I
experience
haven't
of
seen that
YouTube?
name before. So welcome to our show.
Hi, Karen.
Greetings, fellow
We hope you
Skywatch.
stick around long enough to actually absorb this information because there's a
Oh my
lot
God.
to unpack here. But you know, please bear
I
with us.
have had so many interactions with ET. I can't even begin to tell you. I've met 3 races, and a number, one once, and another one many times, and another one once. So yeah.
Karen's
Long
not
story.
actually new. She's been here a couple of
I
years.
encourage you to go back to show number 1 and work your way forward, or go to Radio Wasteland, Samuel Hofman show number 13 on YouTube, or Understanding the Skies, or Samuel Hofman.
There's a show that you shared recently from Radio Wasteland that's one of my favorites because it is so informative. It's like a 40-50 minute interview, but the way you jump into the interview is so great for new people because it is so informative. It gets straight to the point, and the information is so clear, and even the audio, everything is just perfect for anybody who's new to
I
this.
think that's probably show 13, which is my first show with Radio Wasteland.
If I can, I'm gonna later today after I get off the show here soon. I'm gonna link it into my my newsfeed and go check it out, guys, because it is very
You go to
informative.
YouTube, you type in Radio Wasteland, Samuel Hofman, show 13.
I'm pretty sure it's show 13. I think you're right, Sam. But it is a great show. I recommend everybody go check it out because it'll kind of get you. It's kind of like a crash course on what we do here and what it'll give you an insight on what it is you're getting yourself into and what it is that we teach. And
We can't forget. Jesus, we cannot forget Nibiru Followers Anonymous on YouTube, show number 1.
Of course, yeah.
That was to this day that was watching you do your show, and you didn't have pictures because Rebecca wasn't ready, and it was like a trial period, and you guys laid your guts out on the table, and you were awesome. I watched, and yes, you guys were like, if you
That
was
show is the one that told me, okay, we got something here. This is something that we have to pursue further because it felt so right. And after the show, I just felt this weight off my shoulders because, walking around with this information and not being able to share it, that's an enormous burden on somebody. It is. Even though like we become accustomed to being alone more or less when it comes to this information, it's nice to have an outlet to share it and to have people come and disseminate it and hear us. But that day I was like, I needed this. I really needed this because
every week is exciting as hell.
Yeah,
It really is.
And anytime that I can't be here, you best believe that it's not by choice. I love being on the show. I am so proud.
Yeah, we have to. We have to share this.
So proud of being part of this show and to be part of you guys and to have you guys in my life. It's been a great journey, and I welcome anybody that's new. We're a family here, guys, and yes, there is important issues here, but we're a very loving bunch. I think everybody here we stay away from the drama. We're not those kind of people that are always arguing and fighting and all that stuff. We're no punks or pushovers either. But I think here we do a really good job at talking things and being drama and all that. Nonsense free is the way I want to say it.
Ginger is asking mango and what? Mango, pineapple, a splash of orange juice, and a splash of champagne.
That sounds like a nice cocktail for a cruise.
Let's drop a mimosa. A mimosa is orange juice and champagne. But if you put a splash of mango, a splash of pineapple on top of the orange juice, it's just to die for. And if you really wanted to get crazy, umbrella and a splash of grenadine. What?
Now you're getting fancy. An umbrella.
Oh, I bartended for many years.
I know. That's a fancy one.
And if you wanted
Even
to
a
get
cherry
crazy,
on
you
top.
had a slice of lime on the edge.
Wow. Now you're talking about a mojito.
No, that's
Salt
why,
on the edge. I
Manga
don't drink, so I
osa,
don't
whatever you
know.
want to call it. You know, it's pie mimosa, whatever. Yeah, I like pineapple juice. I like mango juice. I like orange juice. And you throw a splash of champagne, or if you really wanted to get crazy, you could throw either tequila or straight vodka, or I think then you start after. Then you might need to throw in some triple sec. Okay.
Gosh, now you're
We're building.
Just hearing the word vodka upsets my stomach. I never understood why people like vodka so much. It's just like
I know. The funny thing is, when you're a bartender and you serve drinks to people, and I could always see the vodka drinkers, and oh my God, I knew it was coming, and
Really?
it makes you, yeah.
I think they like it because it's strong.
Well,
It's
true,
all
but it's
well, I knew a lot.
potatoes.
I knew a lot of people who were. I'm not gonna say borderline alcoholics, probably full blown. It was a really cheap.
It's really cheap, and they get really violent.
But I've tried the expensive stuff, and it's honestly, I didn't really see the difference.
It's all
honestly.
garbage. Yeah.
It all tasted the same to me.
Okay, guys. The only thing in the world that's good is a Canadian whiskey, and a real good once in a while tequila, and other than that, we've got to include a splash of moonshine once in a great while, because we do sell Everclear up here in Montana, but I don't think that's factory crap. Real moonshine, which might be soup du jour, flavor of the day. But anyway, they're a good tequila and a good Canadian whiskey, and the hell with Kentucky.
Hey, I like Canadian. I used to. Probably not the best example, but my father-in-law used to drink Canadian Mist. Really cheap stuff.
Oh, that's
really cheap.
That's a little bitter. It's a little bitter.
It is. Bitter. But my point is that even for being really cheap stuff, it was actually better than most vodka I've had.
No, if you stuck it in Coca-Cola, it would be just fine.
Yeah, that was what we would do. And I can't tell you how many blurry nights I had because of that. I don't miss those days anymore, But yeah, it was fun while it lasted.
I did occasionally like a vodka.
My ex-father-in-law was a drinking buddy.
Well, in my band days, I would drink like 2 vodka tonics throughout the whole night, and that's where you have the soda water, the vodka, and lime, and that way the vodka was there, but you barely tasted anything if you add enough soda and lime, that kind of thing.
Or orange juice. What do you say? A mimosa.
Well, then you got a vodka sour or something like that.
Mix mine with some Kahlua, thanks. I'll have a Black Russian, thanks.
Oh well, now we're talking. Duck hearts and
really, I didn't know that.
White Russians, Black Russians with etc. with vodka and Kahlua.
Black Russians Coke, White Russians
cream.
milk.
A Black Russian by a hot fire on a wintry day is really nice, as well as a White Russian, which is the same thing, but you add cream to it.
Mm-hmm.
Anyhow, back to space.
Yes.
We fall into deep gossip,
this?
don't we, guys?
Sandy says, whatever you drink, your potatoes.
Look at that.
Yeah, drink your potatoes, people.
I saw this. Somebody was pointing this out. What did they say it was? A machine or something? Again,
They said it was a cloaked ship.
Yeah, there you go. That's it. That's what this was claimed that it was.
They don't have to. All they'd have to do is hide in the shadows. People talk about that all the time. Oh, they cloak, and the planets are cloaked. Remember, God, Jesus, you remember that? Years ago, everybody was going, they're coming in from another dimension. No, they're directly attached to us. They're always
that
here.
They were see-through or what a transparent.
Hiding. Every excuse under the book that you could. And then we jump into the.
Believe something as crazy as a transparent planet. but not
and then the sun
believe
simulator people.
that it's possible
And then
that planets are passing by us very closely. I don't.
Firmament people
I don't
and
see
the
how much
holodeck
easier this is than that. You know.
and the flat Earth people.
Oh, my mousy. See him running around the outside of the tube?
Jesus.
That's apparently from the ISS. Little
Yep,
mouse.
that is a mouse.
Again, do you see how they panned somewhere else? Do you see that?
That's somebody recording it off the TV.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Well, I wouldn't be surprised. Anyways, but they do that.
Honing in on the mousey now. Can you see the mousey?
See that black line of definition between the Earth and the cone?
Say with one of these launches, you can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Did you see the black line at the end of the cone between Earth and space? Right there.
Yeah.
See that black line? That looks Photoshop as hell.
All of it. Yeah. It doesn't. It's not very smooth. So
It's not there. Not there.
The pixels don't match. All right. The pixels from what you're seeing of the rockets and everything behind, the pixels don't match. At least should match.
Think we're looking at green screen.
I agree.
Do you think they make it look bad on purpose? Like, could do better. I think it's on purpose, y'all. Like they want people to sit there and pick it apart and be like, they're lying to us.
Yeah, because the further you spread rumors, the less anyone believes.
The thing is, Rebecca, that when people dismiss the ISS, what their first go-to is that we live on a flat Earth and that space doesn't exist. They don't go directly to Nibiru. That's like the last thing they go directly.
I know.
Space is fake, or we live on the flat Earth. Either one.
I know. There's only two options. I know.
Yeah. There's never. Well, maybe there's a third. Maybe there's planned. Maybe there's a option C. You know, like
when what I described to everybody is so much larger. Everything is connected to everything is connected to everything is connected to everything.
Well, tomorrow I'll be not tomorrow. Next week I'll be running around in front of 10,000 people. So let's see what happens from that.
Hey, are you going to try to live feed, like on Facebook or something?
I will be recording. I'll try my best to get on the live feed and come on and go, hey, look at this.
Even if it's recorded, we want to see it.
Okay, I'll make sure I do top-notch job so that I can bring as many people to our channel so they can learn that what they see in front of them is happening in real time. Undeniable proof that we have visitors.
Yeah, and by tomorrow, the new drawings will come out.
I know, can't wait.
When is your
next Saturday, the 21st?
Next Saturday. Yeah, I'm trying to think, what is it called? Exposition. I don't know.
Supernova.
That's Supernova.
Yeah.
Super.
Okay. I imagine the video available previous years. We could probably look that up.
I've had terrible service today. It's been really bad.
Cutting out.
I have a file on my Facebook page labeled Supernova. If anybody wants to go and have a look, see at all the costumes and the crazy stuff that people turn up in.
Yeah.
So what do you think it's going to? Sharon, I don't know. I feel like I'm missing a little bit of context here.
Oh, every year for the last, what year are we in? 2025. Every year since 2001, my daughter and I have been going to something called Supernova, and that's where celebrities and writers and all sorts of people come together. And it's where people can wear their favorite outfits from whatever it be, whether it be manga, whether it be from movies, Star Wars, whatever. Yeah, and they always have Star Wars stuff there, Star Trek there, Doctor Who, anything that's new.
So it's like
and
a convention.
They have collectibles.
So it's kind of like a convention.
It's huge.
It's huge.
It's huge.
No, I went to my first convention
your version of a Comic-Con.
Yeah, I went to one called Phenomenon. My friend bought us tickets for my birthday. I've never been to a convention, but it was very much like Comic-Con. It was Phenomenon. It was Ancient Aliens, and then the guys from Skinwalker Ranch, and then a few other people. The guy, there was a few of the guys from the Ancient Aliens, so that's what I wanted to go see. But they say don't ever meet your heroes. I wouldn't say he's my hero because I'm not one of those starstruck people, but I was a fan of his work, Nick Pope. Actually. And I showed him one of my videos of a planet. He was very dismissive. He was, his lack of interest was just.
Well, you've got to think where their minds are too. They're getting invaded by all of these fans that are pummeling them, and they just want to sit there and make their money. Appearance fee.
And that's the thing is, I didn't even plan on doing it, but he was just sitting there by himself, and I was just sitting there. So I was like, maybe I'll go up.
I can tell you some funny stories, honestly.
Well, thank you, Howie.
One year, the guy who plays one of the characters out of Harry Potter, he was just sitting by a table by himself, Neville Longbottom. Really? And because he was a few years older, nobody recognised him. And it wasn't until I walked up to him and I went, "You're Neville Longbottom." And he goes, "Yeah, you're the first person that's realised that was me." And then after that, everyone came to see him.
Of course.
So, and there was another occasion, I was just walking around, and they have a section in the auditorium all set up for tables so that you can meet your personal celebrity. And I thought, I'll just go over there and I'll go grab a cup of coffee. And as I was walking, I've walked into Lance Henriksen, the guy from out of Aliens, Bishop, the android.
Wow. That's right.
And I've walked up to him and I've gone, "You're Lance Henriksen." He goes, "Yep, that's me." And you have to pay $50 to meet these dudes, and I got to meet him for nothing.
Yeah, we paid like $75 extra just to get pictures with some guys, and I would have gotten it free because when I went and spoke to him, it was just me and him. He recommended. He's all, "You should send this to MUFON." Which is
we got to remember that Comic-Con 2030. You guys.
What's MUFON really gonna help? What are they gonna do?
Send your videos to MUFON. There you go. Write that one down.
Yeah, Well, why didn't I think of that?
Because good concepts come with great people.
Yeah.
Howie T said, according to the manual, one of these planets is going to come so close that is going to cause sores on the skin. Yeah, that's the one. And block dust on the Earth. Well, okay. According to the manual.
This means the Bible.
Which manual are we discussing? First of all, and we are fully aware that Nibiru is the planet of passing, but Nibiru has already gone beyond us. Not likely to do a close pass anytime soon. However, Saru is coming. Matt Professor laughing, chitty chitty bang bang, up from the ashes. Anyway, you can look that up too. Wow. Yeah, you have to be careful where you get your information and the manual. Yeah, there's a couple of manuals out there, and I'm glad you're here and thank you for joining us. You're new. You've got a lot to catch up on. Yes, Rebecca?
Find different sources of information, guys, so you guys can get so it'd be easier to narrow it down to what's real and what's BS,
Okay. I'm smelling cinnamon rolls. Who's eating a cinnamon roll?
Not me.
Yeah. Weird. Not me. I don't have them here.
Jealous.
It does sound good.
Smell cinnamon roll.
Sound good. Probably Gillian's having a late night snack before she goes to bed.
That'd be nice.
Yeah. God, I still want to be wrong about the sun thing, and yet they don't come chase you down in the binary. And we watched the discharge in 2012, and we watched the sun change into the northern sky in 2011. And if you want the answers, people, all you got to do is watch the sunrise. My favorite picture to this day, literally one of my favorites, is in the lower right hand corner. That's where the Satum Jello Moon is in front of Nibiru. And I think that's the best picture we've seen. Of course, the one on the lower left is cool as well. The upper left is cool. And
They're all.
Oh my God! You know that right there. Yeah, right there, lower right corner. That is Satham's yellow moon in front of Nibiru, and they're on their way back. And it was so insanely intense that I'm still I'm doing the jig watching this shit happen.
Somebody got a lucky shot with that, because it wouldn't stay that way for very long.
Right.
So.
And that's the thing, you've got a half hour at the most to capture these in maybe 2 different phases of illumination. And the trick is, and I was trying to teach that to Mark, look at the lower left. It's not a bird. What you're looking at is the side of a planet, and it's cutting into the sun, and the sun's going around the edge in the 2 wings.
I love
this
the
is the sun as the asteroids are going in front of the sun. That's why it's rainbowing out. It's the asteroids under Uri. These straight lines are when a planet cuts into this half of the sun, and you're seeing the refractive full rest of the circle on the side of the planet of these suns, or of these side of these planets.
Still looks like people standing on them.
Learn about light pinches. That's why the shaft lighting. It won't do these shaft and misshapen ovals and angled this and that's and teardrops and little flying rods or zods. If you go into scripture, a zod. And don't forget the central star. That was happening in 2020.
That's why I'd like to see people from Perth join, so we can see what the western side of Australia is doing at sunset. Hello, Perth people out there. Please join.
Right?
Yeah. And then look at the refraction on the water.
I just need to say something real quick. I'll be back in like 30 minutes. We're going home, so I'll see you guys in like 30 minutes.
Okay.
Sure.
All right. Take care, Chris. See you later.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll be right back. Thanks.
Okay. Bye.
And again, all you have to do is watch the sunrise in your front yard tomorrow, and you will know that it is completely wrong. And we've been screaming about this for since 2011, for example, that where the sun rose changed. And that is completely not normal. And we have pictures going back where we saw in the northeast this larger star, and we saw due east the smaller star. We saw this in 2010, 2011. And we have pictures going back that far. We've been screaming it to you people as long as we can remember. So people, come on. This shit is happening. And when I was a kid, the sun was the size of a quarter, a 50-cent piece, maybe a little bit bigger at high noon, and that was it. Now it's this big, huge ass thing that looks like, a freaking basketball.
And if you're aware, our shadows have changed too.
Right. The angle of the pathway of the sun.
Elongated now. I've noticed that I can go and stand outside at 3 o'clock and my shadow goes for ages. It's not just
if you know the technique
like
of a sundial, set up a sundial. All I have to do is look at the sundial, and all of a sudden the north does not make sense. The north is farther northwest than it ever was. We are not the same place we used to be.
I posted a video the other day about the moon. I actually put a picture of my map and showed you where north was and where I was looking at southeast in the map. And yes, we have changed because the sun is consistently in the northeast now.
Right.
Consistent.
I watched this morning come up literally north by northeast.
Yep.
First risings of the sun were the illumination of it. And when I was a kid, we waited for the golf course to open, and we got there before sunrise, and we waited for the sun to come up in the east, and we knew exactly where it was. And now it's not even the same ball game.
Nope.
People, everything has direly changed since 2010, 2011. Everything. And these light shafting, look at the upper left corner. That's not a regular created pattern. That is light breaking between 2 planets coming at us. This is the light shaft, the shaft lighting. And same thing with all of these. These are planets. The light is shining between the planets,
one on the
although
bottom
you can't
right,
see them.
you can see it cutting in like that.
You can't see them because we're seeing the dark sides of the planet, so they're black to our eyes. They don't have any light. We're seeing their nighttime sides. One in
That
the
top
middle on the
one.
top is a body passing in front of the sun. It's probably
It
an
looks like
early
a black
lead
hole.
asteroid.
It looks like a
Probably
black
an
hole,
early
you
lead
know, the
asteroid.
event horizon.
Top left is the sun shining off the bottom of Nepesi a couple of years ago. Same thing with the
Amazing.
bottom right.
Ah, that
Now
effect.
this was 2020. I remember when it was doing this.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome shaft lighting. Because Saru was starting to come into the play. And that again is Yuri and the Satsum's Yellow Moon a couple of years ago coming in. The shaft lighting is a pinch of light, and it shafts out in our out view. It's not a sundog, it's shaft lighting, shaft haloing.
Just amazing pictures.
And we've watched this for years, people. Rebecca has countless sun pictures. I mean, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them. And she's been collecting them for, God, many years now.
How many times you've run out of storage space, Rebecca?
Oh man! Well, I thank goodness for Google and Dropbox, so that way I can.
If you're anything
track
like
of
me,
them.
I've got what? How
Bottom
many?
right is one of the main asteroids going in front of the sun. So is the top left and the middle left. And the top right is the cube cutting in front of the sun.
And I love
bottom left is.
I love how your comparisons, Rebecca, started just by a way for you to understand all this, and then how it just kind of how it just kind of turned into what it is now. Because
it really was.
I tell everybody there's no right or wrong way to learn. I used to over edit my pictures. I used to, if it helps you learn, stick with it. But your comparisons, I think they started out, and I think all of us didn't, like, none of us really set out to do this show or do anything like this. We just saw something we wanted to learn about, and we obsessed over it, and we developed our own learning ways, and we all had our little things that we used to learn. I do time lapses. That's that's what I love. I haven't really done any in a while. It's kind of harder now that they're so close, but your examples of how you started just by wanting to teach yourself and how it became like a teaching tool for everybody else. I love that. You know?
It's pretty neat. Well, thanks. Yeah, it's true. It's just to help myself remember what I was, like Sam said, it was this, and I'm going to, make myself a flashcard. Oh, that was it. Yep. I know. I love those pictures.
And then she shared them.
Yeah.
Well, and even the group, even the group didn't even set out to have a huge group. It was just kind of
like that.
It was more like your own personal space to to mess up or to get it right, and where nobody was going to get on you. Like, it was just like a place for your own little space to kind of learn,
which we call Nibiru Followers Anonymous on Facebook.
I love when things happen organically like that,
Yes, that's just it.
There's no ulterior motive. There's no nothing. It's just it's like a labor of love, and I love that. I love how all this came about. None of it came about as wanting to be YouTubers, or none of it came from any of that. It all just came out of the love for doing this, and because we feel it's important, and it just kind of gradually, organically turned into what it is now. And when you look back on that, it's freaking great. Like, it's freaking great. The whole process of it, the whole creative process of it was just amazing.
Hey, Jesus,
together.
You got 119 shows under your belt. That's a major achievement, guys.
That's right. And again, it's been a labor of love, and I think anybody who comes here, anybody who actually sticks around enough to learn this stuff, is infatuated by it and completely taken by it. It's not one of those things that you're gonna just kind of obsess over it. Once you really, really understand it, it's gonna be, be forewarned. It will take over the vast majority of your interest. It's that huge that once you get on board, it's like this switch in your head it's gonna take over everything. It becomes an obsession. It really becomes an obsession, and why wouldn't it? I mean, Jesus, it's a most significant thing to happen to us.
But the obsession comes because we want to see what's happening next.
Yeah.
That's it. It's like, what's going to happen next?
Yeah.
So how do we grab the attention of those new folks out there that maybe just now starting to listen to us?
That's a great idea. This is why we're always trying to find new ways to get the word out there.
I think the point is to get them here, because I think once they're here, I think everybody knows the truth when they hear it. Most people know
that would be nice.
And it doesn't matter if they start out like trolls either, because that's where we can start explaining to them why they have those thoughts.
And that's
right, which is why I enjoy. I have patience with them. I really do, because
I was just going to say that, Sam. I was just going to say that.
Ahead, please do.
But you're one of the most welcoming people on YouTube. That's what makes you special, Sam, is that you do not judge or anything, and you just put it out there. You're straight-laced. That's what makes you special, is that you are authentic.
Well, we've had the time so long ago proven this, that there's really no longer any debate as to, oh my God, you've discovered clouds, or the site, Samuel Hofman's Imaginary Planets, blah blah blah, and the other 5 troll groups, or the people on YouTube that have put Rebecca and I down over the years, and it's hilarious. It's like you don't even have any of the files. I have hundreds of thousands of pictures of these planets, and they all match. And my drawings are way advanced to stuff. And I knew this in 1978. Hello. So you're telling me something I've known for 45 years and you spent 3 minutes on? I mean, excuse me. You don't have
That's exactly if you're not actively watching the skies, if you're not familiar with the skies, you have no business arguing. Maybe go out there, get familiar, and start learning for yourself, and then maybe you'll have a basis of an argument. But as long as you're getting all
once you see an asteroid pass by, once you see a planet pass by, you go, holy shit.
And you see
and for those of you lucky enough to see a cube, right, the cube or the skull asteroid, or the blue asteroid, or the green asteroid, or the red asteroid, or on and on and on and on and on and on.
I'm so nostalgic about
the rain bomb.
Those aha moments in the beginning. Those aha moments where you're like, okay, I have one picture that I'm like, this is the picture that changed it all for me. That's when I really got a handle on what all this was about.
What blew me away the most,
I'm so nostalgic about them, because when you're learning, when you're so confused and so lost, and then all of a sudden you find the truth and it all starts fitting together. Oh my God, it's the best feeling ever.
My favorite moments were 2016 through 2018 when we discovered Atu. When Atu started coming forward.
Those are my
God, the purple planet, all that.
Those were my best learning years. Was those 2016 to 2018? I'm so nostalgic.
Because watching that purple planet come into the equation of information that we had stored on the side. Prior to that, for the first 3 years, we were talking about this colored planet and that colored planet and the striped planet and the red planet and the green planet and the blue, all of that. And then in came that damn purple planet. And look, it's got stripes, and it's got a ring around it. And then it got closer and closer, and then we went, oh shit, it's got a moon. And then after that, Jesus ended up, still in New Mexico at the time, and he watches the next few years. We're watching the moon around the world affect, major earthquakes in Alaska, major earthquakes in Japan, blah, blah, blah. And that damn moon started affecting everybody on the planet. And we all changed back then.
That video that you like, Sam, that I posted back then from Attu's Moon on very close pass. That
Directly above
day,
you.
hours after that close passing, there was reports of major earthquakes around the world. If you pay attention to what we're talking about, guys, you could correlate the sightings with weather events, seismic events, and volcanic events. And our Schumann resonance events. You could correlate all those, so it's not.
And shadowing events on radar, on NextRad radar.
So we're not just giving you guys picture evidence. It all correlates together, and if you start seeing one thing, once you understand the binary system, it'll be much easier for you to understand what's happening to our world right now, to our planet, our weather patterns, our the bizarre sightings that people are seeing in the sky. It becomes much easier for you to understand what's happening, and it'll
the increased magnitude of earthquakes too. Look how high they're going.
Yes.
Right.
It'll just give you a better understanding, guys. It'll give you a better understanding of our history and our current planet issues, and it'll make you be more empathic to other people. It'll make those little things that really seem to matter now not really matter at all, because you understand that we're part of a much bigger thing, than just.
And we're collective. We're not five people in a room. We're people around the world that collect this information.
Yeah, a lot of people have trouble keeping their egos in check.
They do, absolutely.
And that's where it all comes back to, is we all have egos.
Yeah. A lot of the comments, the negative comments that I get, I feel that they're more ego-based. It's one of the reasons why I don't engage, is because I'm like...
They're always ego-based, because usually when it comes to truth, if they can't handle it, they become defensive, and that's an ego reaction.
Yeah. Somebody commented on last week's show how we should leave the science to scientists. I was really tempted to.
Hello, what constitutes a scientist?
Well, that
PhD, a diploma in science.
Well, first of all, as I said earlier, we are scientists. We are doing the scientific method. We take
collectively, the information that we bring to the table is science-based.
It is.
There's no dispute.
It is. But I was really tempted to writing something snarky back, but instead I thanked them. I was like, thank you for viewing. Thank you for commenting. It helps us out a lot. Which is not a lie. It's true.
No.
Even the bad comments help.
It's funny because that's how Kat and I react on Rebecca's live TikTok. Somebody might say a comment and we just say to them, like someone said something and I just said, have you become a citizen science expert now? And then Kat underneath wrote, well, if you don't want to be here, move on.
Yeah.
There's no horrible,
billions of other videos
or whatever. We just direct them away.
Well, I could see if we all fell off the turnip truck yesterday or last week, it would be one thing. But we've all been doing this for 15 years.
For a long time.
15 years.
Exactly. But what's crazy to me, Sam, is that somebody sat there watching a 7-hour podcast just to be a dick.
Just to put in a comment like that.
Okay, you know what? Like, I'll take your negative comment. You're still engaging and you're still watching our show. So, I mean, at the end of the day, it's not hurting us.
Thank you.
It's not. It doesn't hurt it doesn't offend me because I know I've seen the planets. I've seen them over and over again. It doesn't matter what anybody says.
It's not going to change our view.
As they say, this younger generation says, "I will die on this hill." Like, I know what I'm looking at. I proved it over and over.
But what are they prepared to die for?
But anyways, guys, I better get up and go to work for a few hours. We got some
be careful.
protests
Yes.
going on, and
5 hours,
seems
42
to be
minutes.
mostly peaceful. But I'm gonna go to work for a while. It was really nice hanging out with y'all.
Okay, Jesus. I'll
We'll
come
see
back.
y'all.
Thank you for being here early.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have a great week.
It's good to have you with us.
Yes, of course. We'll see y'all next week, guys. Thank you for joining us. All you new names, please come back next week. You can find us on Facebook. Find Rebecca and me and all of us, really, Thomas, all of us, Sharon, all of us on TikTok as well. Start with Nibiru Followers Anonymous, and then from there you'll probably get notifications for my channel, Sharon's, Thomas, Chris, everybody's. But we're also on Facebook. Come on and check us out on Facebook.
And soon we'll be on Telegram. I'm going to take all the best quotes from Sam and make them into little clips and post them all on Telegram. So
I'd love to see them.
There you go.
To see them.
And
But
upcoming
all right, guys. See you all next week. Love you guys. Great to hang out.
Take care, Azuth. Have a great week.
I always needed this, but bye, guys. Have a good night. I'll be listening.
Bye, Jesus. Okay. Bye-bye. See you next week.
Cool. He's gone. Now we can talk behind his back. No.
These pictures I was pulling up as a preview, but these are from Nicole. And she was wondering if this had anything to do with Matim, these first four.
Well, the blue dot on the top is too small to be Matim, but it could entirely be the blue asteroid. We know that currently the blue asteroid is very close to the sun's, which is weird. I'm still brewing on that because that's the only one that has not moved in a very long time. It's handing me new opportunities of thoughts. Math science. Anyway, yeah, what's going on? It's really weird. Notice the refraction in the rainbow. Notice there's something exterior oblong that could easily be the smaller sun just above it. See the rainbow?
Say, what's the
just
flare?
above the top. Just above the top, there's a slightly under illuminated thing behind it. And that could easily be the red star could easily outshine ours. Easy.
For sure.
Angle of light,
Different
time of day,
wavelength.
all that.
So what
Different
do you think?
wavelength.
Is there something like cutting into the sunlight?
Well, this again could be one of the asteroids over the top. It could be Matim cutting in from the left. We know Matim is doing that. However, this could also be just a focal rounding, like a peacock feather. But we know that there somewhere in this mix is the second star. We've had enough evidence. We have to now take that into account, whether we're right or wrong. We still have to, follow through with what we think we're seeing. And we've had a lot. That's why we're still following the science. We debate it regularly.
But Nicole, if the blue tinge is still there, regardless of where you hold your phone,
then you got a lens flare that's moving, and we know that the blue asteroid, which is that size of that blue dot, is somewhere in proximity of the sun. In front of it, between it, not next to it, but in our out view, it's between us and the sun. And it's either on the right, it's on the right lower or right above on the right-hand side of the sun, where Matim is coming in from the left, upper.
Yeah.
Okay, and then there's a few others.
Now, the blue asteroid is very bright. Yeah, look at that.
I had this affected little. There's
like a
3 of
donut.
those.
That the sun through clouds, unusable.
Donut with sprinkles, people?
Through clouds, normal clouds. That could easily be both suns as well. During the day, do they transition? Do they orbit? Do they spiral? We don't know. We know that we've seen many examples of them separating, and we have not seen that. And we also know, the 13th rounding of that major, weird, freaky, giant coronal hole on the bottom of what NASA is showing us is our star, which doesn't look like our star, but they tell us it is.
Doesn't look anything like it.
So yeah, like the 12th or 13th pound, and that's completely not normal. So we're still waiting to see what the hell's really going on. And by the way, I would seriously take when MSNBC decides to tell you be ready for extreme heat and Alaska heat warnings. What that might mean this year, people. I would postpone that vacation. Oh, and by the way,
Heat wave in Alaska, unheard of.
tourism in the United States is down 61%, and for
Thank you,
you
Mr. Trump.
foreigners out there in the world, do not come to the United States. Not a good idea.
No, the what do they call them? The police were shooting Australian reporters
Right.
with rubber bullets.
Right.
Yeah, I saw that too.
There are people trying to come in for vacation, and they're being detained for days in cells, and it's
Especially if there's
totally
something on
Gestapo.
your phone they don't want you to see.
It's a
And they have the
mystery.
right to request your phone.
Yeah. Yep.
You're welcome, Nicole.
So, bring a burner phone. Don't take your home phone. I don't agree with phones anyway because they know where you are every minute of the day.
Exactly.
I don't use one. Don't have one. Never own. Well, I used to own a flip phone, but anyway. But then again, the chips in our wallets enough. That's enough. They always know where I'm at anyway.
The ATM card is
I'm-
enough.
Right? Yeah, I'm priority target. Who the hell are you? Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
Welcome to my
Well, my
crazy train.
friends, I have family commitments, so thanks for having me again.
Of course.
I will definitely send you as much film as I can for next week for
Cool. Can't wait.
my misbehavings, I'll call it. Because under the mask, no one knows who you are. So let my inner child roar.
That sounds
you're
like
gonna
so
be in
much fun.
public, if you're going to be because of what's going on in Southeast Asia, I would maybe wear a M95 underneath that mask.
Well, I
Maybe,
actually had
maybe.
to punch holes in the noses because I couldn't breathe. All I could smell was the glue, the PVA.
Yeah,
I thought I'm
make 'em
going to
bigger.
die on this stuff.
Make them bigger because if you get in a population of people, some of them might be sick.
Well, luckily, I haven't seen too many people being sick here, even though they're reporting more cases and more cases. I haven't really seen it
We
for
all
myself.
lived through the C-virus. If you hear a cough, everybody runs to the other side of Walmart.
Well, back then I refused to wear a mask anyway, so I was always
Yeah.
banned from here, banned from there.
Well, without a real
And then back
M95, nothing else will filter out bacteria. So it was a waste.
I'm
and
sorry.
They didn't
I'm
follow
sorry, I
through
can't
because of the
breathe my
shortage.
own carbon dioxide. I'm
Right.
sorry, no matter how.
Right.
No
I
matter
agree.
how much
I
you
agree.
put on it, no. And I really get very frustrated and annoyed that parents put little babies in masks. That
My
frustrates the
daughters
hell
still
out of
want to
me.
wear them in public now, in their cloth masks, and there's sort of an anonymity they enjoy.
Well, that's the thing. You can't see who's under it. But now
Right.
they've got this technology, AI technology, that can
Right.
remove the mask. It knows
Yeah.
who you are.
Oh yeah, there's a catalog of anybody that walks into Walmart, and it has an AI filing system that goes back years. If you
Mhm.
walked into Walmart in 2018 and you walk in today, it has a file on you.
Oh, yeah, for
And
sure.
it also has
Well, isn't-
there are files on you every time you go through an intersection in the United States and halfway around the world with China. And all that
Well,
AI
apparently-
was laid in from Zuckerberg and all these guys selling all this technology to China and Iran and you name it. They sold it to everybody. So people,
Well,
we
there's a lot
are
of
in an
people-
Orwellian society, period.
Yeah.
You can't
Well, there's
drive
a lot
your
of
car
people
without being seen.
freaking out about a new app where you can put in your name and apparently it pulls up all the information about you. So
Yeah.
if they
It's
know
just that,
everything about us, then
yeah,
just
who I am.
watching what we're doing.
Yep. And
And as you
people,
said,
we
if you get sick and go into hospital, an algorithm, AI, chooses how you get treated.
Oh, I believe that.
Did you know that? You're on a list,
Oh,
and all
I
they
would
have to do
imagine
is
it's
type
possible.
in your name, you come up on a database, and that's how they determine whether you require good treatment or no treatment.
Ignore him. He's a what do they call? What's the word for that? Anyway, I can't think of the word. Some guy who sits on his ass. Anyway.
It doesn't matter. It just makes you
Not
realize
valuable
that,
human
hey,
being. Let him die. Beep beep.
we think we're important to ourselves,
We're not.
but
We're not in
in the
Kansas
long
anymore.
run, we have to take care of each other because they're not going to.
No, true. And trillions of dollars are missing around the world to facilitate those hidey holes that they've been digging for 40 years.
Yep. Which I don't think is going to save very many of them. Maybe
No.
half, but I don't
Morlocks and Eloy. That's why I mentioned the time machine story. Morlocks and the Eloy. Look it up.
Well,
people. Not. I know you know, Sharon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Anyway, take care, everyone. Have a great week, and I'll see you next week.
Good
Okay,
nubbin.
Sharon. You too. Bye
See
bye.
you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Thanks for having
Have
me
fun.
again. See ya.
Yeah, sure. Bye bye. Okay, wait. I told her to have fun. It's not till next Saturday. Well, wait, we won't see her till after she does it. Never mind. Yes. Well, I think Thomas is asleep, but I'm going to leave him up here just in case
Yeah, that's okay.
he wants to say something. Yeah.
He's a relaxed individual.
Well, sure. He was laying in the sun when he first started, so it's got it made.
Early in the morning and then late at night. Here it's like 7:56
Oh,
Mountain
it was
Time.
late.
Hello, Carolyn.
He had, right. I guess you had been. Okay, let's see. And Carol Ann is here. Hi, Carol Ann.
I'm still here. I'm awake. No. but you're right. I was sleeping a little bit so before.
He's funny. Well, you're so
Absolutely. So relaxing, listen to you, and then feel asleep. But now I'm awake again.
Aren't you glad that doesn't happen to me?
You're talking too much. This is the problem.
Well, there have been nights I was actually typing to people for so late, for so long in front of the computer. I have twice in the last 5 years actually fallen asleep at the computer. And my daughters come walking in late at night and go, Dad, they tap me on the shoulder. Oh, I was like, yeah, I fell asleep. I didn't even know it. So, I do sometimes on the computer far too long. It's only happened twice, though.
Okay.
Okay. Well, since
When you're
Thomas is
old, you
back,
don't need another birthday.
I'm
There you
gonna play this clip. These are some clips of lightning that Thomas rounded up for us to see.
You don't need to play it for me if you want to, but not for me. I sent you my stuff, but okay.
Oh well, you're fine. But I'm gonna get my I need to go get 2 of my kitty cats inside because it's gotten dark. It's dark. So
They're hungry, huh?
yeah, I don't know. They've been eaten, but it's time to come in. You know what I mean?
Yep.
They have to come inside when it gets dark. Unless it's Mittens and she takes off like a crazy cat, Oh man.
I'm going to be a pain in the ass.
She really did have that look on her face. Her eyes were real big and like she was laughing inside. I could tell. It was a game. Literally. I mean, she was running and she'd run up a tree and back down and it's pitch dark.
Green, purple,
She
purple.
was living the life, it's something she'd always wanted to be out at night, and she escaped and made it happen. But here she is right now. She's over here in the window. Can't really see her. It's little, but there she is. She's with me now. But I'll be right back. It'll take me a second.
Okay.
Now you can relax up. I'm not talking so much.
No, people, you got to start looking at the dark areas and don't assume what you're seeing. These white dots are stars. They can also be asteroids. So you could be looking at the bottom of the planets at nighttime, and when you get to the purple lightning, That's lightning coming from high atmospheric. That is not localized cumulonimbus storm. They put different colored lightning out. So this purple is all from the other planets.
And maybe also the frequency of the stuff, or isn't it? Because they are so fast and they are bam, 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 bam. It's not normal for normal thunder.
Right. And it's, and then up lightning and electrical discharge in purple. We never had purple lightning prior to 2010, people. Never. This is Atu's moon. We saw this happening in space before they even got here, when they were smaller. And I talked about it earlier. We were watching Atu's moon and in front of Uri come in, and we started watching these dischargings going on. It was just insane. And then we got to watch them get bigger and bigger and bigger. And this is part of the whole premise behind the electrical universe. We're seeing examples of the discharging between these bodies. It's insane. And we are in the 180-day cycle. And here we go. And this is what's going to happen this summer. These planets are going to discharge all over the place. Right over our heads. We're going to have big storms. And, watch the color. If it's green, it's one thing. It's purple, it's another. And if it's white, then that's normal. And white and semi-blue is normal. And if you get red and sprites and all of that's asteroids that are metal that are discharging.
Inclusive the incoming asteroids, isn't it?
Right,
This
yeah.
summer?
And if you have up lightning, that's where it discharges off the face of Atu. And then Uri, sometimes it reaches thousands and thousands and thousands of miles in the sky. And that's all purple. So keep looking. And when you're watching the lightning storm, don't watch the bolts. Watch the dark areas. Watch what is going around. And it matches the patterns. See how that top of that cumulonimbus is flattened out?
Yeah, you can see it clearly. There are no other clouds, just this one cloud.
Yep.
So no more thunder.
The close past discharge. There's the planet right there. And those white dots are not necessarily stars. And when you get the red, like I said, those are metal asteroids discharging off the upper atmosphere of Earth. They're called sprites. And this is up lightning that's wrapping around the bottom of these planets, and they push away. It's a repulsive electrical plus minus positive push pull thing where they interact, and because they have a different polarity than we do, we believe, they discharge and do not crash into Earth. And welcome to the electric universe. See what is reaching around? And discharging and discharging and discharging the same place over and over and over again. That's reaching to a planet.
Cool stuff.
And people call it insane lightning. Well, in fact, it's way more than that.
Yeah, people don't understand the whole thing.
Mittens come in front of the camera. Mittens, I saw you. Come back to the camera now.
The shy cat.
Right, yeah, camera shy. Well, I got one in. The other one is eluding me. Okay. It's a full-time job. All these cats, cat farm.
Mm.
Yep, cat farm.
It is like having a bunch of kids. Let's see.
Sabrina is talking about Italy. Yeah, that's a quagmire of. Look at Alaska. Alaska's talking about a heat warning, but it's also got a volcano warning. And so maybe it's heating up because of something underground instead of up. All the weather does have a great deal to do with it. But yeah, we're not in Kansas anymore, people. When Alaska has a heat warning for the first time in history, it's insane.
Here's Ellie. Hey, Ellie.
Hey,
But I heard about also the super volcanoes. They're talking about. I think it was 2 in the world. Rebecca, you made a comment. I think in one video. You remember? They're talking about the super volcano in Italy, and you saying, "Oh yeah, there's another one in America." They're talking about.
Oh, well, yeah, there was an underwater volcano off the coast
Off
of
Oregon, there's Yellowstone. There's quite a few super volcanoes around the planet, and a lot of the medium volcanoes are going off, and of course, one in Japan and all around in Indonesia and Malaysia and all of that, and don't forget the Tonga and all. God, yeah, and there's shit going off everywhere, dude. I mean, it's just insane. Kilauea in Hawaii has been, spewing lava the height of the Eiffel Tower, which is completely not normal. And so, there's a lot going on. And again, the earthquakes in my area, we've had 200 and some odd, 240 some odd this week, and in Maria's area in Alaska, they've had 500 this month. So that's a lot. That's including all the way in the Aleutians. The island is moving. The Aleutians are moving all the way down the string. They've had shitloads of earthquakes all the way up into northeast Alaska on that same curve. It's insane. So of course that damn volcano across the way from Anchorage is about to go off. That whole damn plate is moving. And when you move, you push lava. And that's, I think, what's going on under Stanley, Idaho is I think there's lava moving underneath Idaho. I really do.
With Ellie. Sorry, I was just going to say, he's talking about how much it feels like fall, and it's been that way here too. But next week is supposed to get hot. Finally, I mean, not that I want it to get hot, but for this time of year, I mean, my heater in the bathroom is kicking on, and it's June. You all know what it is. Anyway, I'm just saying, my heat.
That's normal here.
Came on by itself, and I'm like, that is crazy that it's cold enough in here to turn my heater on. So,
you pampered Southern folk.
I know. It's nice and toasty, but you know what I'm saying. That's absurd. Oklahoma with your heater on. But next week,
we up here in Montana, we know what it's like to sit down on a cold toilet seat. Yee-haw! Yeah. That's where that came from.
Right.
That expression came from exactly that. Yee-haw! Woo-ha!
Hey, Ninja. Ninja's here. Ninja, you made it.
Hi, Ninja.
I'm
glad you're here.
And Thunder. I think I saw your name a little earlier, but people were talking. But hey, Thunder. Yeah, I would too. Like a light show. There's Christopher. I know that name.
Well, I think we're going to have a lot of light show coming in the next few weeks and months. So don't be surprised. We had thunder and lightning here the last 2 days. We had a couple of days of nice rain. Part of my yard is frying. Part of my yard is green. It depends on the heat of the refraction off the building. And we're not in Kansas, and it's already too hot, people. And I've been screaming this since last year. We are going to fry. So, extra water your lawn if you can afford to. And if not, just, give it last rites. And stay, there's been warnings from the UV ratings around here all over the place regularly here on my computer, and it's on MSNBC and all of that. Stay out of the sun. Don't go outside. Don't go outside. Again, if that radiation has come from Iran, it will go around the world in about a week and a half, 2 weeks. And if you're on the same latitude and longitude, you kind of, look at the planet. And if you're downwind, don't go outside right now. And we had that happen with Fukushima. I'm an example of that. So, I mean, God, I can't believe they bombed a nuclear site. Jesus. But they know they're downwind.
Crazy psychopaths.
Right, Gillian. Silence. He's very polite sleeper.
Yeah, just wake up. So just sleep a little bit, 1 hour maybe.
Right.
It'll be a very hot and sticky summer, people. The dew points in literally the eastern half of the country are going to go skyrocket this week. Everybody get ready to sweat because the dew point is huge. And I checked into that as well. And like Nicole sent me, the South Pole is insane. They've got massive winds going on in the South Pole right now. It's amazing. I looked at it a couple of days ago, and this is completely different. It's like, oh my God, it's even bigger. So a lot of crazy shit's going on the planet right now.
All the time.
Time for another drink.
Yeah, and I see every night if I go outside all the drones in the sky. So this is crazy how many drones you can see in the sky every night around the planet, in my opinion, but yes, also in small towns. So they're preparing new stuff, the government, in my opinion. So do you see them, Rebecca, the drones in your city?
No.
No?
I've never seen any, ever.
Okay.
Never.
Interesting.
Right. It's not a thing here. You know?
Hmm.
What are you seeing them for? Like, what are they out doing? Just flying around?
Yes, flying around, of course. They're making sounds. They also having special lights and flying around. But really, I see them every night if I have a clear sky. So, and I see a lot of videos from England and other stuff, or other countries who tell, oh yeah, we have drones. Oh, and because I think I know the difference between a normal space cube and a drone. It's very easy to see, and the sound and all the stuff. So I think there's around the world, but if you don't see them on your own, interesting.
No? I mean, I've heard a lot of people talking about them, like on the East Coast, a lot of people were seeing them. There was like no explanation, what was happening, but we got left out.
Maybe preparing the fake alien invasion. So a big enemy for the complete world, to make other stuff, to put people in that way, and maybe, I'm not sure, it's just my opinion in this case.
Right. There's no telling, if it has a bigger reason behind it or not.
They don't really have a reason to invade.
No, we're done talking about we're done talking about the aliens. We are talking about. I said this before about the drones, the government drones. There are so many around the world, in my opinion, flying around every day, every night, and yeah,
so
you can
think they're government drones?
Yes, absolutely.
I hadn't looked at it like that. I had not looked at it that way.
Because they're making sound, they have special lights and all the stuff. So I don't think this is real.
Okay, I get you now. Yeah. I cross drones with orbs, and I apologize.
Okay.
Yeah, drone. Yeah, with drone. Yeah, drone technology is insane. What's going on right now? And they're up for hours and hours and hours, and they see all kinds of shit with cameras you wouldn't believe. Yeah, and technology you wouldn't believe, including night vision scope and all of that. Yeah. Is saying,
But
well,
we will see.
well, we paid for all of this. We paid for this, and they kept it secret ops for a very long time, and that's how the war between Russia and Ukraine is being played out right now as well. And they've got robots sitting in warehouses that they haven't even unleashed yet. So there's even more technology we haven't even seen yet.
Yes, true.
And that, of course, when there are far less of us, then they'll control people with what they need, and they won't bring out their resources until needed. And let's just pray. I would love to be wrong. I'd rather be the Mad Hatter. Thank you.
But you said it before. If there is a restart of the commodities, so the volcanoes and all the stuff and the earthquakes, the stuff is getting much bigger. So if there is a restart for the next reset or for the next civilization, how you need to understand this is a whole big thing that's getting much worse.
Right.
It's just a baby now. It's not an adult. So.
Yeah, we've crawled in the boat and we're on the journey.
Well.
We don't know what's going to happen when they leave. We don't know how our world is going to be, if it's going to reset or roll, and of course, again, I do not believe in a full pole shift routine. I think we're already tipped. I think we're already changed. We know all the planets tipped when the second star entered our proximity, or we theirs, whichever point of view on how you want to look at it. So this is really, we're going to keep learning as we go. Have you run out of material yet, Rebecca?
Well.
No.
No, but I don't always use everything I make. I have,
Right.
I make extra stuff.
Yeah, I sent you a bunch of stuff you don't want to play, which is okay if you don't want to play it.
No, I have the Pleiadian message ready, but we can wait.
Well, that's 19 minutes, so we either play it or we don't. But
right,
and that's that higher moral value thing, with the mysticism part that we like to share once in a while.
Yeah, I mean, there's just been so much talking. I haven't had a chance to play.
Right.
Right.
Well, my point is I'm starting to get a little dingy tired, but we've run 6.
Oh, well, then
so
we go. It can wait.
We don't have to play it tonight, and I'm getting a little bit, I'm getting a little tired.
I've been yawning too. I'm tired. I'm tired too.
And if you have stuff that's important, we can keep going. But if not, then
no,
we can,
not at all. We covered actually a lot, and it means
we keep talking.
Next week,
we lose topic every 5 minutes. You're right. Yeah,
I know. I was going to mention Nicole said Nopicity in the northeast, and that's exactly where it was last night. Oh,
now you're gonna make me run out and look out the window. Dang it!
Exactly, and the Atu was in the southeast, and Atu's moon was in the south. So it was so great last night. I'm sad because I don't have any pictures because I was live on TikTok, so there's no evidence to look at. But it was awesome. It was a surprise too. I didn't expect it to do anything special. And it lit up and it was bright yellow and orange and peach. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
So
it's here. But anyway, yeah. Otherwise, that's it. Let's save the Pleiadian thing for next week then. Let's just plan on that.
Sure, no problem. I posted it to a few people. No worries. And we can wind it up here, and then I can get my brain back because I'm actually dizzy.
I need a brain too.
I'm blonde. I'm dizzy.
It's been a full day for me. It's been going on since 8 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, I got up at 4 something.
Right.
Yeah, a long day. Well, I did laundry and dishes, and et cetera, et cetera.
Sure.
So, and
too much work.
Get time for you.
Thomas is like, ooh.
Well, but when you have teenagers and they take
I
showers,
understand. Yes, you're right.
The bathroom is full of towels hanging everywhere and clothes that they wore for 5 minutes, and you got to wash it and wash it and wash it. So, and like their hoodies, they wear their hoodies once and it's in the laundry.
Oh gosh, right.
I watch so many hoodies I could scream.
Boys are the absolute opposite. I mean, I'm like telling them,
forever,
let me watch that. It's horrible.
Yeah, their hoodie has to rot off of them before they take it off. You're right.
Yes.
Yeah, and my girls will wear a hoodie for one afternoon, and then it's in the laundry on the floor.
Okay. Oh my gosh, total difference. Well, guys,
and then you smell it, and it's teenagers. Yeah. Well, so everybody, thank you for listening. Thank you for being here. We're going to wind it up today at 6 hours 18, or however long it takes me to wrap it up. But I'm a little tired today, and we're glad you were here. And tomorrow is Sight Drawing Day, so look forward to that. And we'll talk to you real soon.
Looking forward to it. Well, thanks, Sam. Thanks, Thomas, for being here. Yeah.
Thank you for having me here. Yes, I wish you a great evening too.
Thank you.
And have a good sleep.
All right.
How horrible we're feeling is also because of the planets. We're being affected by the planets. We're all tired.
Yes.
So we'll talk to you
every time. Yes, you're right.
Right.
So I'll reach over to the X button, and I'll see you guys next week.
Okay, Sam.
Okay.
See you next week.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye, Thomas.
Good night.
Bye, Sam.
Bye, Rebecca. Bye, Sam. Bye.
See you later. See you on TikTok. And I'll say bye to everybody else that's here. I got Lori and SBMM and Ellie. Come out of nowhere. Bye, Thomas. I call my son Tom. So, yeah, Thomas. But it's good to see you, Ellie. Once in a blue moon, he's here. I'm kidding. And Sabrina is still here. And there's my friend Caroline. And T. Racy, you're still here, sweet. And Rodney. I think I said Nicole, and I think we're repeating now. So anyway, thank you, everybody. Thanks. I had a good time. I can't wait for show 120. So it'll be here before we know it. And that's it. I'm going to hit the buttons and head on out too. So bye, everybody. And I'll see you during the middle of the week for our live on TikTok, hopefully. So y'all take care, and we'll see you next Saturday. Bye.